Let's address the elephant in the room right away. This is a very long, dense, and highly detailed video. We are going to be discussing not just all aspects of the game itself, including diving as far as we're able into the lore, but we're also going to go off on a lot of tangents about topics that are discussed in the game. They'll range from discussions about the video game industry, the sciences, historical events, even modern society and social issues. Everything from discussions about famous psychologists to the collapse of a hotel in the 70s will be discussed in their context to this game. I do not intend for you to watch this entire video in one sitting, unless you're just freaky like that. Please, feel free to take breaks and come back to the video to finish it later. I'm sure many of you know the drill. Get your meals and snacks ready. Feel free to put this on in the background while you do something else. Hell, put it on while you sleep. I don't care. Since this game is one of my favorites of all time, and Remedy is one of my favorite developers, I'd really like to do them justice and leave no stone unturned for this video. This will not be spoiler free. That said, I will be revealing the game's secrets in the order you would learn them as a first-time player. So if at any point you're inspired to play the game by what you learn and want to avoid any further spoilers, you'll be able to stop the video right there and go play the game yourself without having anything past that point spoiled for you. With all that out of the way, I'll let our protagonist take it away.
I know I shut you out sometimes. I'm always glad to hear from you. It's just that I get my hopes up. So many times it's led to nothing. I found nothing. It's like we live in a room, and there's a poster on the wall. We stare at it and we think that's the whole world. The room and the poster. The picture's something nice. A landscape, a famous person. Like in that movie, what is it called? The prison movie. The room's a cell, and the picture, it's different for each of us. It can be beautiful or terrible, but we're all transfixed. But it's all a lie. Something to distract us from the truth. They're lying to us. We're lying to ourselves. The room's not the world. The world is much bigger and much stranger. There's a hole hidden behind that poster that leads to the real world. We all feel safe in that room. But sometimes something crawls out from behind the poster. And the ones that see it happen freak out and try to forget what they saw.
Who is Jesse talking to? What is that sort of geometric spiral swirl on the screen? Is this a representation of the player somehow? Because it feels like Jesse is talking to us directly. Whenever she does, the swirl appears, and it often directs us and Jesse towards whatever our next objective is. Take note of the subtitles here. Jesse's name is spelled Jesse, like the male spelling. She's got a slick leather jacket, which feels a bit like an homage to Max Payne, in my opinion. I think they chose a great outfit for her. Courtney Hope not only voices Jessie, but is also the model for her. It's a great casting choice, and I'm really glad that using the same actor for the voice and model is becoming a more standard practice in the games industry. It goes a long way towards making characters look and feel realistic and natural. Like many of Remedy's other games, this one takes place in New York City. They even modeled a bit of the city outside, and we can see some pedestrians hanging around. While the location will largely be irrelevant to the rest of the events of the game, I love Remedy's obsession with New York City. Some version of it has shown up in all of their games except for Quantum Break. You can tell that they're really passionate about the location. Next, let's take a look at the design of the bureau. I describe it as opulent and brutalist, sleek and stylish with an old school flavor. It has really striking bright reds and sometimes other colors clashing against dark gray and black backgrounds. I love the style. It's an absolute pleasure to explore the bureau. Before we get ahead of ourselves, let me explain the format I'm going to be using to cover the notes in this game. We're going to go through the story of the game and pick up every note along the way. Then we're going to discuss its implications in the plot and the lore right then and there, and we may even use some of them as a springboard to discuss other topics. It seems to me that the team in charge of writing these notes had 3 objectives: provide some comedic relief, characterize the Bureau and its employees, and lastly deliver lore to the player. We are mostly going to be analyzing each of the notes from these 3 angles. I'm going to bring each one up on the screen as I summarize the contents and draw conclusions. Please take the opportunity to pause the video and read it for yourself if you should feel the need. Remember, I am just one guy and my interpretations are my own only. You may read the same words I read and come up with your own theories, which I highly encourage. If you have any alternate interpretations, I'd love to hear about them. With that housekeeping done, let's look at the first note we're about to find here on the metal detector. From it, we learned that modern technology is not allowed inside the Bureau, but also, as it says here, any objects considered iconic representations of an archetypal concept. Examples include rubber ducks and ketchup bottles. This is a really jarring first note. It's easy to brush it off as just comedic relief or technobabble, but to me this file is saying to us to leave our smartphones at the reception desk, as well as to leave behind any other notions of modern technological convenience or even a sane, grounded world. As we pass through this strangely unguarded security checkpoint and read this file, we take our first step into immersing ourselves into the world of the game. It's almost as if we're taking a nice, refreshing vacation into the past. Despite Jesse having just walked in with no resistance, it would appear that normally this building is highly secure. We can see some sort of warnings on the monitors, but they don't make a lot of sense just yet. The only thing we can know for sure is that something has gone really wrong here. The place seems completely abandoned. The atmosphere is palpably eerie. Just past the checkpoint, we head upstairs and into an office where Jesse recognizes a symbol on a folder.
This seal. I saw it a long time ago. I keep seeing it in my dreams.
On a desk nearby is this expenditure report. The author is marked as the FBC accounting department. It seems rather pedestrian, but one thing stands out. They made a point to mention mold removal in their report. Why would something like this be such a problem that someone would have to mention it on an expenditure report? As we exit the office, take note of the portraits along the wall. Director Zachariah Trench, head of research Dr. Casper Darling, and a janitor facing away. There's a hallway ahead that we can explore, but if we do and try to backtrack, we're greeted with a closed path. It's really creepy, and I think a lot of players won't notice that this has happened. Even if they do backtrack, they might be fooled into thinking they simply got turned around and lost somehow because of how subtle it is due to the Bureau's uniform design. In one of the surrounding rooms, we'll find this security order. Apparently, a shark got loose inside of the Bureau and they had to kill it. This file is so heavily redacted, it's really hard to tell what's going on. In another room, we get to see a bit of office bureaucracy in this reminder. Is this referencing Office Space like Quantum Break does?
Who knows about the mess I made on the way in? Nice job, Beth.
As we continue to explore, we run across a janitor named Ati. He seems really likable. He comes across as just this gentle old man from the old country. Strangely, he looks exactly like the janitor facing away in the portrait just a moment ago. The language he's speaking to himself is Finnish, by the way.
They don't hire you, either. You are helvet. There be work for the Asch. Take them behind the sauna, jumalauta.
I've done enough night shift loner jobs to know it makes us come off weird. Ati the janitor is a friendly face in my book.
Better than somebody with no face at all. Think about it. No face.
Hold on. Did he just read Jesse's mind and respond to her thoughts? The game never brings attention to this, and Jesse doesn't even seem to notice. We head past him towards the elevator he directs us towards, but if we take a second to look around, we'll notice that this is the same room that we entered the building from. If we head back downstairs, there will even be an office here that wasn't there before with a file inside. Nobody from the public is allowed inside the building. However, nobody is here to stop you, and the janitor seems like he wants to hire you. Bureau employees have instructions to detain anyone who enters the building and perform a psychological assessment on them. Let's get on the elevator as directed by Ati, then explore a bit after we arrive. Take note that the elevator appears right where the portrait of Ati was, just like the poster being ripped down from Jesse's monologue. Also, who the heck is this janitor and why does he get his own portrait? One more thing, take notice of the prominent name on the metal panel. Payne Technologies, yet another reference to Max Payne, it would seem. As we arrive off of the elevator, take note of the counter on the wall above the security office. It reads 665, the neighbor of the beast. Get it?
Yeah, I get it.
For those that don't, the numbers 665 and 667 are always used in Remedy's works as a sort of meme. The first time is in Max Payne 1 on a blood-stained computer screen as a code for a door that you need to open. Then again in Max Payne 2 for a similar situation, except this time it's a janitor that gives it to you. 665 and 667 will be referenced many more times in this game, but this is our first instance. In yet another unmanned security checkpoint, we'll find this approved terminology reminder. Something apparently pretty horrible happened in a town called Willow, and a bureau agent died as a result. The bureau is shown as extremely callous here. It's tightly controlling communication with the family. Of note, in the words and phrases to be avoided are Alaska, scissors, and blood/bleed. It'll probably seem really random for now, but we'll learn more about the events in Willow soon. Just outside of the director's office will be this note left for the secretary, Barbara. It seems that something has the director really upset and potentially paranoid. As we get closer to the office, we hear a gunshot. We head inside of the office and are met with the lifeless body of a man with a gun lying next to him. It's the director, the same man from all the portraits. It seems like he may have taken his own life. The swirl that has been directing us onward so far centers itself on the gun. We're also locked inside of the office with some terrible presence outside. We have no choice but to pick up the gun. In an instant, the gun takes control of Jessie's body and puts itself up to her head. Jessie is tested by the gun, and this serves as the combat tutorial for the game, which I think is a clever way to go about it. Before that, however, we're introduced to Dr. Casper Darling, the one from the portrait at the very beginning of the game. He is extremely charismatic in this role and does an incredible job bringing Dr. Darling to life via these live-action recordings that show up regularly throughout the game. Before we dig into this specific recording, let me just praise Remedy's creative usage of live action in their games. Even as far back as Max Payne, though it was just photo shoots for the in-game comic book cutscenes, live action has been in the DNA of a Remedy game since the beginning. Though perhaps Quantum Break took it a bit too far by interspersing short episodes of a live-action television show between game chapters, Control gets this balance just right. The change in art style never feels jarring or strange. Never once did I look at a live-action video playing in the game world and think about how they didn't look right or that they stood out strangely. Remedy would go on to make even better usage of this in Alan Wake 2. In regards to how I'll be handling these videos when we come across them, I'm going to give my thoughts on the video, then I'm going to let the entire thing play before we move on. Okay, now back to this particular presentation. Darling covers what an OOP is and specifies a bit about the service weapon, which is the gun we just picked up. Notice Darling is handling it with a pair of thick rubber gloves. It is depicted as a cube made of some sort of strange metal. The service weapon is implied to kill people who fail the test. The board is also mentioned, but for now it will remain mysterious and its motivations completely unknowable. This is a total lore dump, but I really don't mind it. I think it's incredibly fascinating and well presented. They do a great job of slowly immersing us in the world of this game, creating a believable fictional universe, and allowing us to suspend our disbelief.
Objects of power can cause or be results of AWE's altered world events, intrusions upon the perceived reality. A side note, remember to cover their connection to the astral plane as well. Now, the service weapon is, of course, a prime example of an OOP, a very powerful one. Ingrained in the Bureau's DNA, a key component in our prime candidate program. Come out of that Russian roulette a winner and you're it. Lose and you're, well, fired. Thank you. I'm Dr. Darling, head of research, Federal Bureau of Control.
Following the presentation, we're transported to a big, white open space with black and gold stones and a massive inverted pyramid hanging down from above. Welcome to the astral plane. The aesthetics here are incredible. The marble-esque black stones that constitute our path forward contrast perfectly with the blank white void all around. The pyramid speaks to us in some unknown language. Somehow Jesse just understands what it's saying, and the dialogue has been translated for us in the subtitles, which identify the entity as the board. Every time we acquire a new object of power, we'll also get a case file about it containing some background info. According to this file, the service weapon was found in the director's office in August 1964. The file bills the service weapon as the latest iteration of various mythological weapons seen throughout history. Mjolnir, which is Thor's hammer from Norse mythology, Excalibur, which needs no introduction, and Varanastra, which is a water-based weapon from Hindu mythology. Interestingly, the stories around Varanastra are the most related to the actual service weapon, as it is said that it was a weapon able to freely change forms and take the shape of any weapon the wielder desires. We will be making use of this function later, but for now let's go put it to use in its current pistol form known as grip. As we exit the office, we see a bright red glow and some figures floating in midair. There's some evil presence in the room and it attacks Jesse. She says it sounds like a hiss. It seems that somehow the swirl intervenes and saves Jesse. Immediately, the floating figures drop to the ground and attack her, and we have our first real combat scenario. I'd like to just take a note of how visually striking this scene is. We'll see similar ones later, but they simply do an amazing job of giving us the feeling of this surreal, otherworldly, intense, and intimidating entity filled with hate. Gunplay is tight and responsive. Since the service weapon automatically reloads and has unlimited ammo, we never have to worry about ammo pickups. It's perfect for this game in particular, and a welcome update to shooter design. I'd like to see what other games can do with similar mechanics. Every time we defeat a new enemy for the first time, we'll receive a file about them written by Dr. Darling's assistant, Emily Pope. We'll be meeting her very soon, but for now, let's just see what she has to say about the Hiss Guard enemies we just fought. She theorizes on what Hiss corruption exactly does to someone and notes that they retain their knowledge of the weapons they wielded in life. These are basic enemies, there isn't much more to be said about them, they're cannon fodder, but they'll start to get much more interesting before long. If we take a look at the portrait of Trench that greeted us right off the elevator earlier, which is notably gone by the way, we will see it's been transformed into a portrait of Jesse. At this point, if you noticed the building changing earlier, this may not be a total shock, but I can only imagine how terrifying it would be to experience in real life. It really leans into the creepy atmosphere of this game. Now that we've been made to feel uncomfortable, let's continue to executive affairs. In one of the meeting rooms, we'll find the minutes of an executive meeting. Once again, mold is mentioned. Does the Bureau really have such a terrible mold issue? It seems strange for such a professional and clearly well-funded organization. In another meeting room, we'll find our first audio recording. When we come across these, I'll say what I have to say, then I may let the entire thing play if I think it's worth our time. Not all of these contain terribly vital information, but many will. We have already experienced the building shifts mentioned in this one potentially, but we're about to see it in even greater action in very short order.
Reminder, if you experience an unanticipated building shift, follow these simple steps. 1. Search the room for any altered items or objects of power. 2. Carry the altered item or object of power to the nearest safe room. 3. Wait for Bureau staff to find you and the object. If there are no altered items or objects of power in the vicinity, then reach your supervisor via the nearest intercom and await further instructions. Thank you for your attention.
I think recordings like this are meant to be played over the PA system, considering the short chime at the beginning. As we head out into the open area with all the desks, we can see a bunch of people floating in the air, and it appears that they are chanting something. If you listen closely, you can make out what they're saying. I'll recite the entire chant for you. You are a worm through time. The thunder song distorts you. Happiness comes. White pearls, but yellow and red in the eye. Through a mirror, inverted is made right. Leave your insides by the door. Push the fingers through the surface into the wet. You've always been the new you. You want this to be true. We stand around you while you dream. You can almost hear our words, but you forget. This happens more and more now. You gave us the permission in your regulations. We wait in the stains. The word that describes this is redacted. Repeat the word. The name of the sound. It resonates in your house. After the song, time for applause. We build you till nothing remains. The egg cracks, and the truth will emerge out of you. You are home. You remind us of home. You've taken your boss with you. All hair must be eaten. Under the conceptual reality behind this reality, you must want these waves to drag you away. After the song, time for applause. This cliche is death out of time. Breaking the first, the second, the third, the fourth wall, the fifth wall. Floor, no floor, you fall. How do you say insane? Hurts to be happy. An earworm is a tune you can't stop humming in a dream. Baby, 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 yeah, just plastic. So safe and nothing to worry about. Haha. Funny. The last egg breaks now. The hole in your room is a hole in you. You came and we let you in through the hole in you. You have always been here, the only child. A copy of a copy of a copy. Orange peel. The picture is you holding the picture. When you hear this, you will know you're a new you. You want to listen. You want to dream. You want to smile. You want to hurt. You don't want to be. I'm not sure this chant really conveys a lot of meaning, but it does seem to convey a lot of emotion, particularly anger. It's maddeningly absurdist and feels like it's frustratingly just on the cusp of making sense, but at the last moment narrowly avoiding comprehension with each sentence. Certain sections remain mysterious throughout the entire game, while some sections might be referencing certain in-game events. What I can manage to pull out of it is a disdain towards Justin Bieber's music, reciting the lyrics to one of his songs and calling it plastic, and the strange sense that it wants to implant certain feelings in your head, or maybe that it just understands your anger and hurt that already exists. Like you're tired of your life and just wish something else would come and take over and make things easier. Wouldn't it feel great to just let the waves carry you away? It feels like it would reach out of the game and infect us, the player, if it could. That's what I feel as I listen to it and read the words, at least. As we continue to search executive affairs, we'll find this note on one of the many desks. It would appear that some higher-ups are so busy or simply so inattentive that they can't even remember the anniversaries or age of their spouses. There also appears to be a panic room here in the back of the room, and inside of it is a letter. This one is from Special Agent L. Keenum. It appears that agents are often sent on wild goose chases. The one writing this memo seems like they're particularly bored and quite demanding of their boss, this H. Marshall that the letter is addressed to. This is actually the first of many files we will read from this Agent Keenum. As we continue, we come across another room bathed in red light with floating people. This time, however, there's a giant inverted black pyramid. This looks a lot like the board from earlier. We have a somewhat more serious battle here. Enemies in the game start out pretty useless and things seem pretty easy, but they'll slowly ramp up in difficulty over time. After our victory, we have a vision of a man talking to us. He isn't coming through clear, but the path forward is. We have to claim our first control point. As we do, the room around Jesse shifts and begins to resemble one built by human hands, so you take control of the building by cleansing control points. Now that the room is fixed, we hear a voice over the intercom and investigate. We meet Emily Pope. She is my favorite. She's very kind and attentive, smart as a whip, nerdy, slightly neurotic in a cute way, capable, helpful, professional, and diligent. Very clear how she became the assistant to the head of research. There are some things to note with this conversation, however. Emily immediately recognizes you as the new director, despite being trapped in that panic room.
Oh shit! You're the new director! Hold on! We're coming out!
Jesse's word has already become law. All she has to do is say her name, and everyone accepts her as the new director immediately, without question, and her personal name for the hiss is immediately accepted and disseminated among the staff.
Look, somehow, this hostile force, this hiss, that works?
Is this the true power of the service weapon to capture the hearts and minds of people around it, or is there another explanation? Additionally, Jessie's mannerisms seem really strange at the beginning of this game. It's pretty hard to connect with her and understand why she takes all this in stride so readily. It's also explained that the weird devices that Emily and the others seem to be wearing are called HRAs and protect them from the corruption of the hiss. Emily tasks Jessie with attempting to save some of the hiss-corrupted individuals in the room. We oblige her, but sadly Jessie is not able to save them. Removing the hiss kills the host, seemingly. We get a page of Emily's research from this. It's put forward in this report that the Hiss agents may be responsible for spreading the Hiss corruption. It notes that it isn't known whether they die or simply disappear when they're attacked. Afterward, we can head to the boardroom where we can have a one-on-one discussion with Emily. Through this conversation, we learn that Jessie is from a small town in Maine named Ordinary. I love how sometimes names are so on the nose in these Remedy games. Emily also clarifies that nobody knows anything about the Hiss, but they're able to deduce that it does come from inside the oldest house together, which is the name of this mysterious building we're inside of. Emily further speculates that the bullet from the service weapon that killed Trench might be responsible for the visions of him, like it's sending back data like some kind of deep space probe. Finally, Emily mentions that Dr. Darling rushed out the HRAs. He must have known that this was coming. Something I noticed is that in these optional conversations where you can choose conversation topics, facial animations are a little bit stilted and imperfect compared to outside of these. It's a minor nitpick, but I think there's a noticeable drop in quality. Emily sends us out to go retrieve the hotline, an object that we can use to get in contact with the board, as well as more clearly hear what Trench is trying to say to us. Before we go, let's explore Central Executive a little bit. We can find some radios. I like the songs that they play and listen to them all, but I think most people won't stay to listen. I really wish that activating them would unlock the tracks to listen to later. They figured that one out for Alan Wake 2 at least. Some notes do a good job of trying to illustrate what life might be like living in a place like this. I'd be frustrated too if my favorite bathroom randomly disappeared, but it's pretty amusing that despite how long guys like this D. Rodriguez must have inhabited this place, they still haven't got used to it yet. According to this file, authored by researchers Paula Bronte and Lorenzo Dunn, via the mechanism of the collective unconscious, humans create altered items, objects of power, and altered world events through their shared subconscious beliefs. The collective unconscious here is a reference to the work of Carl Jung. Jung was a psychologist who contributed greatly to his field and was originally a student of Sigmund Freud. He posited the existence of what he called archetypes, a series of fundamental human experiences that are shared between all of us on one level or another and expressed through our art and religion on a subconscious level. According to Jung, these archetypes transcend time as well as cultural barriers. This was a departure from his teacher Freud, in that Freud believed that the unconscious mind was individual to each of us and informed by our early childhood experiences, particularly any traumatic ones. Jung developed on this idea with his archetypes, connecting us together through the collective unconscious. According to Jungian psychology, each of us is a vessel for these archetypes, waiting for the right moment in our lives for us to fulfill them and bring them to life through our thoughts and actions. These include life events such as marriage and parenthood, roles that we play in the lives of others such as trickster or hero, as well as events that might affect larger swaths of the population, such as revolution likened to natural disasters. Bronte and Dunn then go on in this next file to explain urban legends as the modern evolution of Jung's archetypes. They propose that humans with their artistic expression create a sort of feedback loop. When a large enough number of people all experience certain repeated images, ideas, and thoughts, they are embedded in the collective unconscious and then manifest themselves in the form of various altered phenomena that the characters of the universe experience. While the connection to Jung's archetypes, which are mostly based around human personalities and relationships, seems pretty tenuous, I think it does go a long way towards giving context and believability to the game world, even if maybe it isn't the most informative way to learn about Jungian archetypes. However, it's not a complete stretch to link Jung with urban legends. According to Jung, fairy tales were proof of the existence of his proposed archetypes because they frequently contained characters that seemed to fit perfectly into them. This is very reminiscent of the mechanism that Bronte and Dunn have put forward in this file. They also mention that some sort of anthology program, the name of which is redacted, is actually used by the Bureau to subtly implant their own ideas into the collective unconscious. One last interesting detail before before we move on. They mention a pair of scissors that feeds on human blood, a reference to the Willow AWE mentioned in the approved terminology reminder. Research specialists Carla Vaughn and Hubert Tan lay out explicitly in this file that the oldest house destroys modern tech. Any device that emits a wireless signal, with the exception of a radio signal, will explode when it enters the oldest house. Vaughn and Tan go on to reference the work of the other two researchers we were just talking about, Bronte and Dunn. They theorize that the collective unconscious may be responsible in some way, that devices such as smartphones are too new to society to have had time to become embedded into the collective unconscious, and therefore cannot exist within the oldest house. Inside of the safe room Emily was hiding in, there's a note written by Bronte and Dunn regarding the control points. They don't manage to explain much, especially because of the redactions, but they conclude that these places are vulnerable to external influence. This is likely why they're being corrupted by the hiss, but also why we are able to cleanse them and shift the rooms around back to normal. Before we move on with retrieving the hotline, I'd like to discuss the graphics. The executive sector is sleek and shows them off so perfectly. There's scarcely few games outside of Cyberpunk 2077 that do such an amazing job of showing off the power of ray tracing. Glass surfaces look hyper-realistic, and all other surfaces appear to be exactly as reflective as they would be in real life. Remedy's Northlight engine, especially in this game, is a technical marvel. Take a look at their next game using the engine Alan Wake 2. On maximum settings, this game eats up all currently existing consumer-grade GPUs for breakfast. But just look at the visuals. Nearly nothing available on the market looks like these games. Having the bravery to develop your own proprietary engine and get maximum usage out of it rather than simply sticking to Unreal Engine or Unity to make your game should be more highly praised. The results speak for themselves. Many of my favorite games of all time do this and manage to produce incredible visuals and award-winning games. These include Capcom's RE engine, id's id Tech 7, Guerrilla's Decima engine, Ubisoft's Anvil engine, and Rockstar's Rage. Of course, sometimes this can also bite you in the ass, as with EA's Frostbite engine, which they mandate all of their studios make games with, despite not being very well designed for the types of games they might be creating with it, causing lots of friction and extra development time and tight deadlines. This is also why Cyberpunk 2077 came out so buggy, and why CD Projekt Red has switched to Unreal Engine 5 for their upcoming games. Another horror story includes Bethesda's Creation engine, formerly the Gamebryo engine, which is notorious amongst Bethesda fans. Though it's highly accessible to modders, it has been critically panned over recent years and is likely a big part of the reason Starfield has so many loading screens. Truly a double-edged sword. I believe the difference is simply maintaining passionate individuals at your studio who know the technology in and out and are deeply dedicated to bringing the visions of the creative staff to life. When it all comes together and works, it pays off big, and I can only be impressed with Remedy's work on the Northlight engine, despite its highly demanding nature. Okay, enough of this tangent, let's get back to the hotline. As we head deeper into the executive sector and head toward the cafeteria, take note that the hiss chant not only comes from the floating agents, but also the loudspeakers. The hiss has hijacked the PA system, it looks like. Maybe that is why we never hear any of the recorded announcements. We can shoot all of the agents and speakers, and that will actually silence it, but there isn't any benefit to doing so. Something else I noticed here is that the cameras follow you and watch you all throughout the oldest house. Has the hiss managed to take over the CCTV system as well? Just another detail to really heighten the paranoia of being in a strange place like this. As we battle it out in the cafeteria, take note of the environmental destruction and physics here. This is a great room to show them off, and I really must say that they are incredible. This is another underrated aspect of game design that today is simply not appreciated. I remember the first few games that came out using Havoc physics, and clearly how much fun the developers were having setting up elaborate Rube Goldberg-worthy situations. Funny enough, one of the ones that stands out the most to me is actually Max Payne 2. Remedy not only remembers and venerates the past, but it also remains on the cutting edge and is excited to push our current technology to its limits. While many games are content to have bare minimum physics and fairly static worlds, even many of my favorites, Remedy carries forward the innovations of the past and keeps them alive in their most recent games, as well as continues to iterate on them. A beautiful synergy. Look closely at the rest of the footage of this game, or better yet, just go play it for yourself and take a moment after a fight to just appreciate how much work it must have taken to make the scene around you possible. Let's finish searching the cafeteria and surrounding area. You might have missed it coming in, but there's a hallway leading to the nostalgia department with a red light reminiscent of the hiss emanating from it. It hurts us if we try to go there, so we'll have to avoid it for now. In the offices leading back towards Central Executive, we'll find this expense report put together by a field agent named L. Hines. It must be really expensive to support field agents at the Bureau. Some of them are clearly divas, and this guy is using rituals as an excuse to fuel his drinking habit on the job, spending hundreds of dollars on alcohol and expecting it to be covered by the Bureau. It appears that this agent and his partner are looking for a motel called the Ocean View, and they have them looking for it in Nevada, a landlocked state. Honestly, no wonder he needs all that alcohol. Once we head downstairs to the main area of the cafeteria, we'll see another panic room down another flight of stairs. Let's take a quick look inside. The Bureau really does have a mold problem. You can't go into this room without taking extreme damage and dying, much like the red light coming from the nostalgia department above. We'll be blocked off from entering a lot of areas going forward. On a bench near the panic room, there's a summary page of an altered world event. There's a lot of interesting information to absorb from this file. It describes an event in September 2017 at the U.S. Embassy in Havana, Cuba, where multiple people were hurt by a loud sound created by a vibrating cowboy boot. Are altered items antagonistic to human existence, or are they just indifferent to it? In a nearby bathroom, we find a note detailing the FBC's system of color-coding areas based on the likelihood of building shifts. Let's continue to the next room. This is the Dead Letters Department, where the Bureau intercepts letters that contain esoteric information about various altered phenomena or just schizophrenic ramblings. Many are assumed false, but paranoia makes the Bureau file them all away regardless. We can explore the department and not just find some correspondence to Trench from the head of the archive, Penny Bartwell, setting it up, but also some of the letters themselves. Many of them are a hilarious read and constitute some of the funniest moments the game has to offer. There are some exceptions to this, but most don't contain any useful lore information, so what I'm going to do is just read them to you verbatim. Let's call it a low-key dramatic reading. For now, there's only 3 for us to find. Please enjoy. Mr. Governor, I called the police, but they never come to my house. I got a problem, and you got to send folk to fix it. I got my wife one of them singing fish on the walls. It's not a real fish. It sings when you hit a button, but it's got the devil in it. It flies around at night and sings devil songs, says lots of cuss words. The devil got in my house 'cause of the fish, and you got to come handle it. My wife is real upset. When can you come? Sincerely, Dwayne Barr. I had a dream, and I built the thing I saw in my dream. A machine that will contain God, but not the God you know, or the one anyone knows. A new God. This machine will be his body, his heart, and his mind. I made it, just like the dream showed me. I used the motor from the refrigerator, and the coils from my toaster, and the fan plus the timing belt from my car's engine, and the wheels from my son's skateboard. God can't move yet, but the dream said he would learn how on his own. This is just a beginner's body, like a baby, but a machine instead. God only needs a place to start. If you want to interview me, please contact me at the address on the envelope. My phone does not work anymore. I had to use the dialing plate on God. To whom it may concern, I am being contacted by the past presidents of the United States of America. They appear as spirit guides, giving me their wisdom. John Adams keeps saying I need to fix America, but I can't really understand him. They all have a lot of opinions. People tell me I'm imagining it, but Theodore Roosevelt showed me how to fix my lawnmower, and I don't know a thing about lawnmowers. Explain that. I have great dead men telling me about the past and the present. If you'd like to use my abilities to help run the government, please let me know. I know the White House could use me. Yours in earnest, James Bartholomew. In one of the small side offices of the Dead Letters Department, we discover that the FBC has a book club. It seems that the organizer of the club is Penny Bartwell, the head of this archive, as we just learned. She's chosen a book by the name of Unless You by J.D. Brooks for the club to read. I looked into the author, J.D. Brooks, but it seems to be a fictional character made up for the game and doesn't seem to be a real person nor a character anywhere else in the Remedy universe. We find a delightful video in another side office. This is the Threshold Kids program. What children are they showing these things to, and why are they so demented? I did my best to identify if there were any deeper connections to the characters in the game, or an explanation as to who these videos were specifically designed for, but I honestly think they're more intended to provide some creepy comedy relief for the audience. I might not always have something to say about these, but I will make note of them as we continue along and let them play in their entirety.
Step into the FBC, there's lots to do, there's lots to be, but you don't dash and don't scream much. Let's join the Threshold Kids. Let's join the Threshold Kids.
Hey, Meg! What's wrong?
My mom's dead.
I'm so sorry, Meg. What happened?
I don't know. They blacked it out.
It's like the director says. Confidential and children both start with C.
And the director's a puppet. A dirty, rotten, fart person.
Dad says my mama went missing in actions. She walked into the city and didn't come back. I don't know what missing in actions is, but I sure wish someone would find her.
I'll help you look, Telfer. We'll find your mama together.
In yet another side office, we will find our first Darling presentation as a collectible in the world. Darling mentions that the Bureau has been able to send pencils and cups flying a modest distance using a Soviet-era floppy disk with nuclear launch codes on it. It won't be long before we can see what a truly talented individual will be able to do with that item.
Just look at it. 8 inches wide and capable of storing a whopping 80 kilobytes. Stolen by our friends at the CIA, the disk held the launch codes to Soviet nukes. This is not the disk, of course, but one exactly like it. A perfect fusion of concepts vibrating in the Cold War era collective unconscious. A receptacle. It is a receptacle for dangerous energies to hone in on, and they did. We don't have the details, but when things started flying around the disk, it was transferred to us. It's an object of power. OOP. Oops. Oh, and it can launch things telekinetically through the air. To date, we've launched maybe 3 dozen pencils. And once, we even launched a cup.
Afterward, we can leave the dead letters department toward the communications department. We see a man lying on the ground before us, and he immediately gets killed by a flying object. We'll ignore what launched the object for just a moment to investigate yet another safe room at the end of this hallway with another file. We get our first review about the book that's the latest subject of the FBC's book club. L. Samson here clearly enjoys the book on a simplistic level and labels it as a sci-fi space opera. Samson then goes on to mention his favorite and least favorite moments from the book. Something notable, however, is the description of a character's death. It weirdly mimics what we saw happen to the man just down the hall a moment ago. We'll have an opportunity to revisit this report later when we find the ones from the other members. The room we just passed by earlier is the heart of the Bureau's pneumatic mail delivery system, simply labeled as pneumatics. A lot of thought was put into how this Bureau operates and functions inside the oldest house without the usage of modern technology, and you can really tell from the room we are in. On a ledge, something is throwing objects at us to try to kill us, and we have to make it up there to it in order to put a stop to it. It's the floppy disk from the video we just found, and the ability we get once we cleanse the hiss from it is called Launch. best fucking power in the whole game. I love this ability. You can pick up most objects with telekinetic powers and fling them at enemies for massive damage. By default, when no objects are available near your reticle, you'll rip a piece of wall or floor out and can use that in a pinch. When you do pick up an object, you're not required to fully bring it to Jesse. You can launch it early and hit enemies from creative angles for the same amount of damage. It even hits enemies when pulling the object to you without even having to throw it. This is masterful and thoughtful design you simply don't see from most other games. Many of us would be content with a game that didn't go the extra mile to make this power work the way it does, and it's an absolute pleasure to use. Stolen from a Soviet military base in 1979 during the Cold War era, the floppy disk is supposed to contain launch codes for a Soviet missile system. It makes complete sense that it would launch objects flying like missiles through the air. I was so excited to talk about the floppy disk, I almost forgot to mention that we just fought 2 new enemies. What we can take away from the Hiss Demolition Expert file is that the Hiss isn't able to imbue people it corrupts with new information that they didn't have while they were alive. Only Hiss-corrupted agents trained in demolitions are able to use the rocket launchers. Furthermore, judging from the Hiss Ranger report, Hiss-corrupted individuals seem to retain much of the knowledge that they had in life, going so far as to remember even their training and battle tactics. What does this say about the Hiss and how it operates? Is some part of the people they corrupt still alive and simply being directed like a hive mind? Or are they dead and the Hiss is puppeteering their bodies with its influence? If it's not capable of transferring information from the brain out of one corrupted individual to another, is it even capable of reading the minds of people it corrupts? Perhaps the Hiss is simply an unknowable Lovecraftian entity and there are simply no answers. However, that's not going to stop us from trying to find some. Now that we've got launch, we can double back to the communications department and clear out the boxes to make our way through. Near what appears to be the employee mailboxes is a file written by the head of the communications department, Alberto Tomasi. He is largely responsible for censorship and keeping the Bureau secret from the general public. Every reference to this guy characterizes him as a brash, foolhardy, and self-assured individual. He blames the Willow Altered World event, the one concerning the vampire pair of scissors, on polar bear migrations due to climate change. Tomasi spills a lot of ink congratulating himself for it. As we continue toward the mail room, we find a level 1 security card on the ground here. We can also head upstairs to a tape player with an episode of a radio show on it known as America Overnight. This appears to be a random conspiracy podcast or something along the lines of Welcome to Night Vale mixed with Coast to Coast AM. We'll be listening to all of these, but we'll need to find a few episodes before it sounds like much more than silly ghost stories.
You're listening to America Overnight, mystifying the airwaves for more than 29 years. Thank you for staying up with us. Ghosts. We've had many callers over the years tell us of hauntings, voices, and other phantasmagorical phenomena. Today, friend of the show, Dr. Quincy Reagan, tells his story. Quincy, thanks. This is something I experienced recently while staying at the Chili Pines Motel in Macon for last year's SuspiciaCon. I was in room 47. The night manager, an avid listener of the program, insisted I take this particular room. Now, the manager explained that years back, the body of a man was discovered under the bed, inside that wooden border that motel beds tend to have. And the body had been there a week, he said. Guests had stayed there, sleeping with the corpse a foot below. They only found the body when housekeepers complained about the smell. Hauntings have been reported in room 47 ever since. I happily took the room. I fell asleep pretty quick, checking under the bed first, of course. No ghosts visited me, no chilly spots or flickering lights. But when I woke up, I found myself under the bed. It was dark and stiflingly hot. Luckily, I was able to push the mattress off and crawl out before I suffocated. The night manager was kind enough to find me another room. There you have it, listeners. What we call ghosts take many forms. Quincy was brave enough to tell his story And I encourage you to keep calling and writing whenever you encounter something strange, something you can't explain. Maybe you're seeing colors that we have no name for. Maybe your toaster is possessed. Remember, dear listeners, when no one else believes you, we do. America Overnight, we'll be right back.
Right next to the tape player is a whiteboard with some ramblings on it. This one talks about men in gold helmets bringing devastation to the world. It's not clear if this is some sort of historical record or a premonition of future events or even just insane ramblings. Each sector of the game has one whiteboard that was personally written by Sam Lake himself and scanned into the game from photographs. It's actually become a bit of a tradition at this point, as a chalkboard in Quantum Break, also written by Lake, connects the events of that game with the Alan Wake series. Now that we have a level 1 badge, if we run back to Pneumatics to open up the level 1 door we passed by, we can find another file on the Havana Altered World event. We learn from it that the cowboy boot not only caused disorientation, but also damage to the cell walls of some of the embassy staff, reminiscent of radiation damage. The cover-up blames it on something, but it is redacted. They test soil samples in the area and find no signs of any radiation. Upstairs from the mailroom entrance will be a large office that runs alongside it. It's mostly covered in mold, but we can access this letter from H. Marshall to Tomasi explaining the distinction between internal versus external lockdowns. If this Marshall character is able to write letters worded like this to another department head, they must have quite a lot of influence within the Bureau. Down the hall, we find a room full of computers with a report describing a data breach. Apparently, a team of hackers managed to gain access to the Bureau and exfiltrate some data. The Bureau finds out and identifies the hackers and engages in counter-surveillance. This is the only mention of anything like this in the game, and I'm incredibly intrigued. I wish they had expanded on it. There seems to be some sort of significance, but I can't quite place my finger on it. All of the names listed hail from different countries in Europe. What ties all of these hackers together? Why didn't the Bureau do more to punish these individuals? They don't even try to arrest anyone, just surveillance. Unfortunately, we never get answers to any of those questions. We can use our level 1 card to open up the mailroom and we get our first boss fight. Alberto Tomasi has been corrupted by the hiss and flies around the room while throwing chunks of rubble at us. He's able to dodge most of our attempts to throw anything at him with launch, and it takes a lot of ammo to whittle his health down. Furthermore, he doesn't get stunned easily, and the thrown rubble chunks do a lot of damage. Getting hit twice by it is likely a death sentence if you can't grab some health pickups. My advice is to simply keep moving and trying your best to use cover. If you do decide to throw anything at him, then throw 2 things in quick succession, as there's a good chance the second one might hit. After we defeat him, he runs away and we get a new enemy profile. Some agents were people known as peri-utilitarians. When the hiss corrupts an individual, they don't just retain their knowledge and training, but also their latent abilities. In fact, it seems that in this case, it might enhance them. Since Tomasi was transformed into one of these hiss elevated, as they are called, it's likely he must have had some paranatural abilities, and perhaps the hiss was able to grant him power beyond what he was likely capable of in life. By the way, this is another great room to show off the graphics and more environmental destruction. It's a bit gruesome with all the dead agents bleeding everywhere, but I can't deny the impressive look this room has. We find one letter here addressed to Malcolm Milosh from Jim Bozer. Something called the Tennyson Report is mentioned here. The rest of the note seems pretty irrelevant, just some golf plans. Well, continuing into the room we saw Tomasi escape into. We're almost to the hotline chamber. There's some more collectibles in here as well. The first is a recording from none other than Tomasi himself. He maintains his brash and self-congratulatory demeanor. He's very proud of his censorship work, but he's prone to his own slip-ups. If we listen closely, we can learn a bit more about the Havana AWE. They blamed it on sonic weapons wielded by political dissidents from a foreign country. As Tomasi counts his lucky stars that no civilian doctors looked at the victims and the item was found inside of the U.S. Embassy, he notices he is still being recorded and becomes enraged, possibly smashing the recording device.
All right, take this down. The situation in Cuba has been evaluated by the relevant authorities. The mysterious illness affecting the staff at the U.S. Embassy in Havana was caused by sonic weaponry in the hands of a foreign power. Numerous personnel have damage to the inner ear, but most are expected to make a full recovery. Of course, the event also damaged their cellular walls, but we can't blame that on some stupid noise gun. Thank God no local doctors examined them first. Honestly, what are the odds an altered item would show up inside a U.S. embassy? Talk about good luck, huh? So much easier to... Hey, are you still recording this?
There's also a summary file on an Altered World event in Butte, Montana in September 1992. An agent discovered a light switch cord in the home of a celebrity while investigating disappearances in the area. After pulling on the cord, a Bureau agent disappeared, then another agent tried it and also disappeared. They were found days later in the oldest house by a ranger exploration team. We're finally approaching the hotline, but there's another file on the Butte incident just outside. The light switch cord, when pulled, transports the individual who pulled it to the Ocean View Motel and Casino. Somehow the cord has become connected to the oldest house after discovery in Butte, and more have been appearing throughout it. There's also a security log for the hotline chamber. The only notable information that we can glean is that Trench comes here at least once a week. Once we make it to the end of the hallway leading to the hotline chamber, you'll be met with a black void between you and the chamber, but since we've been dutifully reading all of these files along the way, when we notice the light switch cord hanging down before it, we'll know exactly what to do. Pull the light switch cord 3 times and you're transported to the Ocean View Motel and Casino. There's a minor puzzle to solve here where you get the key for the pyramid door. We open it and are met with a painting of Jesse standing in front of the hotline chamber with a bridge now connecting the platforms. 3 more pulls of the light switch cord and you'll be back in the oldest house. And the bridge has appeared in front of you. The hotline chamber is great for showing off the photo mode, by the way. While this game doesn't have the best photo mode in the world, it is still serviceable, and I've managed to get a ton of great shots using it. After we pick up the hotline, we're contacted by the board and have to run through a small obstacle course in the astral plane. Then we are dumped directly into a Dr. Darling presentation that explains the hotline.
Ring, ring. It's Dr. Darling calling. In 1978, a comms department intern heard the hotline ring and picked it up, going against every safety protocol in the manual. She never recovered, and the handful of witnesses required extensive memory repression therapy. It is a phone. It's an object of power. It doesn't connect to any typical network. A direct line to the astral plane and the board. And my hypothesis is, under the right conditions, to other planes of existence as well. Our very own Ouija board. Only the director can answer it safely, and what he hears is kept classified.
After the presentation, Jessie's nose bleeds as she hangs up the hotline. I don't know if this detail is significant, but I wanted to point it out. Does the hotline do some kind of damage to even the directors who use it? We also unlock a ton of entries in the collectibles menu. Most of these will be audio messages, but one is a case file for the hotline. It was randomly found in the director's office in August 1965, just like the service weapon, but almost a full year after. For the rest of these, we'll get a chance to hear from the previous director more clearly. James McCaffrey notches yet another Remedy game into his belt with his role as Zachariah Trench. For all the Max Payne fans out there, it's a pleasure to hear his voice once again, and they picked the perfect role for him in this game. He does an incredible job as always. We'll be listening to Trench talk for the better part of 10 minutes, and he'll mostly be talking about himself. Who would have thought the director of the FBC would be so self-absorbed? Still, I think it's important that we get to hear what he has to say in his own words. His hotline messages paint a picture of a workaholic and a paranoid perfectionist who was incredibly unsure of himself, but even more unsure of everyone else around him. Trench was troubled with the burden of responsibility, and it destroyed his home life. A deeply flawed but interesting character.
It took us a long time to learn how to stabilize the control points, the ley lines, the meridians of the oldest house. Darling found a way to soothe this beast. We discovered we must cleanse control points of all interference. It's my duty as the director, like Northmore before me. I couldn't manage it in my own house, at my home. I'll damn well do it here. Without the control points, the oldest house would swallow us alive. We'd be sealed inside an endless labyrinth, and no one would hear our screams. If an enemy ever managed to corrupt the control points, it'd be over fast, spreading like a cancer, leaping over the fire breaks like a crown fire. They are the weak point. Darling's right about that. He's wrong about everything else. Dangerously wrong. Suspiciously wrong. stabilized. I can hear the hotline ringing in my dreams, constantly ringing. Ringing so loud I can't hear the voice I'm straining to understand. Why don't I pick up? It's a secure line of communication with the board. They would tell me what I need to know. Do I fear their answers? Would they have warned me of this threat? I didn't see it coming. The traitor in our midst, a conspiracy plotted right behind me. I can't trust anyone. I must assume all my intel has been manipulated. The hotline is the only channel I can trust. Bind it, control it. The rule and the ritual with objects of power. It can't be tampered with. The lifeline to the astral plane and the board. I must seek guidance. Soon. I'll rest first. I'm so tired. Always tired now. But I must reach the hotline. I think I'm under attack. An attack of dementia, exhaustion. It's a rain cloud making me forget. The hotline. I must reach the hotline. A director needs a team. My management team. These people know the secrets of the Bureau as well as I do. Some even better. They have proven themselves. Darling, Tomasi, Salvador, Marshall. Marshall especially, my head of operations. She sees right through me. She knows I don't like relying on people. The only person you should fail is yourself. So I followed my own orders. Northmore hated my guts for that. But things change when you become director. You suddenly see this dark void for the horror show it truly is, filled with screaming fear we pretend to control. Sand leaks through my fingers. The roses I pruned in the garden back when I still had a family, all dead. Heat escapes my body. My thoughts are scattered. The universe keeps expanding. I can't keep up with it alone. When I forget that, things go wrong. And my team has to pick up the pieces. Damage control. To help me get out of my mess. The Ocean View Motel and Casino is a familiar friend to me. I stayed in countless motels like it while investigating AWEs across the country, back in my field agent days. Those roadside motels all bleed together like a dream. Same and not the same. Anywhere and nowhere. The Ocean View operates on dream logic, and the light switch cord leaks out to be found in the most unexpected places, and sometimes successfully encouraged to appear and act as a convenient lock to keep out those not trained in dreamscape navigation. Even Bureau veterans can only find one key in the motel. The key that opens the door marked with the inverted black pyramid. The rest, the many other doors, are still mysteries to us. We're all merely guests there. Even the board. Sometimes I need to visit, just to breathe easier for a while. It beats the numb, sterile apartment I spend my nights in, insulated from everything but myself. I guess that's where the whiskey comes in. Something's coming. The whisper's growing louder. The worst winter storm in Bureau history. A retribution for my sins. Our sins. This threat could destroy the Bureau, everything I've built. Destroy me. A web spun, turning this place against me. I catch glimpses of it in the corner of my eye. It's just out of reach. Elusive. It's clever. A perverse game of hide and seek. Is this part of an attack? Obfuscating the facts. Dimming my eyes. It's hard to tell. I need answers. I haven't heard back from Darling. I fear for my friend, my closest ally. I think we made a terrible mistake all those years ago. That thing he studies is putting us all in danger. It's my duty as director to keep the Bureau safe. It'll be difficult. What's done can't be undone. There's no easy fix. Magical thinking is a requirement for survival. Pain and suffering are mandatory. To change things, you have to break yourself. I don't know if I have the strength. I'm old and weak. I'm afraid. I can see my hands trembling. I'm losing control.
The board also leaves you with a message over the hotline. Seems they're simply affirming that you are the director and granting you all the authority that comes with. Most of these hotline communications that we get from the board often come too late to actually deliver any real knowledge, much like the Threshold Kids segments. I suppose some concepts they really wanted to make sure the audience understood, or perhaps it's just for flavor. Regardless, as we double back, we'll notice a doorway is opened up in a wall near the hotline chamber that leads back to the director's office. Was that here before? No, it wasn't. Someone has come in and taken Trench's body away, but his bloodstain remains. On his desk, our desk, I suppose, there's a very important file for the lore. It explains how the FBC manages to maintain its funding. As long as the Bureau's budgetary demands aren't overly exorbitant, they're able to operate under the radar. The Bureau's budget is simply reduced to a line in a spreadsheet that nobody even pays attention to and approves without question. The oldest house seems to have some sort of effect of obscuring the work of the people who work within its walls from anyone who isn't paying particular attention. Since we have a level 1 card now, a few doors in the area will now open for us and we can find 2 more files. It appears from this document that one of the victims of the Willow AWE was an agent named Graham Potts. This notification is to his parents. The callousness of the Bureau is on full display yet again in this communication. The second document is about peri-utilitarians. We've been seeing this word littered throughout a few documents up until this point, but essentially a peri-utilitarian is someone who is able to bind objects of power and take advantage of the abilities they provide. This means that Jesse is a peri-utilitarian. This is why many of the enemies in the game that we will see going forward have many of the same abilities as Jesse. Since the Hiss seems to be possessing some of these objects of power, perhaps it's able to draw power from them and deliver it to the peri-utilitarians that it has possessed. When you get back, Emily has a bunch of junk all around her. Clearly, she got right to work. How diligent. There's even a file she left for us. This file is actually about Emily's first impressions of Jesse. Emily is initially suspicious that Jesse could be Hiss corrupted, but quickly dismisses the idea as soon as she has it. After speaking with her, she directs us down to the maintenance sector so we can authorize the directorial override and regain access to the rest of the Bureau. Further discussion with her reveals that she is highly intrigued by Jesse and wants to run tests on her. While Emily may be socially awkward, her curiosity comes off as charming rather than creepy. The board leaves us a message and we'll discuss the topic of their message here in just a second. Before we go, some new mechanics just opened up. We can create new weapon forms from the materials we've been picking up as drops from enemies and from the chests that we've been opening. We also gain access to the skill tree and we can spend our first few ability points. We'll also be tasked with repeatable, grindable, optional side quests known as board countermeasures. The new weapon form, Shatter, is a very welcome addition to our arsenal. It more or less functions as a shotgun, giving us some more decent firepower at close range and allowing us to stun enemies a bit more easily. However, board countermeasures are lackluster. I would have appreciated more thought be put into them. The re-rolling to get better ones later on is annoying, and some rely on RNG because of certain rare enemies spawning. What's nice is that you can cleverly stack countermeasures to kill 2 or even 3 birds with 1 stone. Lastly, we will now, moving forward, be tasked with bureau alerts from time to time, which are small side missions with a time limit that provide pretty decent rewards for completion. They serve primarily to pad out the gameplay, and I'm not sure that they stand up to the quality of the rest of the game, especially for a few particularly problematic ones. But I don't mind fast traveling to do them once in a while to simply engage with the combat mechanics and be rewarded for doing so. On our way to the elevator, we can hear Ati softly singing in the background. He appears to us like a vision, beckoning us forward. The maintenance sector is probably the least visually impressive of all of the sectors. It has a much more utilitarian design than the rest of the bureau. All of the fancy old school desks and equipment are replaced with bundles of materials and pallet jacks. As we arrive, Jessie does mention that Ati might be guiding her.
Maybe it was you who got me into the oldest house with the lockdown on. Maybe it was Ati.
She isn't totally clueless. There's a locked door and you can't get through yet, except you can just destroy the window next to it with melee and get inside early. This happens one more time later. Inside, another book club report from a captain named Lopez. What stands out to me is that if we compare this book club report with Samson's, it would appear they aren't reading the same book. In fact, they don't even describe it as the same genre. While Samson mentions it's a sci-fi space opera, Lopez describes it as a dystopian future young adult romance novel. We're going to need to keep an eye out for more of these reports. As we continue through a glass hallway running alongside the NSC control room, then through ventilation toward Ati's office, we see a red light down a hallway in a break room. Naturally, we follow it, find a chest, and the floor caves in, sending us into a sinkhole as we get close. The oldest trick in the book. The sinkhole leads to a mystical corridor with our next object of power, the merry-go-round horse. This allows us to shift and dodge incoming attacks. We will be spamming the hell out of this from now on. The merry-go-round horse was discovered at an abandoned amusement park in June 1998. People claimed to be chased away by rides that moved by themselves. Someone called into America Overnight to report it. When agents arrived, 3 people had been killed. We also find a Threshold Kids video about the astral plane, but we're going to get a much better explanation on the astral plane later.
Stepping to the FBC, there's lots to do, there's lots to be, but you don't touch, and don't scream much. Let's join the Threshold Kids. Let's join the Threshold Kids.
Hey, Meg! What are you drawing? I'm drawing a dog!
I'm drawing the pyramid.
The what?
The pyramid.
What's a pyramid?
The Black Pyramid. It's in the astral plane.
Airplane?
Astral plane. It's big, white, and empty. Or is it? It's a weird, crazy alien dimension. The white goes on forever. You can get lost in all that white and never find your way back home.
I miss my home.
We meet Ati again. He'll continue his bit. He's exceedingly Finnish and extremely charming. I love that Remedy finally decided to let their national identity shine through. His turns of phrase are nearly indecipherable.
There be work for the Axe. Take them behind the sauna, jumalauta. It happened in the last drop. Jaha, you think there's a dog buried in this? I can tell you are not the yesterday's Krause's son. Very well. I'll hit the facts on the table. And the pensioner inside is starting to feel the band around his head tighten. And we all disappear like a fart in Sahara. You'll catch the end of the thread before I go to my vacation. No one's gonna cancel my holiday or seat's gonna rattle. But don't worry at all. You'll take care of it and soon this crisis gonna be last winter's snow. You better go now, so you don't have to run with your head as your third leg. Burn it all. Burn it into a reindeer, not into a moose.
Jessie also reveals that she was once a janitor.
Funny thing is, I've been a janitor.
Ati gives you a level 2 security clearance card, and you can pick up some side quests from his office corkboard. As we continue, Trench leaves us a message on the hotline. We get a bit about the previous director before Trench, named Broderick Northmore, and how Trench became director. Trench alludes to some mysterious circumstances, but we can't figure out what he's talking about just yet.
Northmore was director before me. I never wanted his job. I never wanted power. I purposefully avoided it, didn't trust it, didn't want to rely on it. Northmore was all about power. A man like an explosion, hungry for authority, for order, for more, until it was too much. I had to find a solution in the end, contain the situation. Northmore never liked me, but he went along with it, to his credit. He didn't really have a choice. I suppose at the end of the day, a director's most basic duty is to keep the lights on. Here's to you, Northmore. There were no prime candidates waiting in the wings, but I was there. Had been the whole time, keeping my head down, working my ass off. I had nothing to lose. I picked up the gun almost on a dare.
Someone named Arish wrote this note we find at the bottom of an elevator just after Ati's office. He had his guys looking for the horse that we just captured. This is really just here to give you a waypoint to follow in case you missed the horse earlier. We're about to meet the guy who wrote it in just a moment. We finally get to see the NSC. It's a massive, impressive reactor that dominates the room that it quietly rests inside of. The scale of the room is unrealistically huge for something that's supposed to be underground, but it seems anything is possible in the oldest house. We meet Arish and he explains that we have to get the coolant pumps and energy converters back online to restart the NSC so that we can activate the directorial override. Arish seems like a nice guy. He's a hard worker like Emily, but more focused on the lives of his coworkers. More easily flustered, too. He's forthright and seems reliable. Loves his job. He talks quite a bit about the NSC, but never what the acronym stands for. When you ask about it, you get few answers.
It's what we call the power plant. You know, the big rumbling metal thing. Salvador, head of security, asked me to protect it in case of an attack. See, what's inside is dangerous. Dr. Darling seemed to know it would be a target.
I noticed that during the conversation with Arish, you can really clearly see the RTX in Jesse's eyes. The red glow of the room is being reflected off of them, and it really looks fantastic. In the room with Arish, we find another file written by him. Security personnel at the oldest house have been encountering Ati, and at least some of the staff are aware of Ati's importance. While it seems much of the staff hardly even notice Ati, enough of them have raised concerns that those in the know, like Arish, have had to make sure that he's left to his own devices. Especially in context with his appearance in Alan Wake 2, this really makes me wonder what his function is in the oldest house and the rest of the Remedy-connected universe. Truly a mysterious entity. After we claim the control point in the area, we'll head down to the NSC coolant pumps. Along the way, we meet a new enemy type. Hiss-charged or suicide bombers. They explode when they die or when they get close to you. Emily notes in her report that she believes that the explosions are an attempt to destroy the HRAs Bureau staff are wearing so individuals can be corrupted. These enemies are a menace to your allies. Bureau Rangers won't run away at all and will end up dead very quickly from all the explosions around them, especially when the game sends multiple waves of Hiss-charged. Even when you try to protect them by killing the enemies early, they will often take damage anyway, and there's really no way of reasonably preventing it. There's a particular Bureau alert in the mailroom to protect some Rangers, and it can be nearly impossible sometimes when they spawn too many of these guys. Along the way to the coolant pumps, we come across the furnace. We have one of Ati's side quests here, where we feed toxic waste to it. Ati has us breaking environmental regulations, but whatever Ati wants, Ati gets. In the room lies a recording from a Dr. Pierce who identifies herself as the head researcher of the parakinesiology department. She explains that the furnace might be sentient, but honestly it just sounds like she's lost it. She starts to hear the furnace talking to her and decides it's a paranatural entity. We never hear any voices, including on her recording. She sought funding for the research into the furnace from Dr. Darling, but was denied. I wonder if this is because Darling knows about the furnace already, or if it's because he thinks that Dr. Pierce has lost her marbles. The really concerning thing is that at the end, she indicates that the furnace wants to be fed, and Pierce promises to find some volunteers. I can only imagine that what the furnace likes to eat is people, but maybe toxic waste is a close second. Either way, I hope she's crazy, because the last thing we need is a furnace we have to sacrifice people to in order to keep happy.
My name is Dr. Pierce, lead researcher of the parakinesiology department. I believe I've discovered a Code Omega paranatural entity residing within the Bureau itself, right under our noses. Darling refused to allocate me the budget or resources, so I'm taking matters into my own hands. Let this recording be the proof I need to convince them. The furnace can speak. It's been talking to me for some time now. Listen. Did you hear that? It's a sentient force capable of communicating. I checked, and there's no record of ever installing this furnace. I believe that... Oh, sorry. What? Yes, I can feed you. What do you eat? I see. I'll try to find some volunteers.
In the pit of the room, there's another file. This poor guy Rodriguez can't catch a break. In this letter to Jim Bozer, he complains that he can't get reimbursed for his field expenses because his receipts keep getting lost in the mail tubes due to building shifts. I guess the oldest house just really hates this guy because this is the same guy whose favorite bathroom disappeared earlier. We continue to head deeper into the maintenance sector, and eventually we make it to the coolant pumps. We have to power up the machines with power cubes around the room to get them running. In a side room, we find a file that mentions something known as the Clog. The Clog seems to be Ati's nemesis, who he's had to fight many times in the past. Apparently, it's the only thing that seems to get under Ati's skin. As we keep powering up the pumps around the room, the last machine fails to start due to the Clog we were just reading about. We have to deal with this problem, and when we investigate, we discover that the Clog is literally a giant shit monster. This game has a giant shit monster in it. It sounds like a joke, but you can see it for yourself. I don't even know what these things are that we have to shoot in order to flush this disgusting monstrosity, but you know what? Let's just never talk about this ever again. I don't care to remember it. As we go to leave, we're attacked by another new enemy, but this time it's just a big dude in an armored suit with a minigun. In life, his troopers were shock troops, the first to enter thresholds and respond to AWEs. They can wield either a minigun or a grenade launcher. We definitely prefer the grenade launcher, and you'll see why later. We head up the elevator and take a little detour over to central maintenance. There's a file written by research specialist Carla Vaughn in the middle of the room. Vaughn is the one who was working together with Hubert Tan on the report regarding the technological restrictions of the oldest house. She covers some possible explanations for thresholds and what they are. According to her, dimensions vibrate at particular frequencies, and when they come into harmony with each other, certain parts of the world are transformed into a threshold. A place where the rules are bent and you can simultaneously be in both dimensions at the same time. Also, take note of the pseudo-Lovecraftian element at play with the mention of the theory that Earth itself may be simply another threshold, causing something redacted in anyone who discovers it. What is the affliction, and does that mean Carla also suffers from it, as well as anyone else who would read this report? You can head over to Blackrock Processing to see the fire break before it's ever mentioned to you in the game. Doing so is a pretty creepy experience. Suddenly, you're staring into this deep, endless void with no bottom and no context. Around the security checkpoint before this are a few more notes. This first one marks the second mention of this so-called Tennyson report. Trench really wants to figure out who did it. What is the Tennyson report, and why is Trench so upset about it? The memo is signed by A, which I think is a Riche. It seems in character for him to want to protect his guys from getting in trouble. In the other room, this file mentions an OOP that creates a shield from objects around it. They immediately recognize its combat applications, and so do we. It gives us a mission to go track it down. Let's go do that right now. We end up in some kind of training course. Seems like the actor they got to do the recording for the course, Randall Pulaski, is extremely upset, and we even find a complaint from him about it. He's apparently really embarrassed that they actually used his recordings. Even he knows how bad they are, and we're about to find out for ourselves. We make it through the course, definitely on the first try for sure, okay guys? Along the way, we listen to Randall's introduction of the course. He's clearly nervous and seems to think it's just some sort of recital, not the final recording.
So I just read this. Welcome to the Ranger Field Training course. The course must be completed in this specified amount of time. When you're ready to start, press the button. Is that all, or?
After making our way through, we find the safe. We have to break down its barrier to get close enough to cleanse it. Of course, you know the drill by now. We have to go through a tutorial in the astral plane. Just activate the shield while running between cover, easy peasy. Discovered in November 2014 thanks to online safe-cracking communities, the owner of the home safe got fed up and tried to open it with explosives. This failed, prompting intervention from the FBC. Blood seeps out of it from time to time, and X-rays reveal a moving object inside of unknown form. This one makes immediate sense for the design of the OOP, much like the floppy disk. Of course, a safe would represent protection and therefore a shield. Even the blood seeping out could refer to the fleshy individual that's being protected by the shield. If we explore the upper offices in this room, we'll find another case file. This is our first altered item containment procedures page. Found in 1980 at a Canadian research station on Ross Island, Antarctica, the plastic Christmas tree repeats words and phrases spoken near it. Solar radiation cut communications to the base, and military personnel found the item inside, along with the inhabitants of the base who had gone insane. Let's head over to the NSC energy converters now that we have our new power. We'll be using more power cubes to get machinery running. After doing so, we'll find a file right outside of the nearby control room. Looks like Arish is good at poker and they think he cheats. He's too honest. I don't believe it. None of the other guys here seem to show up in any other files, so I won't bother to mention them. We clear out the control room, claim the control point, and get a message from Trench. He explains that he implemented the lockdown system because he doesn't trust anyone else at the Bureau. Seems in character for him, for sure. It also makes complete sense that measures like this with a single point of failure would end up so badly.
So much is expected from the director. The responsibility, the privilege, to steer the Bureau into dangerous waters and safely out again. To inspire and lead its people, to protect them. The board is there to advise you, but they want things in return. You hold all this in your old, trembling hands. I had to lose everything before I could see the Bureau is the director's life. There's no room for anything else. If the forces contained here escaped, we'd be dragged back into an age of superstition, terror, death. Assuming you think we ever really left that behind. Any emergency, any major containment breach, and the lockdown goes into effect. I implemented this security measure in my first years as director. I knew we were vulnerable. I'd personally seen the cost of sloppiness. I made sure the internal lockdown could only be lifted by a directorial override, only to be used when the director is confident the sectors are safe to be opened again. This way, the director is the last line of defense. And if I screw up, it's on me, and me alone.
With the directorial override finally taken care of, this opens up most of the rest of the Bureau for us. Around this time, I unlocked the ability to grab rockets and grenades with launch. It feels absolutely incredible to grab a rocket out of the air and throw it back at your assailant. I also quickly unlocked throwing basic enemies with launch. Not as stylish as the last unlock, but still a very satisfying upgrade. You kill the enemy with the grab if they are low on health, and then likely kill another enemy with the throw. These two upgrades make the ability extremely dangerous. Launch starts to feel like you're dropping bombs. Soon we'll even unlock the ability to throw large enemies as well. They really pulled out all the stops. At this point, after releasing the lockdown, Jesse resolves to tell Emily everything.
That's it. The other sector should be open now. I think it's time I told Emily why I'm here. I'll risk it. You two should get to know each other.
However, let's stop by Dead Letters real quick now that we have a level 2 card and get into the locked office for another letter. Dear New York Tribune, airplanes aren't real. I figured out how they do it. The windows are TV screens. The whole thing moves on big tracks like a roller coaster that moves through underground tunnels in the earth. Airports are more like train stations. They do this because the sky is full of monsters that they don't want us to know about. The planes we see in the sky are the monsters. The government made the Earth trains look like the monsters so they could lie to us better. Don't contact me. The boardroom gets messier every time you get back. The space really starts to reflect Emily's personality. From speaking with her, we learn the guiding geometric swirl is gendered female and is named Polaris, after the North Star by the same name. Jesse reveals this to Emily and the audience at the same time. Further discussions with Emily yield a few new bits of interesting information, such as Darling keeping secrets from her, his own assistant. We'll also get a tidbit about the shark from one of the heavily redacted files earlier. I love her enthusiasm that comes through in all of these conversations. While we're here, she gives us a level 3 card so we can look for both Helen Marshall, the head of the Rangers, and Dr. Darling in the research sector. Helen must be the H. Marshall who we've seen mentioned in a couple files before. The board leaves us a message once we're finished. They finally take the time to address the hiss, but they're a bit late to the party on this. Could it be that these messages come so late as to be deliberately unhelpful, but feign genuine support from the board? Around now, we unlock Spin, the next new service weapon form, one of my favorites. The DPS is crazy, but you have to commit to short bursts. In the security checkpoint, locked with a level 3 door, rests this report written by Chief Investigator Remy Dennis. It is revealed that the America Overnight show is actually a propaganda program ran by the FBC itself. They use it to get information about AWEs and feed misinformation to the public. A clever idea, if you ask me. Sounds like something Tomasi would come up with and congratulate himself over. Night Springs is also mentioned in this report, the sci-fi thriller anthology series that Alan Wake was involved in the production of. This is our first hint that these worlds are connected in some way. Earlier, we learned that the Bureau is using an anthology series to implant certain ideas into the collective unconscious. Does this mean that they have already acquired the show? If you decide to go check for more side quests from Ati, you'll get one. Apparently, it's another clash with the shit monster. Oh god, let's just get this over with. This one is a lot quicker. I don't think he even fights back. There's a clever puzzle here, but you could just break it by bringing another power cube into the room with you. In here, there's actually a procedures page for the water cooler altered item. It was discovered in September 2001 inside of the oldest house. The water cooler can actually take the shape of a variety of items. The item's change of form has never been witnessed, and it isn't known if it was always in the oldest house or if it came in later. After this, we actually have the opportunity to take a detour to Containment and learn about the Panopticon, where they ferret away all of the altered items. However, we're blocked from entering the Panopticon due to the security checkpoint malfunctioning and the mold blocking the entrance to the medical wing. You can also find a side quest where a soldier named Horowitz sends you to help a medic named Wells at a threshold known as the Clocks. We'll save all of this for later since the enemies are beefy and we have to come back later anyway. Instead, we're going to the research sector. Central Research is my favorite room in the game. Everything from the sheer size of the room to the plants and the brutalist wall designs. Then, of course, there's the massive staircase which dominates the room and makes for dynamic gunfights. So much fun. But before we get pulled into one of these gunfights, we have a Darling presentation to watch. Tomasi got Darling to make a video introducing the research sector. He comes off as very proud of his work and seems truly dedicated and earnest. However, I get the vibe that his staff members don't enjoy participating in his videos.
Welcome to the research sector of the Federal Bureau of Control. I'm Dr. Casper Darling, head of research. Somebody thought this video would make for great internal communications. I'm looking at you, Mr. Tomasi. So, this is where the magic happens. Anyway, I've been here for 24 years now. I've always been here. And through those years, we've made astonishing discoveries, authored studies of grave importance, and in all this work, there is one thing we know, and that's how little we truly know. Rest assured, we're committed to keep pushing the known laws and borders of reality, and to make the Bureau proud. So, welcome. Assuming you have the necessary clearance, and do follow the safety protocols. Read the manual. Otherwise, bad things will happen.
We will run into a new and pretty rare enemy here, Hiss Snipers. Don't take any countermeasures for them, trust me, you'll regret it, because you barely ever run into these guys. The only thing I have to say about them is this. Why would a sniper rifle have a spotlight and a bayonet? Surprise, surprise, there's a ton of notes to find in this area. Who would have thought there'd be a ton of research in the research sector? There's also a whiteboard in a meeting room really close to the elevator. This one mentions a couple AWEs, some characters from the Alan Wake series, and that shoeboxes somehow protect their contents from paranatural effects. Now that is some very juicy info for any Alan Wake fans. Without spoiling it, an extremely important object is found inside of an old shoebox in the first Alan Wake, and in Alan Wake 2, shoeboxes are used for item storage. Nearby, we can find a complaint written by one Dr. Lewis, where we learn that Ati sings to the plants around the sector. I feel like that is just adorable. More of Carl Jung's research is mentioned, specifically his work on synchronicity, in this file written by Dr. Theodore Asch, the former head of research. From context, we can conclude that this report was actually written previous to 1959, though we lack a specific date. Jung developed the theory of synchronicity with his partner, the physicist Wolfgang Pauli. While Jung's work on the collective unconscious is definitely a bit out there, this one really takes the cake. Synchronicity is the concept that certain related events happening simultaneously, in common parlance we call this a coincidence, have a connection, but this connection isn't causal, meaning that one event does not cause the other. Jung and Pauli studied multiple scientific phenomena to attempt to prove its existence from mathematical principles such as the Fibonacci sequence to theoretical physics with quantum mechanics. Jung believed that synchronicity proved the existence of the paranormal. I suppose in the world of control we would call it the paranatural. There hasn't been any empirical studies that are able to show synchronicity at work. However, there are some redeeming qualities. Experiences of meaningful coincidences, ones that some would label as an experience of synchronicity, do seem to have therapeutic value, at least according to a 2015 study coming from the UK, as well as a German one corroborating it in 2018. Even Jung himself had an experience with a patient which he would recount in his 1973 book, Synchronicity, an Acausal connecting principle. where a patient of his described a dream of being given a golden scarab. At that very moment, Jung would hear a tapping on his office window, and there he would find and let in a similar beetle known as a rose chafer. This would lead to a breakthrough with the patient. While current scientific consensus seems fit to label synchronicity as pseudoscience, since it lies outside of empirical study due to being untestable and unfalsifiable. It is important to note that these therapeutic benefits occur because of the patient's belief in their significance, and that they do not brush them off as mere coincidence. Though the existence of synchronicity in real life is dubious at best, what we need to accept is that in the world of control, synchronicity is real. There is no such thing as a coincidence in this universe. We would do best to keep this in mind as we continue. Next, we find a new summary page for an AWE. So much is redacted, it's hard to tell what's happening, except that someone's consciousness got trapped in the phone lines in June 1993 somehow, and the Bureau is going to take steps to prevent this from happening again in the future. From this next report, written by none other than the man himself, Dr. Casper Darling, we learn a bit more about the place that thresholds have in this universe. There are several of them within the oldest house that appear for various amounts of time, though we will never see one collapse, and have some kind of unique quality to them. This note discusses the Black Rock Quarry in the maintenance sector, and the mold threshold, which is mere feet away from where we find this note. Thresholds can provide extremely powerful boons to the Bureau, but also bring horrible curses. We will be more directly introduced to this concept soon, and we even have the ability to head down into the mold threshold right now if we wanted to. We will also find out exactly what Blackrock is so good for during our adventures through the research sector. If you weren't paying attention to the credits of the Darling presentation, and of course you weren't, I mean, why would you? But anyway, if you weren't, this note will tip you off that the two scientists who appeared in the Darling presentation just a moment ago are none other than Hubert Tan and Carla Vaughn, the authors of the Technological Restrictions Report. What else is made clear from this note is that Hubert has a crush on Carla, and that he is a dweeb with no riz. All the way down at the bottom, we will find a room with a sound studio and this questionnaire on a desk. We can listen to the song inside the soundproof booth nearby. Of course, I am heavily biased, but Poets of the Fall is a great band, and I admire their relationship with Remedy. Ever since Max Payne 2, they've contributed at least one song to each game and also wrote the heavy metal music attributed in the games to the fictional band The Old Gods of Asgard, depicted by two geriatric old geezers, Odin and Thor Anderson. Poets of the Fall gets so involved that the band members even portray younger versions of the band for live-action segments in Alan Wake 2. The members of the band are close personal friends of Sam Lake, and still to this day I feel waves of emotion as I listen to their track Late Goodbye from the Max Payne 2 soundtrack. They will contribute more to this game than just this song, but it's a nice treat for now. The questionnaire itself seems to just be referencing the lyrics, and I'm not sure you're meant to take it seriously at all, so we'll move on without trying to analyze it any further. As we head all the way back up to Darling's office, we find another video inside. This is our first time seeing him looking disheveled. Paretta's acting is spot on. You can tell just from his demeanor that he knows about the hiss and that it is coming. He breaks a glass full of whiskey, and he explains what HRAs are for.
I've been fielding questions recently regarding HRAs. What are they for? Do you always need to wear them? And what's the deal with the Hadron resonance anyway? Fuck. Despite what you may have heard, HRAs are not monitoring devices. We're not tracking your movements or listening to your conversations while you're wearing them. We do that regardless whether or not you're wearing an HRA. Think of them as a life preserver. Only instead of water, the thing HRAs protect you from is classified. One day that classified, not water, might pour in, and you'll be glad you got an HRA keeping you afloat. And if you don't have an HRA, don't worry. It'll be, quick and painless. Kidding. I'm kidding. We're making more.
There are a bunch more notes scattered around his office, as you might expect. This one shows that there's some corruption happening at the Bureau. The head of the parakinesiology department, Abraham Lewis, attempts to bribe Darling for an increased budget over the parapsychology department with a bottle of whiskey. This is the same Dr. Lewis that was just complaining about Ati singing to the plants a moment ago. You know, I'm starting to think this guy might be an asshole, gang. Another report from Darling. This one describes what resonance is and that it's possibly responsible for altered phenomena. Their understanding of resonance somehow allows them to maintain the control points around the oldest house. Since Jessie is able to cleanse the control points, does that mean her power is to control resonance? Is the hiss also a form of resonance? More from Darling here. This one proposes the following method for the creation of altered items and objects of power. When an altered world event happens, a nearby object is infused with paranatural energy, aka resonance, turning it into an altered item. Over time, these objects become connected to the board, which then transforms them into objects of power. He presents this as an attempt to disprove some theories from the previous head of research, Dr. Asch, regarding other possible theories for their creation. The next report is a rebuttal from Emily Pope. She proves she can go toe-to-toe with her boss on an intellectual level. While she doesn't completely discount Darling's theory, she suggests here that the board might be forcing its influence on altered items to turn them into these objects of power, rather than simply occurring over time. Perhaps their rule over these objects is not absolute. We can take a side trip through a fire break near Darling's office to end up at the ashtray maze, locking us out of the Dimensional Research Wing. Nothing to be done over here just yet, though, so we will save it for later. Trench does leave us a message on the hotline, though, as we cross the fire break. He can't trust anyone or anything, but will use OOPs to further his agenda when he feels he has to. He's even losing trust in Darling as he considers revoking Darling's access.
I'm averse to using objects of power. I don't want to lean on things I ultimately can't trust. But the ashtray and the cigarette, smoking there forever, have their uses. The ashtray maze they conjure is an impossibly changing labyrinth that no one but the binder, and those the binder invites, can ever pass through. The things we hid in dimensional research, the things Darling studies, the danger and the risk involved, call for every measure of security and protection I could bring to the table. The maze, hands down, is our strongest lock. I gave Darling and his chosen crew license to pass through the maze. Lately, I've started to think I should revoke that license.
It's finally time to head into parapsychology. Marshall calls out for help over a loudspeaker. We can't get through here, so we just head left into the parakinesiology lab. You might be wondering to yourself, what is parakinesiology? Well, I'm glad you asked. First of all, they put para on nearly everything in this game. It's just to delineate that they're dealing with supernatural phenomena. Kinesiology is, to the best of my understanding, the study of the way that bodies move and the effects that has on health. Basically, this is the study of exercise and physical therapy. Something you might study if you were a sports physician, a physical therapist, a really dedicated personal trainer, or a biologist. As we enter the lab, we see a bunch of cells with various items inside of them. Desks, dummies, etc. There are also 2 rooms that house hiss-corrupted individuals surrounded by televisions. This raises a lot of questions. How did these people get into these cells? Were they in there before becoming Hiss or after? Why does this department have to operate like a miniature prison? What were they actually studying in here? It would appear that they at least must be studying how far they're able to send objects using the launch ability from the floppy disk, judging by the larger room upstairs with distance markers. So the movements of paranatural objects or how they move other things? Seems pretty hyper-specific, but that's the best we've got. The only note in here has nothing to do with the research and is actually a supplement page for the emergency call AWE. This is just a transcript of the event. It's a pretty fascinating read, but it doesn't provide much insight on what is happening or why. The next department over is the Astral Exhibition. We're immediately greeted with another darling presentation. It mostly explains stuff that we already know, but have no fear, just in the next room, we'll have some new info.
The astral plane. Similar to an iceberg, what you see is not what you always get. Regardless, this place is vitally important to the Bureau. Most information on the astral plane is classified, but we can talk in broad strokes, keeping in mind that these are staggeringly complex systems, and simplification does them no justice. Now, the white non-space, the ever-present inverted black pyramid, the board, all linked, intrinsically tied to the oldest house, tied to the director, the process of choosing a director, tied to all objects of power in terms of who controls them. Yes.
In this report written by Darling, he documents the process by which they captured some creature from another dimension and repurposed the Astral Exhibition, an area originally dedicated to get humans used to the astral plane, to give it an environment similar to its own so that they can observe it. I think once we understand the full context here, this will seem a rather quaint description of events. Despite ostensibly being about the astral spike mentioned in the previous note, this video does a much better job of giving us some details on the astral plane. The conclusion of the video is terrifying, and the fact that they kept it is unthinkable. In fact, we come face to face with it sooner than you might think.
An early hypothesis was that the mindscape of the astral plane is subjective. But that was fast proven wrong. It's an actual place, not a construct of the mind, even though it is with our minds that we enter and experience it. But then, one could argue that that's the case with all reality. We've been able to record footage of the astral plane by monitoring the brain activity of those experiencing it. That is the only concrete material that has come out of the astral plane expeditions. Apart from one shocking exception. In the astral plane footage, we're always in the vicinity of the pyramid. We've concluded that this, not the entire plane, is what the board controls. We have glimpsed movement, native species, always in the distance, and yet contact was made. We don't have footage of this, a technical malfunction, but when one of our astronauts returned, a brain cloud, an astral fugue, had hitchhiked a ride in his head. It ruptured out, killing the subject in question. It's a relentless predator pursuing thoughts, minds, lethal to those the entity feeds on. Proper containment protocols are to be observed when dealing with it.
Immediately in the next room, we will come face to face with the astral spike. This is the Astral Exhibition, where they have been keeping it the entire time. In order to continue, we have to lock it up in a smaller space in the back. Once it is contained, we can make it back into parapsychology from another angle. As we do, we hear another call out from Marshall over the loudspeaker. We can try to respond to her, but it looks like it doesn't go through. Head down the stairs and we'll meet yet another new hiss form. Hiss clusters heal enemies. You should make them your #1 priority target. They will try to escape and hide from you in the room. I think this is a really great idea and adds a genuine element of strategic thinking to the combat. According to their file, they are not possessing anything, unlike every other Hiss entity we have met up until this point. This shows the Hiss is somewhat intelligent and thinks tactically. Emily says here that she wants to capture one of these clusters alive. I'd trust Emily with my life, but she's crazy for this one. Of course, a cool room like this one wouldn't be complete without notes. Here's one that explains the process of recording astral projection. It seems quite horrendous. I know we crossed a million ethical lines to make it to this point already, but it's never more apparent than perhaps here in the research sector. It also explains the variation of Hiss elevated that appear here for the first time, strapped to chairs with bags over their heads. I would summarize this next note as man discovers he's good at his job and assumes it must have a supernatural explanation. Apparently, this Francis Bertram must be a high-ranking employee in the executive sector with an assistant named Nadine, who I'm sure must be really sick of this guy by now. This next report was written by Dr. Bethany Harrington, the head of the parapsychology department. I suppose this would make her Dr. Lewis's arch nemesis. We discover the Bureau uses an X-ray light box to explore the astral plane in this note. It directs us over to one of the rooms we missed earlier to pick up a new power. But hold on, because we have one more note to cover, and we really stepped in it this time. Alright, this one is a doozy. We have a lot to cover here. Groupthink is the concept of conforming to the opinions of a group when you don't actually agree. This effect was studied in an experiment conducted by Solomon Asch, a social psychologist who worked for Swarthmore College in Pennsylvania during the 50s and 60s. For now, you likely have no idea what I'm talking about, but some of you may have heard about the Asch conformity line experiment. Essentially, how the experiment was conducted was that he brought 50 young male students at Swarthmore College in for what he claimed was a vision test. Each one was placed into a room with 7 other people who were in on the experiment and were instructed to give incorrect answers some of the time. The group was shown 3 lines on a piece of paper and was asked to answer questions about which line was the longest or shortest. They made sure that there would be no ambiguity as well. The lines were all clearly distinct with no room for error. It was found that 32% of the time the student would conform with the rest of the group, and that 75% of the students chose to conform at least once, leaving only 25% who chose not to conform at any point. Post-experiment interviews were conducted, and participants either claimed that they wanted to fit in, were afraid to look stupid in front of the others, or became doubtful of their own perceptions. Further experiments were conducted, and it was found that the effect seems to change when certain factors are different. For example, when the lines are similar with more room for error, conformity increases significantly. You can see this here on YouTube over on Vsauce's channel in the episode of their show Mindfield on conformity. Additionally, the effect seems to diminish entirely when you're able to keep your answers secret and not speak it aloud where the others will hear. However, this experiment has received some rather strong scrutiny since it was conducted in 1951. If you were listening closely and are socially conscious, you may have already spotted some problems yourself. First and foremost, the same effect is not always witnessed across all gender and cultural boundaries and socioeconomic factors. All of the participants were white men in the 1950s during the McCarthy era, a period where conformity was highly valued because of the high likelihood of punishment or being labeled a pinko or commie, and the punishments for being sympathetic to left-wing ideology were severe. While it's unlikely politics specifically played a role in Asch's experiment, the increased focus on social cohesion may have still had a large influence, and indeed, a British study conducted in 1981 by Stephen Perrin and Christopher Spencer of the University of Sheffield found that out of the 396 trials they conducted with students at their university, that only 1 chose to conform. A staggering difference, to say the least. Additional research has suggested that the levels of conformity found in Asch's experiment were similar to those found where the subjects were on probation and the experimenters and people in on the experiment were probation officers. It clearly paints a bleak picture of the 1950s, I must say. However, Solomon Asch never called this phenomenon groupthink. It would be Irving Janis, a professor at Yale, who would coin the term in 1972 in his book Victims of Groupthink, where he would criticize a number of famous political blunders, such as the attack on Pearl Harbor, the Bay of Pigs invasion, and the Vietnam War. He would lay out what he believed were the 8 factors that contribute the most to groupthink. I won't bore you with over-explaining all of that, but I encourage you to seek out his book if you'd like to learn more. Finally, one more individual is mentioned in this file named Robert Barron. Unlike the others, Barron is actually still alive today and works at Oklahoma State University. He published a paper titled So Right It's Wrong, Groupthink and the Ubiquitous Nature of Polarized Group Decision-Making, where he revises some of Janis's work and posits that groupthink is actually ubiquitous in our society and can be found in groups of all shapes and sizes, yet is not so ubiquitous that it always happens without fail and cannot be avoided. Now, let's get back to this file specifically. What the FBC discovered within the universe of the game is that telepathic individuals, whether done intentionally or not, were able to influence the decisions of others and suggest that this is the ultimate cause of groupthink, as well as there being ways to safeguard against it. Trying my best to decipher the meaning through the redactions indicates to me that they ran Asch's experiment, but instead used telepathic individuals to influence the other 7 participants to to choose the wrong answer, and all of the other results from the previous experiments, as well as the phenomena touched on by Janis and Perrin, are explainable by the presence of a telepathic individual amongst the group who is influencing the others. I have to say, after all the research I've done into this phenomenon for this video, I find that this explanation is rather quaint, and that perhaps using the names of all of these real people may have actually been a mistake. Though the FBC is dedicated to studying paranatural phenomena, and surely telepathy would count as one of those, I don't find it to be a particularly compelling explanation even with all of that context. It's just a bit disappointing, honestly, to have dug so deep to understand this file better, only to ultimately come out unsatisfied with the explanation. I'll include links to all of the materials that I used for research in the description of the video if you'd like to look into it yourself. Now that we're done with that enormous tangent, we head over to the hypnosis lab. We walk in and see the X-ray light box. It has hypnotized a bunch of employees. They don't appear to be corrupted by the hiss. They look a bit like them, but green health bars usually indicate allies. We have to solve a small puzzle to get to the light box, then we can listen to a recording before we grab it. Apparently they make these guys record their consent before they enter the astral plane because of how dangerous it can be.
Please state your name for the record. Paul Warren, Astromark, First Class, and you are aware that exposure to the astral plane can result in death, disability, personal injury, corporeal untangling, cognitive collapse, loss of ego, and partial to full dementia? Yeah. I am. And you acknowledge that your use of the astral conduit, aka the X-ray light box, is purely voluntary? Yes, I do. Perfect. Your suit is good? Okay, you're all set. Open the door for Mr. Warren, please.
We cleanse the light box and we end up in the astral plane for a pretty annoying tutorial for the Seize ability. We have to damage the gray dudes enough to mind control them and have them attack the gold guy to win. Not my favorite ability, but it is helpful and fits the theme of the game. Discovered in September 2003, a janitor at a hospital was able to bind the X-ray light box to himself and brainwash everyone in the building. Apparently, there were a lot of deaths as a result of this. After the tutorial, we stop by the extrasensory lab. We can't do anything important here yet, but there are a few files. Sensory deprivation tanks were installed to listen to Dr. Yoshimi Tokui's guided imagery tapes as well as for stress relief. People actually get into tanks like these in real life, and I believe they are typically filled with water so you can float on your back. It actually seems like an interesting experience that I'd like to try someday. I understand why a lot of people find them scary, though. You have to be in a pitch black enclosed space, so anyone with claustrophobia should probably avoid it. Here we get a report from Agent Lisa Keenum. This is the same Agent Keenum who was writing demanding letters to Marshall earlier. It didn't even occur to me before that this agent could be a woman, but I doubt it's a man named Lisa. She identifies Dr. Tokui as a para-utilitarian and possible prime candidate. We don't quite know what a prime candidate is just yet. Also, just make note of the mention of the investigation sector in this file. It might come in handy much later. It feels weird to read this note in particular all this time later and finally getting to experience this part of the game. We don't have the tapes yet, but originally the guided meditation we'll take part in later was exclusive to the PS4 version of the game. I never played this game on PlayStation, so my first time experiencing this part of the game was for this video. I'm glad that everyone has access to this now. While I think console exclusivity in general is a good idea, I really hate when content for a game is locked to a particular version like this. Next we head back over to the elevator in parapsychology. Now that we've claimed the control point, we can finally, briefly, speak with Marshall via the intercom and she sends the elevator down to us. We deal with a few waves of enemies, then we head up. Once we arrive, if we stop by the bathrooms, we find a file. The rubber duck was discovered in January 2001 in the house of a bureau agent who was bringing paranatural material home. They believe this is how the rubber duck was created. It followed the agent's daughter around, but since she was a child, nobody believed her until the father heard quacking in the house. The agent was then promptly fired. Now we'll head over to the Luck and Probability department where we finally get to meet Helen Marshall. She's holed up in here with some of her men. She seems special somehow, doesn't seem spellbound by you like many of the other employees are, and has a great no-nonsense professional attitude. You head outside from here and help her men fight off a bunch of enemies in the ritual division. This is where we meet our first Hiss Warped. Their shields are basically impervious to gunfire, very reminiscent of Jesse's shield power from the home safe. We will need to use launch to knock their shield down and deliver some damage with our guns. Emily puts forward in this file that it may take some time for corrupted individuals to progress between various hiss forms. I think the mention of drifters in this file is referring to hiss elevated, but I'm not actually sure about that. After the fight, we can search the area a bit and find some more files. Dr. Harrington writes this report explaining her thought process behind the demented TV show Threshold Kids. We don't see any children in the game, and the only child that we know of that stayed at the oldest house is Jesse's brother Dylan. Were these videos specifically made for him, or have other children had to live in the oldest house? We can see the other side of the conversation between Carla and Hubert in this file. Either Carla is clueless to Hubert's advances, or she is deft at denying them. We'll stop by the Synchronicity Lab, but there isn't much to do here yet. There's a file written by the chief of the Synchronicity Lab, Dr. Jared Gronson, that outlines the FBC's approach to synchronicity experiments. They have success with their experiment, but in an unexpected way. This sort of violates Jung's concept of non-causality, since the Bureau demonstrated a causal link. Makes me wonder if it came from a misunderstanding, or if we're just saying that the Bureau is studying and discovered a causal mechanism behind it. We head up to the ritual office to grab one of the Dr. Tokui tapes and grab another file. Emily suggests that some mental illnesses, such as OCD, might cause people to have deeper paranatural sensitivity and that they should be considered for employment at the Bureau. Well, it explains the interesting personalities. As we continue, we run across the rubber duck mentioned earlier in Containment with a recording next to it. It outlines some testing methodology for altered items, or at least the ones they used for the rubber duck. They try heat, chemicals of various pH values, and verbal communication with the item. They don't seem to get a response from the rubber duck from any of their tests.
Altered item number 52AE analysis, session 2. I will begin by introducing various stimuli to the item. First, a low voltage electric shock. No response. Next, I will introduce heat via a standard Bunsen burner. No response. Next, a series of solutions will be applied, each with a different value on the pH scale, from 0 to 14. No response to any value. Next, I will attempt to communicate. Can you understand me? Can you understand my words? Quack if you can understand my words. No response. This concludes session 2. We'll need time to prepare further tests.
After you get the HRA machine running with a puzzle I think is pretty enjoyable. Marshall follows you over and helps you figure it out if you need it. It feels like a puzzle that fits Darling's personality. While we're here, we grab the other Dr. Tokui tape as well as a file. Darling explains that they use prisms of a material called black rock to create HRAs. They imbue them with some sort of resonance using the machine in this room. Once you get the machine running, Helen gives you a level 4 card and sends you on a mission to get more BlackRock for more HRAs from BlackRock processing in the maintenance sector. We also get a Darling presentation. It explicitly lays out how HRAs work. Something named Hedron is mentioned. We still don't know what that is for now. It also explains resonance further and shows how much Darling knew was coming.
Resonance is the key. Vibration, frequencies, waveforms, fields we didn't know were there. It's physics. These fields in complex interaction, altering reality that comes to contact with them. Hedron is communicating with me. It's trying to warn me of something imminent. I've been using every known method to analyze the data. Exposing myself to it. I'm seeing things and overcome by compulsion. It's not just data, it's protection. It's benign. We are about to be exposed to a different kind of resonance. Hostile, viral, invasive resonance. That's what the Hedron resonance amplifiers are for. Taking the protection Hedron can provide us and keeping us from being wiped out.
The board also leaves us a message about OOPs. Pure propaganda, if you ask me. Now would be a perfect time for us to go and experience the Dr. Tokui guided meditation. It's strangely beautiful and genuinely hilarious. They got Hideo Kojima to play the voice of Dr. Tokui. He does a great job. I have a lot of respect for Kojima, and I'm glad that the creators of one of my favorite games also feel the same way. I feel like this must be the case because Kojima actually included Sam Lake as a facial model in Death Stranding for a retired porter. Both Kojima and Lake seem to have a deep dedication to making genuine art in the video game industry instead of just creating products designed to make the most money possible. But I won't talk your ear off about my Kojima fanboyism any further, as Death Stranding is going to get its own video soon. We can also head down to the mold threshold that we skipped earlier and talk to Dr. Underhill now that we have that level 4 card. Underhill is completely narcissistic and full of herself. She looks down on everyone else and their problems. She explains that people are becoming infected by eating the mold, apparently. According to her, it smells delicious. Most questions that you ask her just result in pompous replies. All we really learn is that it isn't truly mold, it just looks and spreads similarly. She's completely oblivious to the hiss to a delusional degree and believes the mold is the real problem. She sends you out to get mold samples that will immunize you against the spores in the air. In her lab, there are a bunch of files for us to look at. This first one describes some of the finer details of the mold. It's quite a fascinating entity, especially the way Underhill describes it here. She also writes a rebuttal to Darling's threshold utility file that we covered earlier near the entrance. Underhill seems to think very little of everyone else's achievements, but like Emily is one of the few who can stand up to Darling. In fact, if I'm reading into this next letter right, it would seem that Darling might even have a bit of a crush on her. The man has terrible taste, I must say. We head deeper into the mold threshold to find Underhill's samples. Along the way, we find some more collectibles. The pink flamingo was discovered in August 1997, carried by a homeless man outside of the oldest house, claiming that he could control the weather. Darling personally wanted to study this. They have not been able to confirm the item's paranatural status. It only worked for the homeless man. Another episode of Threshold Kids here, this one about building shifts.
Fixed.
Building shifts occur at random and without warning, but with the Bureau's cutting-edge technology, we can stabilize the oldest house. Safe employees are happy employees. Certain rituals allow agents to navigate the oldest house as well, but accidents do happen. Trapping agents inside the walls. I heard you got stuck in your room for 3 days, Topher. Too bad you didn't have your book with you. or any food. And remember, kids, when you feel the floor deviate, it's already much too late.
According to this procedures page for the picnic basket, it was discovered in April 2002. Apparently, animals gather around the picnic basket and sometimes display aggressive behavior. Humans and single-celled organisms don't appear to be affected. We take the samples back to Underhill, but she tells us she needs time to cook up the pills, so we head back to Executive and construct the new Pierce form of the service weapon. This is probably my favorite in the game, roughly analogous to a sniper rifle. Ridiculously powerful. There's more collectibles around as well, including behind the locked level 4 security door with the sticky notes. Jim Bozer gives us an explanation about all of the sticky notes around here, but it really isn't much of one. We won't be hearing from Jim again after this. He's the guy who received the mail tube complaint and wrote the tea time files. It makes me wonder if something happened to him. This might be our only chance to get to hear the Chief of Security Salvador's name in-game. The tape describes fraternization between two employees using the jukebox and being found dead.
This is Lynn Salvador, head of Bureau Security. I'm making a formal security order due to the incident in April, case number 21HQ593. Improper use of the jukebox altered item led to 2 fatalities. We believe a pair of agents used the jukebox to travel to the quarry threshold and engage in inappropriate workplace behavior. An expedition team found them decomposing at the formation's base a week later. At least we found out the jukebox doesn't bring corpses back when the song ends. I'm having the jukebox placed in a secure location in the Executive Sector. It should never have been accessible to low clearance staff in the first place. The new location's security and proximity to a high-traffic area will prevent misuse, while still allowing for expedition teams to access it when required. See me for any further details.
Emily has been hard at work studying the hiss and has a new report for us. The Bureau takes a crack at understanding the hiss chant, but they don't seem to really get anywhere beyond where we discussed earlier in the video, so we'll move on. It's finally time to head down to BlackRock Processing. So now that we have that level 4 card from Marshall, we can get past this crazy spinning turbine puzzle in the appropriately named turbine room and find the light switch cord for another trip to the Ocean View Motel. Then we head through the fire break towards the Atlas chamber. Here's the other instance of a door with a lock we can't get into yet, but we can just bust out the window instead. In this reminder announcement, FBC employees are instructed to speak reassuringly to themselves if their workspaces change unexpectedly. Apparently this is not just to keep themselves calm, but also the room.
Reminder, if the contents of your workspace have been rearranged, removed, added to, or altered in any other way, you should immediately leave the area while speaking to yourself in a reassuring tone. This will not only keep you calm, but also the room. Thank you for your attention.
Hubert Tan puts together this report on the Atlas. It's an object that shifts similarly to how the oldest house does, but seemingly does not correspond with building shifts. We're on our way to the Atlas chamber, so we'll see what this note is referring to shortly. Before we reach the chamber, we find another whiteboard with some interesting writing on it. I can't recall exactly where, but I have heard it suggested before that human society is designed to maximize the number of lawns. It's a silly idea, but I like that it ended up on a whiteboard in this game. What's up with the light blue lines being referred to as the enemy? Is this supposed to represent water or sprinklers or something? Your guess is as good as mine. We have to clear out a few enemies to help out Arish, but when we get a chance to look around, you can notice that the Atlas does appear to be some sort of 3D map, but I'm not able to decipher it, and it doesn't really come up ever again. It feels a bit like something got cut here. This next Darling presentation simply reiterates what we already know from notes, which is that somehow the Ocean View Motel and Casino became connected to the oldest house when the light switch cord was found in Butte, Montana.
During an AWE investigation, our agents discovered a light switch cord in a Butte bungalow closet. They pulled the cord and were instantly transported to the Ocean View Motel and Casino. Dream like haze. Whoa. Inside, they found a door marked with an inverted black pyramid. And just like that, It led back to the oldest house, some 2,000 miles from Montana. Now we're finding the cord in increasing numbers throughout the Bureau. Somehow the two places, they became in tune to each other. The actual physical location of the Ocean View is a mystery. Stepping beyond its walls has so far proven impossible. A place of power, like the oldest house.
Turns out Arish is in the next room, over in the security office. He mentions that his men were attacked by a monster. There's a couple notes around the room as well. The first is a letter from Marshall to Lynn Salvador, the head of security. He was the guy we were listening to recount the story about the jukebox. Marshall has identified a rift forming between Trench and Darling and seems rather worried about it. So far, everyone has been treating them like two peas in a pod, but apparently they don't actually see eye to eye on everything. We heard this from Trench himself over the hotline outside of the ashtray maze. What this means for the Bureau is not made immediately clear yet. The nearby tape is a recording between two rangers named Wells and Horowitz. They're jokers and seem like good friends. We'll actually get to meet both of them soon.
Ranger Squad Charlie 7 returned from an expedition into the quarry threshold just after 0500 Zulu. Can you please state your names and describe the purpose of your expedition?
Kevin Horowitz, Rupert Wells. Our mission was to map quarry grid coordinates G29. Secondary objective, as always, was to find the route from the threshold entrance and maintenance to the formation. Secondary objective, we are moving out and I am not leaving them behind. What a surprise. Do what you need to do.
And did you encounter any previously unrecorded event or entity while inside the threshold?
No, nothing. Do you think we should tell them about the mermaid?
Excuse me?
Yeah, the mermaid. Horowitz here found this mermaid in the quarry, just sitting on some black rock. She was singing this beautiful song, and he was overcome with desire. She was so alluring.
I'd say she was more enchanting than alluring.
Fine, enchanting.
Did you tell your CO about this?
No. Because it didn't happen.
Nothing happened. As usual, the quarry is full of rocks. That's it. Can we go now?
Fuck you guys. Get out of here.
As we leave the office and continue on towards the warehouse in Black Rock Processing, we'll see the bodies of multiple rangers along the way. Looks like these were the men killed by the monster Arish mentioned. Also in this mess of a hallway lies a procedures page for the Swan boat. Found in June 1983, the chair of the Swan boat sends people rocketing off of it, or that seems to be what it's trying to say behind the redactions. It's also mentioned that they tried to transport the boat via helicopter, but it crashed. When they attempted transportation by train, there were no incidents. In the warehouse, we find a box where we should be able to find a prism, but we're immediately attacked by the monster mentioned earlier. Turns out it's a new enemy type, the Hiss Distorted. They can turn invisible and stalk you, but become visible when they attack. They're still able to be hurt while invisible, and you can see where they are because they leave a trail of distortion in their wake. The file on them suggests that all Hiss variations might just be animated corpses. Additionally, the cloaking ability this Hiss uses has no yet known object of power linked to it. We continue into the nearby lab. Ironically, this Darling-authored report is more illuminating on the nature of the fire breaks than it is about Black Rock specifically. Apparently, the fire breaks are actually constructed by the Bureau in a process that is never explained except for that Black Rock is involved. It would seem that the doors leading to them are made out of the material, but how you could create an endless void inside the oldest house through its use is never explained. However, we do know their purpose. They're intended for containment and security, to section off parts of the Bureau so that threats cannot spread through the entire oldest house all at once. I guess they didn't anticipate something like the Hiss. In another presentation, Darling explains what Black Rock is really capable of, how it's used to control altered items and block out resonance. We also managed to get the elevator code from this video. Of course, yet another 665 reference, and he even says the full line.
There are areas in the oldest house where under the right conditions, when the frequencies match, other dimensions leak in. We call these areas thresholds. The quarry is one of the more stable thresholds in the maintenance sector. That's where Black Rock comes from. Extra-dimensional matter. It has the unique property of blocking out a lot of frequencies. A good thing. It keeps things stable, contained. Think of it as paranatural lead. Our research involves many dangerous things we absolutely need to keep in check. That's what the Black Rock Line fire breaks are about. The panopticon container cells.
Sorry to interrupt, sir, but I need the code for the quarry elevator.
Oh, Emily. The codes. Black Rock 665. Neighbor of the Beast. Get it? We can do that again if you...
We'll get a level 5 card from the file near the Darling video. As we head up the elevator and continue along, we make it to the upper level of the NSC energy converters room and then off to the main power plant area. On the catwalk surrounding the NSC, we'll find this very important file. We have to read it very carefully to understand what it's trying to say. The NSC contains the still living body of the former director Broderick Northmore and stands for Northmore Sarcophagus Container. The reason for the -02 in the name is that this is the second time they've tried to contain him. According to the file, Northmore was somehow able to teleport the entire reactor somewhere else within the oldest house and had to be placed into this new one. Earlier, Trench mentioned to us over the hotline that Northmore agreed to be placed into the NSC, but this file paints a different picture. Somehow, Northmore's body provides the energy that powers the entire Bureau. It's quite a shocking revelation and an event that is only ever hinted at, but once you know it, you'll understand when the other characters talk about it. You really have to read between the lines and be paying close attention to catch all this stuff, and I love that aspect. Hidden along the edges of this area is this supplement page for another altered item, this one from Korea. Back in July 1954, the Bureau started a rumor that an electric fan could kill you via suffocation when in a closed room in order to cover up the event around this fan. It's totally absurd, but this is a reference to a real-life myth known as fan death and is most prevalent in Korea and Japan. I've actually heard of this myth in the past and known people who believed it, though the version I had heard was that a powerful enough fan, if blown in your face too long, would suffocate you. The research I was able to gather says the myth might date back as far as the 1920s, but that would be before the Bureau existed. This file mentions that the Bureau is still young, precluding a founding before the 1920s most likely, so they had to bend the truth a little bit to make it work. The elevator in this next room is borked, so we just gotta parkour our way down. At the bottom, we finally reach the quarry. If you thought, oh, no way there's gonna be paper notes down here in some cave like this, think again. First, a letter showing that black rock harvesting is a difficult, time-consuming, and expensive process requiring large quantities of diamond-tipped saw blades to cut into the rock. Hidden away in a little nook, this letter to someone with the Bureau named Linda from someone who signs it only as B shows that some staff will break protocol for the right reasons. Not everyone is heartless at the Bureau. Linda's husband David was missing in the quarry for a long time and turned up in really bad condition. This enigmatic B knows that they're breaking protocol and asks for the communication to be burned. We can make it into the quarry proper after this, and we are greeted with an absolutely beautiful, starry sky. No wonder so many of the employees actually like spending time around here. According to this report from Malcolm Milosh, who's the Threshold Safety Inspector, one night a bunch of workers were staring mesmerized at the city in the distance near the quarry for long periods of time with no recollection of it happening and no explanation. Seems weird shit is always going down at the Bureau even when altered items and objects of power aren't running amok. Since it would appear that the only thing that we can see outside of the playable area are the floating slabs of black rock in the sky, my best guess is that that's the city being referred to here. Nothing else seems viewable in the distance. The only thing that makes the author remotely notable here is that this is the guy that Jim Bozer was writing to about the Tennyson report in the Tea Time letter. It would seem from this memo that the Bureau has a problem with people contaminating the quarry with their smoking. Alright, it's time to blow up a wall. We grab the prism from the debris and bring it back to Marshall in Executive. She then tells us about Dylan. He's being held with the altered items in the Panopticon area for some reason. The board leaves us a message once we're done talking to Marshall. At this point in the game, you should have already been constructing multiple weapons and have already upgraded some, so this one is definitely way late. A new file is tucked away in an office off of Central Executive. It would appear to be a report regarding Emily's promotion from junior researcher to research specialist. They mention there might be some favoritism from Darling, but we've seen how serious she is about her work. It makes sense why she got promoted so quickly. Before we head over to the Panopticon, now that we have the level 5 card, we can stop back at the luck and probability department in research. You have to activate the Maneki Neko, move the 4-leaf clover and the koi fish to the room with the roulette table, make sure the horseshoe is oriented in a U shape, and turn on all of the lights in the room. Then, when we hit the roulette wheel, we get rewarded with a golden suit and some ability points. After we're done, we arrive at the Containment Sector, and there's a picture on our left that looks like a hole in the wall. You can use your melee and knock the wall behind it down to get the reward inside. This happens many more times in this sector, but there's really only ever chests inside with loot, so I won't bother to mention them unless it's something important. Another message from Trench. He explains to us how altered items love to be worshipped.
The Containment Sector, the Panopticon, is home to the altered items we find and contain. It is a maximum security prison. It's a vault for the most valuable treasures on Earth. It's a powder keg big enough to blow this world to dust. A temple, a place of worship filled with idols of angry gods. It's all of these, and none of them. It's something more profound, unbelievable, unknowable, something worse. Altered items. We've found many. They appear mundane, but nothing could be further from the truth. They are all powerful, dangerous. They press heavy on our minds because that's their nature. They've been altered because we can't stop thinking about them. We put them on altars because they're used to being worshipped. This keeps them calm. We contain them, but they don't want to be controlled. We study them to discover what makes them tick. If this place were ever breached, it would be chaos of biblical proportions.
There's also a report written by Emily with mostly redundant information. It's here to make sure that you weren't confused between objects of power and altered items. A nearby tape explains that they have an issue with documents that turn pink and become dangerous in some vague way, but we don't ever see this in game.
Reminder: this week, any documents that suddenly appear pink, light red, or any shade in between must be incinerated immediately. Failure to do so will result in termination and possible bodily harm. Thank you for your attention.
We make it through the offices of Central Containment to Logistics and then search all of the corridors and offices in the surrounding area. Seems a mannequin was found in December 1967 belonging to a famous French woman who was cancelled. She then moved to Maine with the item. Reports from witnesses conflict. Some mention the mannequins were literally so abundant that they were pouring out of the house. Others mention bright lights and singing. There were 2 deaths and multiple injuries. Agent Lisa Keenum is back with this next report. Exact numbers are redacted, but she explains that AWEs are becoming more frequent. No explanation for this is provided. Another altered item procedures page. The pram is a smoking baby carriage discovered in August 1979 in an antique shop where it managed to kill the owner with smoke inhalation. Apparently there was an accident in the Panopticon and some of the original files were destroyed. We finally happen upon one of the guys from the tape we found a little bit ago in maintenance. Horowitz is wounded and needs help from his medic buddy Wells, the other guy from the recording. They were chasing an altered item, an anchor, through the threshold known as the clocks. We head inside via the Ocean View Motel. You meet up with Wells and try to get him back to Horowitz. Gee, I wonder why they call this place the Clocks. Along the way, you see some B-roll for the Darling presentations. Near it, a supplement page for the postbox altered item. Discovered in June 1986, it began causing people around it to become paralyzed in Jasper Crossing, Arizona, including Bureau agents who showed up to investigate. Turns out some people are not affected by it. Those agents are tasked with bringing the item back to the Bureau via truck, where it caused multiple instances of temporary paralysis along the way. We find the room where they trap the anchor on the way back, but we can't get in there yet. We have to focus on getting Wells back to Harwitz. Hey, look, a piece of candy. Another file. And this time, we get something pretty interesting. According to this supplement page for the refrigerator altered item, a man's son died in the collapse of New York City's Grand Central Hotel. This is a real event that happened on August 3rd, 1973. In November 1974, the Bureau comes across the refrigerator after he sells it and interviews him. He left his son's pictures on the fridge for a very long time, but was physically unable to remove them. Eventually, he decides to sell it with the pictures still on it in order to move on. I did some research into this event and actually discovered that there were no children who died in the collapse of the building. The 4 people whose lives were lost that day were Arthur C. Sherwin, a 35-year-old man, and his wife Peggy Sherwin, Kay Parker, a woman in her 30s, and 79-year-old Herbert Whitehead. You could explain this away as an FBC cover-up potentially, but there would probably be reference to it in the files if they intended you to believe that. Still, it's a compelling idea for background on the altered item. I don't mind a little bit of fudging of historical events. As an added tidbit, it turns out that the hotel was owned by none other than the 667 Hotel Corporation. What a ridiculous coincidence. Did they reference that event so that we would look into it and see the reference to 667? Another nearby note was left by some poor schmuck who had to take apart a plane by hand and put it back together. Quite an unenviable job to have, I must say. When we finally make it back with Wells, sadly we are greeted with Harwitz, who has been taken over by the Hiss. You have to put him down, and he doesn't go down easy. Even a short side quest like this manages to have emotional weight. But as Jessie mentioned earlier to herself, it seems like people at the Bureau are rather accustomed to death around them. With the medical wing now open, we can make it to the Panopticon. As we're heading through the medical wing, we have to fight some mold hosts. Very well hidden with the other garbage on the floor in this office is this autopsy report from the Bureau coroner, Suvi Patton. It explains what the mold does to your body if eaten in gory detail. It's rather foul. Don't eat mold, kids. We make it through to the other side of the security checkpoint and discover that Dylan has broken out of his cell. Perhaps the Hiss found him. What appears to be some insane ramblings are found on a whiteboard, possibly left by someone named Moirvo, I guess. However, if you examine them closely, they start to make a lot of sense. Perhaps this Moirvo has figured out the Hiss's motivations. It seems like its goal is to corrupt and take over the board. There are no concrete answers here, but that's my interpretation. It doesn't seem to contain any info on exactly how the Hiss are going to achieve this, but it must have something to do with all the havoc it's been wreaking across the oldest house. More paper to pick up in the offices nearby. Discovered in April 2010, the globe map contains places on Earth that don't exist, including a city named Tanrelio. People who touch it grow more and more disoriented until eventually they become depressed and even possibly commit suicide. A nearby Darling presentation that's running on a big projector mostly covers stuff that we should understand by now, being that we've been running around the oldest house for hours upon hours at this point, but one interesting detail that we learn is that the oldest house was discovered in 1964. This means that it took less than a year for them to find the service weapon after discovering the oldest house.
August 4th, 1964. We discovered the oldest house while investigating a suspected altered world event case in the New York City subway tunnels. The agents found their way up into the building. Once we became aware of it, it was there. For the rest of the population, it was hiding in plain sight, a slippery blind spot, seemingly discouraging observation. It's a place of power. An ongoing AWE of its own, seemingly adhering to its physical outer constraints and yet constantly breaking the known boundaries of reality. It's unstable, shifting. Note, for more details on control points and the research and process to stabilize and secure the core sectors, refer to a separate presentation. After extensive research and investigation, the Bureau made the building its headquarters on November 13th, 1968. The Federal Bureau of Control was never out in the open. This was always an obfuscated, classified top secret operation. So imagine our surprise when the building's observation-resistant aspects began in some unquantifiable way to affect the Bureau as a whole.
Yet another trip through the Ocean View Motel. This time we hear screaming from one of the other rooms and see blood seeping out from underneath a door. This place always seemed so pleasant before. Then we head through another fire break and we meet a new character to chat with at the Panopticon entrance. This is Frederick Langston. Seems like an odd guy, not terribly likable. Kind of smart in his own special way, but lazy, selfish, self-centered, flippant, and petty. That said, I can't really bring myself to hate him. I would probably fire him, though, if I could. He lets us know that Trench is the only one allowed to smoke and does it wherever he wants. Seems salty. He also lets us know that another OOP is loose, the Benikoff TV, noted as particularly dangerous. We're going to have to head into the Panopticon to bind it before we can track down Dylan. Nearby, we find a procedures file for the coffee thermos. This is often considered to be our first connection to Alan Wake in the game, but since we were diligent, we already saw a reference to Night Springs in an earlier file. However, this one is admittedly more direct and can't be explained as a simple Easter egg so easily. Discovered in September 2010 on the shores of Cauldron Lake in Bright Falls, Washington, the thermos sounds like something I'd really like to own if I liked coffee. Apparently, it can turn any coffee warm and delicious, even if you put crappy coffee in it. The Oh Dear Diner is mentioned, an iconic location from Alan Wake. These thermoses were actually collectible in that game back when pointless ones like that were popular during the 360 and PS3 era. The file refers to the events of that game as the Bright Falls Altered World event and to Wake as a potential para-utilitarian and prime candidate. Many more references to Alan Wake will be coming very soon, but so far this is great world building. As a Remedy fan, I personally really love that they want to create a shared universe for all of their games to exist in. It just feels so right. They fit so nicely together despite covering some rather disparate genres. On our way through the Panopticon, we come across Philip. He's staring at the fridge we were talking about earlier, the one from the collapsed hotel. For some reason, the fridge has to be watched or else something will happen. Seems like Langston might be a bit neglectful in addition to all of his other aforementioned negative traits, because apparently poor Philip here has been there for 24 hours. What a horrible job. Oh well, I guess let's just leave him here because we have more important things to do, apparently, than save this man's life. See ya, Philip. Shortly after, we find the Benikoff TV. When we get close, it flies away and begins to distort the room around it, creating a really beautiful spectacle. Something interesting to note here is that the room stays the way it is after being twisted by the TV. It never returns to something more normal. Well, normal for the oldest house, anyway. Once we catch up, another boss fight. Lynn Salvador has been corrupted by the hiss. He has a lot of minions, and if he manages to hit you even once, you're going to take massive damage. Either find a good place to hide to pick off the small fries one by one, or focus down hard on Salvador and kill him quickly before you get overwhelmed. Bind the TV and you get levitation. I love this power. It combines so well with launch and really goes a long way to giving this game its unique identity. In my opinion, there's scarcely few experiences in games that can compare to the feeling of flying through the air while holding on to a forklift with your mind and then promptly depositing said forklift directly onto the face of anything you really want dead and probably a few of his buddies nearby. Before we forget, let's review the case file for the Benikoff TV. It was discovered in April 1979 due to reports of a man floating in the sky somewhere in Kansas. The Bureau dispatched agents to capture him and contain the TV. Around these two weird topsy-turvy rooms, we can find a small smattering of files. The Anchor altered item was discovered in September 1976. A crew on a ship named the White Ocelot discovered a sphere floating in the sky. It destroyed the ship and killed all but 4 of the crew. The anchor of the ship was found along with the sphere, and they somehow became connected. Though the sphere is incredibly dangerous, they were able to move the anchor safely to the Bureau. Another file clarifies a bit about the post box mentioned earlier, the one that paralyzes people. It says that the victims remain conscious and able to move their eyes as well as sometimes speak. They also could not find any correlation in immune individuals, despite taking into account almost every imaginable factor. They also note that there was no mail inside the box. Carelessness with altered items leads the writer of this paper to become infatuated with the paper lantern discovered at a ramen shop in Tokyo, Japan in March 2008. Somehow it's able to attract people to itself. The shop apparently became famous because of the lantern and was even featured on television. When we get to his cell, we find Dylan is long gone and has wrote Jesse's name in blood. Emily calls you over the intercom and lets you know Dylan turned himself in. We'll go to see him soon. The board leaves us yet another inappropriately timed message about control points. Before we leave, a nearby file details an incident where Dylan becomes upset while watching TV and ostensibly talking to himself, though it's more likely that he's actually talking to Polaris since he ends up throwing his breakfast across the room and being sedated by Bureau personnel. They punish him by taking away his TV privileges. Nearby, we can listen to a recording of Dylan being interrogated by Carla Vaughn. Honestly, Hubert, I don't understand what you see in her. We will hear Carla cruelly neglect Dylan as she subjects him to questions all focused around Jesse. It starts to become more and more clear that she is fishing for information about her. While Dylan expresses his anger and frustration at feeling abandoned by his sister, he's smart enough to realize that there's a sinister intent behind this questioning and grows increasingly frustrated.
All right, I won't take up too much of your time today, Dylan. Like I said, I want to talk about Jessie, your sister.
What about her?
I just want to get your perspective. What do you think of her? What kind of person is she? That sort of thing.
I adored my sister. When I was little, I mean, back in Ordinary.
And you don't anymore?
When I first got here, sure. I'd always hoped you'd come too. Find me, to take me home. We went everywhere together. Why should this be any different? Casper said she could come too, to the Bureau. If she wanted to. But she never did.
Why do you think that is?
Because she didn't care about me. She always wanted to be out on her own, seeing the world. She always said so. Because she got what she wanted.
Great. So she wanted to see the world. Did she ever mention any place in particular?
Why?
We like to ask questions around here, you know that. Any particular cities, towns, landmarks, anything like that?
I don't remember.
What about family and friends? Were you close with anyone living outside of Ordinary?
I'm done with this. Tell Casper I want pizza for lunch today.
Dylan, wait. We're not... End of session.
We now have some side quests to clean up around the sector before we go back to Executive to meet up with Dylan. Now that we have Levitate, we can explore the rest of the Panopticon. Levitate is how you find all of the most interesting secret areas, as is immediately demonstrated when we make it back to the Panopticon. As we come close to this typewriter page hidden behind a broken section of wall, we experience a vision of Alan Wake typing a page and talking. Though most of the materials from the Bright Falls AWE were found back in 2010, the typewriter page here was discovered in August 2019, 9 years after the events of Alan Wake. The page is water damaged, heavily scratched out except for the top 7 lines. It produces a feeling in those who handle it that describes pretty well the experience of picking up a manuscript page in Alan Wake 1. We wouldn't know it at the time, but not only does the description of this item foreshadow DLC that was yet to come out, but also the events of Alan Wake 2. Minor spoilers for both Alan Wake games ahead, I suppose. During the events of the first game, we pick up pages that Alan wrote during a week he does not remember. They're not scratched out, there's just the text on the page describing the events of the game, either past, present, or future. However, for Alan Wake 2, Alan is trapped inside of the dark place, trying to write his way out of it. The dark place is a strange alternate dimension hidden beneath Cauldron Lake, by the way. His pages keep getting edited by a malicious editor named Mr. Scratch. His description of events is often a lot darker and more violent. That's where the scratches come from on this page. Additionally, many of the pages you find in Alan Wake 2 are also water damaged. The dark place is somehow connected to the depths of Cauldron Lake, and the pages you find in that game are implied to have come from the lake at some point, floating out of the dark place. This level of forethought to include a detail like this so many years before Alan Wake 2 would come out is really a great touch. Also in the Panopticon, this supplement page contains an interview from 2009 with a French firefighter who was present when they found the pram. Alright, I guess we should probably help out Philip now. We go to Langston, and he's more worried about his own ass than Philip's life. He unlocks the door for us, and we go back to help him ourselves, but he dies as we enter the room. Now we need to try to cleanse the fridge. Turns out it was taken over by an entity known as Former, a giant one-eyed bug monster that we'll need to battle. Its attacks will destroy the platform you're standing on, so be careful not to fall into the holes it creates. Throwing its eyeball energy things back at it also does a ton of damage. Afterwards, we'll get a procedures page for the fridge. Illustrations on the fridge cannot be removed by any means, and the paper is invulnerable to all damage. Nobody had to watch the fridge before. It was a new development due to Former's manipulation of the altered item. So it would appear that Emily was right in her counter-essay against Darling. The board does not enjoy exclusive influence over altered items. They leave us a message on the hotline, the first time they've done so in a timely manner in quite a while. They're intimidated by Former and warn Jessie not to trust it, then promptly threaten her. This report next to the fridge represents Langston's attempt to understand what's interfering with the altered items and causing them to become more aggressive. We also discover that astronauts are not returning from their astral dives more often than usual. It would appear that Former might have been responsible for killing some Bureau personnel during astral dives. Apparently this is not the first violent dispute Philip has had with a fridge. What happened to this man's sandwich? I'd be angry too. It doesn't seem that the fridge mentioned in the report is the altered item, but this still makes his death rather darkly poetic. Man, this guy really has some bad luck with fridges, huh? We also stop by the archives while we're here. There's another book club page here, and this one really puts a lot of pieces together. If you already thought that the book Unless You might be another altered item, then this is your smoking gun. Let's review the previous book club entries, minus Penny's because she doesn't actually address the book itself at any point. Each person reviewing the book describes a death that foreshadows their own death, albeit with imperfect detail. If you remember just a moment ago, Philip was killed by the fridge while staring at it, very similar to what is described in the file. We found the note for Samson in a panic room near pneumatics where we got launch. Remember that guy who got hit in the head with a cylinder right before that? Captain Lopez is the only loose end that we know of currently. Is she still alive, and if so, can her death be prevented? I'd say that this constitutes nothing short of proof that the book Unless You by J.D. Brooks is an altered item. In another room, we'll find this proposal written by Langston. He thinks they need to be lenient on the altered items and not run the place like a prison. What a clown. Another Threshold Kids entry. I certainly hope that we all know what an altered item is by this point.
Step into the FBC, that's how you do
TV! Let's watch Junkies in Space!
It's not safe.
But Star Captain Eagle! Can I poke it with a stick?
Okay. Bureau rule number 74. Always be suspicious of things that weren't there before.
What?
Looks safe to me.
Junkies in Space!
Wait! It's not even plugged in!
Let's head back to Langston now. He wants help with more escaped items. We get the quest for the traffic light, hand chair, paper lantern, and moving letter. Most of these are still in the containment sector somewhere, so we'll track those down first. By the way, I bet you didn't notice this hole in the ceiling over in logistics earlier. Well, if we go explore up there, we'll find another file. The infamous Tennyson report we've heard so much about. No wonder Trench was so angry. The report calls out Trench and Darling by name and essentially tries to stage a revolt within the Bureau. Seems it wasn't successful. Now, who wrote it? We're going to have to connect some rather obscure dots to figure it out, and at this current point, we don't have access to all the information that we need. So, I won't reveal the identity of the individual just yet. But I want you to put a pin in this for much, much later. What we need to remember is that the quote from the beginning of the report, "So sad, so strange, the days that are no more," is from the report's namesake, a poet named Alfred Tennyson, and his 1847 poem, The Princess. Down in medical, we take care of the hand chair. We'll find it hanging from the ceiling and attracting a bunch of junk to it. Shoot it a few times, it falls to the ground, then we can cleanse it. It was discovered in February 2006 in Albany. The hand chair attracts things to it via gravitational force. It contains human genetic material somehow. They aren't sure if it was moving or changing forms. Now, keep the city of Albany in the back of your mind for a while, as we'll hear it brought up again soon. We find the paper lantern and the clocks outside the safe room with the anchor in it surrounded by, well, clocks. Shoot a few of them and you can get close and cleanse the lantern. These are known as chochin in Japanese. It attracts not just people, but objects as well. We head inside the safe room to finally take care of the anchor. It extends deeper into the threshold to a bottomless pit that was blocking our path before. We need levitation to take care of the anchor. Just inside the door, we'll find a report from Lynn Salvador. It attempts to explain how the clock's threshold came to be, but is pretty heavily redacted. The anchor boss fight can be tough, but once you figure out the attack pattern, you can make it a piece of cake. Notable that it operates very much differently than described in the supplement found earlier. Then again, so do many of the altered items running amok. After defeating the anchor, we receive this procedures page. In 1983, these psychopaths sent someone inside of the anchor sphere. Predictably, something went wrong and they lost the agent they sent inside forever. The other people conducting the experiment were all afflicted by vertigo, vomiting, and losing their fingernails. We have to play red light, green light in order to cleanse and capture the traffic light back where we found the Benikoff TV. It's really unforgiving and easy to mess up and get sent back to the room entrance multiple times. Once we do get it, we receive the procedures page for it. The traffic light was discovered in May 1999 at an intersection near an elementary school, causing a panic. The Bureau covered it up with a story about a gas leak. Wow, literal gaslighting, huh? Back to executive for the moving letters. We have to capture 4. Along the way, we also gain access to more dead letters due to having levitate now. There's 6 new ones here, but I'll only be reading 5 of them. Dear elected official, thanks to the recent smoking ban in my state, I am happy to inform you I will not be voting for you in the next election. As everyone knows, smoking is being banned because the smoke is toxic to the aliens that the government sold our planet to in a secret deal. If humans keep smoking, the aliens won't be able to live on Earth. Our air would be poison to them. If you government traitors can't stop people from smoking, then you won't get your millions of dollars from the aliens. I have a website. People know what's going on. We're going to keep smoking no matter what. This is a national emergency. Politicians are handing the planet over to alien overlords. We won't let you. We will resist. I will smoke forever. Signed, a proud smoker/rebel/patriot.
Dear gentlemen of the Society of Sciences, it has been some time since I sent my initial letter. I hope it is not the case that you have dismissed my claims outright. In that hope, I am writing you to once more ask for your help in understanding the oddity that has befallen me in my home. I have recently begun renting a new apartment in the city. The space is nothing special, though for a time I found the isolation quite soothing. Recently, I have begun experiencing a strange occurrence. When I'm in my kitchen, a tiny little thing with not much but a sink, I sometimes lose myself. My surroundings change. I find myself standing on a strange, dark stone. I stare out at a colorless sky, as white as the undisturbed snow, terrified of moving. Perhaps this is a brain issue. I think not, as it feels terribly real. This has been occurring for some months now, and I have become frightened of entering my kitchen. If it's not too much of an inconvenience, I would dearly appreciate a visit from one of your professionals to see what they make of it. I await your response with little expectation, but with great hope. Very truly yours, Lorraine Fitzgerald.
My clock is shaped like a cat and its eyes move, and I think it's angry, but I keep apologizing and it won't stop. And I said, I'm sorry, but it won't leave me alone and I don't know what it wants and I keep apologizing. Do you see it now too? It told me everyone is here. I need to be careful so they don't see me writing this letter. It wants me to stay with it with my eyes on its eyes and moving very fast, but I can't keep going and I worry they will forget me, so I need to write you about this because I can't keep going, but the cat will because of its eyes. Hey, you have questions and the prophets have your answer. If you are truly intrigued, watch the time. We've lost about 45 days in the past 4 years. The shortening of days, this is why the Vatican is a sundial and also simultaneously a keyhole. Another thing while I'm here, if you want the secret to everything, compare plasma next to brain cells. The sun plus moon are composed of plasma, simply light, not planets. After this is cemented in your psyche, ponder the current whereabouts of where you, I, and humanity reside. Cheers! To the esteemed members of the American Psychiatric Council, I am writing to you to inquire about the significance of dreams in relation to one's mental health. I am aware that there are many books purporting to contain the true meaning of dreams, but I have reservations about their legitimacy. I understand that this is not usually done, but if I would greatly appreciate your thoughts on my condition. Ever since I was young, I have had intensely vivid dreams. They only occur sporadically, but in them I witness very strange events. I understand dreams can seem real at the time, but these feel markedly different. They do not occur often, perhaps only 1 or 2 a year. Last night I had one. I saw a small, empty town. It was utterly dark. There was a lake at its center. Shadows of people moved around me, muttering odd things. A bright light woke me up. I was screaming in my sleep. My wife had been shaking me for minutes before I woke. Because of this recent incident, I have decided to seek help. The doctor says I am physically fine, but I wanted to consult your expertise. Thank you for your valuable time. Yours very sincerely, Richard Boker. This last one just says I'm a plaid suit in a pinstripe world over and over, but something in the middle is redacted. It's so frustrating not to know what's underneath it. The moving letters were discovered in October 2014 in the Dead Letters Department with no record of ever being taken in. The letters themselves are water damaged, but not the envelopes. Love You is written all over the envelope along with XXX and enclosed by a heart sticker. As we just discovered, they teleport around. The Bureau apparently is considering letting them out to track them to their destination. Now that we've wrangled all of the altered items on Langston's list, plus an extra, we can head back to him. Surprise, surprise, he has 3 more for us. The rubber duck, the mannequin, and the flamingo. Back in research, we can levitate through this hole in the wall to get to the duck's cell. It escapes, and we have to chase it until it gets tired, I guess. The procedures page explains that in addition to its stalking behavior, it moves extremely fast and quacks. Apparently, a researcher died from a heart attack while studying it, and they aren't sure whether to attribute it to the item or his poor health. The flamingo is back over at the beginning of the clocks after leaving the Ocean View Motel. As we approach the flamingo, it warps the space around it and moves further away, sending the hallway rippling toward us. We have to levitate through the center to reach it. When we do, we get another battle with Former. This one is even more BS, but if you're careful, keep an eye on your feet and an eye on him, and dodge at the right time, you can make it out alive. Once we get the file, we see they truly were never able to verify if it was indeed an altered item. Looks like Darling was right, we just confirmed it ourselves. We can't quite make it to the mannequin yet, so we should head back to Executive now. Did you order some files? Coming right up. The Bureau considers acquiring the Night Springs television show for propaganda purposes like America Overnight. Night Springs was a Twilight Zone-inspired television series. We can catch a few of the episodes as collectibles in the first Alan Wake game. According to this file, Ground Zero of the Hiss invasion is Executive. Is it that one bright glowing red room we couldn't go into in the cafeteria? All the other info is just speculation. This one has more info about the Hiss incantation. Many want to disregard it as gibberish, but Pope, as usual, is one of the few sensible people. Once we're done with our reading, Asch is hanging out where Marshall was earlier and has a quest for us to find his buddies, most likely corrupted by the Hiss, and bringing back pouches they have around their necks. As we chat with him, we learn Asch was friends with Salvador, knows Darling went crazy, and lets us know Marshall is in charge of Threshold expeditions. We also get access to the Jukebox by picking up a coin near Asch and asking him about it. The Jukebox was post-launch free DLC. We'll come back to it after we beat the main game, but before we start on the paid DLC. We speak with Emily and she tells us how they dealt with Dylan. They have him locked in a cell in a nearby room. We talk to her some more about using BlackRock for weapons, Arisha's performance lately, and the status of HRA production. Things seem to be moving relatively well, so Emily and Jesse congratulate each other. Girl bosses! We go to speak with Dylan, and he tells us exactly how the Hiss got in, through the slide projector. He tells us that he welcomed the Hiss into himself, and that he hates Polaris now. Then he rants about his dreams. They seem prophetic, but confusing. The first is about Jesse and Dylan once being one. Are they twins? Is this anything more than just rambling, or is there meaning behind it? The second dream will become apparent later. The third is about the Hiss taking over the entire world. During the fourth, he mentions a Mr. Door. Speculation at the time was that this referred to Martin Hatch from Quantum Break, who was played by the late Lance Reddick. It has been confirmed by Sam Lake in interviews that Warland Door, the character from Alan Wake 2 and the guy from Dylan's Dream, is meant to be the same character. So even Quantum Break isn't left out of the Remedy-connected universe. The final one seems pretty disturbed. We get a level 6 card from Dylan, and he instructs us to go to the Prime Candidate program, an area we couldn't get to before the Panopticon. We're going to take a quick dip in there to grab the mannequin. When we get close, it duplicates itself. We have to find the real one. The only notable thing that we learn about it is that in the 90s, after discovering BlackRock, the Bureau was able to contain the item's effect. It's possibly one of the first altered items they tested it on. Now that all the items are taken care of, we head back to Langston. What an infuriating guy, honestly. Just a few more stops to make before we head back over to the Prime Candidate program area. First, we return to Underhill, who has finished the pill we need to delve deeper into the mold threshold and access the areas of the map that were previously blocked by mold spores. We ask her about Pope and Darling and find out she used to work for the Bureau and left to become a university professor. Now she's back on a temporary basis to help with the mold issue. Of course, there will be more files along the way. Found in March 2004, the balloon altered item drips a black substance that runs down its cord and never stops floating. The file mentions to keep it away from animals. Found in November 1959 at a traveling carnival, the hammer started giving leprosy to anyone who touched it. The carnival was destroyed by an act of arson during a visit to Georgia due to an angry mob believing the carnival to be responsible for members of their community getting sick. The FBC swoops in after the dust settles and captures the hammer, then incinerates anything else left over from the carnival. The cover story fed to the owners was that the equipment had a dangerous pathogen. We find some recordings on our way down as well. The rangers sent down here think the mold smells delicious. Pretty easy to see where this is going.
Ramsey, Ranger Captain, note 7.25. Underhill sent us down this weird-ass threshold looking for whatever's making all these vegetables sprout. I will say this. It smells delicious.
Next, the supplement page for the balloon. The altered effect was discovered at a hospital children's ward. Nobody knew where the balloon came from. Therapy dogs were highly attracted to the black substance and ate it. This caused them to wander the hospital at night and howl or sing. The dogs would end up dead days later. In this supplement page for the picnic basket, we learn that the FBC found it via news reports and grabbed it from the park's lost and found. According to the report, it was picked up by the park rangers after a family was chased through the woods by animals. Another recording, the ranger becomes more delirious as they eat more of the mold, tricks himself into thinking it might be good for him.
Ramsey, Ranger Captain, note 7.28. Wait, 6, 7, whatever. Still in the fresh mold? Ollie's straight up eating the vegetables now, because, why not? Mom said, eat your vegetables. Eat too many and your skin will turn green. Green like Ollie's. Hey, Ollie, what'd you find now?
As we head deeper, we find the source of the mold, a big, angry sunflower. It's a hard fight, very hectic due to the exploding spores dropping from the ceiling. Jesse mentions that the mold source is pretty, but after it pops out, goes back on that statement. But I kind of think it's still pretty anyway. Watch out for all of the falling explosives and definitely don't get hit by the tentacles. The weak spot opens up after it attacks. One last recording from the ranger team. He's just stuffing himself. It sounds revolting.
Oh, so good. Oh, need more.
When we get back to Underhill, she isn't very thankful at all and actually has more work for us. We're expected to go kill some more mold hosts who have escaped into the rest of the research sector. We do that and explore the parts of the sector we couldn't without levitate before. This procedures file explains that the handle of the hammer kills all organic flesh that comes in contact with it, but that gloves are enough to prevent the infection. Here's another letter to Darling from Abraham Lewis, the head of parakinesiology. Apparently Underhill has her detractors at the Bureau besides me, but I think I hate this Lewis guy even more, and I haven't even met him. He's just a sniveling suck-up who whines about all of his coworkers. There's another Darling presentation nearby that has the dude tearing off his clothes. He's completely lost it, believes he's on a journey, and references 2001: A Space Odyssey.
It's done. With just one large-scale HRA. It's an easy choice, no choice. It's there now. Protecting the most important thing from what's coming. I'll be there inside, locked in, ready to be blown away. Commencing countdown, engines. Ready for the journey. To be blown, flying into the model. Ready to see. To understand.
We can also finally get deeper into the Synchronicity lab, and this part is a ton of fun. There's a mirror in here, and people are able to enter it by touching it. People who stay inside for too long come out speaking backwards. We have to go in, but let's grab the collectibles first. A dude comes out of the mirror after 3 hours and is stuck speaking backwards. He frustratedly tries to communicate, but to no avail. There's no indication if he stayed that way or if he's even still alive.
Debrief for Mirror Excursion 7C. Subject is Agent Hardy. Hardy spent approximately 3 hours in the mirror. It's the longest time on record. Can you describe your experience inside, Agent Hardy? Agent Hardy is physically healthy. All tests have come back clean. Yet the speech issue has persisted for hours. Calm down, Agent. It could be psychosomatic, but the fact that this only occurred after returning from the mirror makes a paranatural explanation more likely. I recommend a battery of tests and a Class Orange quarantine.
Hubert Tan and Carla Vaughn team up once again for this report about the mirror. They theorize about how the mirror works and if the other side might be owned by something or someone else. The Synchronicity Lab chief, Jared Gronson, writes this next file and suggests that the mirror reflects the world it wants to see, and mentions that the black rock panels surrounding its containment chamber must be in a particular formation in order to gain access to the item, but he doesn't specify the formation. This is your hint at how to solve the puzzle to get into the mirror. Take a look at the monitors in front of you and see the formation of panels necessary to access it. Once we step inside the mirror, we'll find the backward counterpart of the recording we just heard back in the real world. The afflicted individual is trying to warn the interrogator and doesn't realize that he's speaking backwards still. To him, it appears everyone else is. Well, of course there'd be something we'd have to kill in here.
What? I can't understand you. You need to listen. I saw something in there. There is something inside. You need to lock down the mirror. Why are you talking like that? What's wrong with you? All of you? There's something in that fucking mirror.
The next room over, we have a sequence where Jesse's reflections and windows around the room start to come to life. It's really creepy. It would freak me out to see my reflection move without me. The first time you do this, the other Jesse says, "Hey there, Jesse Faden." Then, "I'm much wilder than you." We then have to face her, and it's a pretty tough fight. She's managed to kill me many times in the past, but I don't have any footage of that because I kicked her ass this time. Above the health bar, it names her as Essage, Jessie backwards. After defeating her, don't forget to grab a Threshold Kids collectible that we'll need to head out of the mirror in order to watch. We leave and cleanse the mirror. The file we get for doing so just explains exactly what we experienced, though we learn the item was discovered in July 2005. In the Threshold Kids video, the kids learn how to keep secrets.
Since little Topher is taking a trip with his father into the world outside our wonderful bureau, I think it's a good time to talk about secrets. Who can tell me what a secret is?
It's something you hide from everyone so they don't get scared.
Partially correct, Topher. A secret is something you don't tell anyone outside the bureau. Because people outside the bureau
aren't ready for the truth of reality.
Very good. When you tell someone a secret, you're hurting their brains very badly. Now, let's review what exactly is or isn't a secret. First, we have a rainbow. Secret or not secret?
Not secret.
Correct. And the true version of rainbows?
Secret.
Correct. Cats?
Not secret.
Correct. and the Alpine Chimera?
Secret!
Topher. Too many slip-ups and your father will have to go on vacation without you. You don't want to end up like Meg, do you?
What? What happened to Meg?
I'm not allowed to go outside anymore.
Correct.
Before we leave the lab, now that all the bulletproof glass is shattered since we broke it in the mirror, we'll have access to the mannequins and be able to pick up the asynchronous suit, the coolest outfit in the game. I love the way the strands of the coat float around when you levitate. We head down to maintenance and take out all of Arisha's hiss-corrupted friends, as well as pick up a few more quests from Ati, just cleaning up mold in maintenance and talking to plants in research. The mold cleaning quests are pretty basic, but the talking to plants is cute. I like how Jesse seems to think it's stupid at first, but comes around on it by the end. There's also some hidden files we can grab that were not accessible before. There's a hole in the ceiling right next to the access elevator. Follow it through for this America Overnight recording. Someone writes in to the podcast explaining that they have always felt the expansion of the universe ever since they can remember. I'm not qualified to talk about any of this stuff, so take what I'm about to say with a grain of salt, but this refers to a theory originally posed by none other than Albert Einstein and then later observed by Edwin Hubble in 1929, the guy the Hubble telescope is named after. They were able to prove that distant galaxies are moving away from us and that ones that are further away are moving away even faster. The idea, as hard as it might be to understand, is that the very fabric of spacetime is stretching. This discovery led to the Big Bang Theory, which many of you will know is the leading theory in theoretical physics as to the creation of the universe.
You're listening to America Overnight, broadcasting the truth no matter the consequence for 29 years and counting. Thank you for staying up with us. We've received an interesting letter here at the program. If you'll humor me, I'd like to read it. Dear America Overnight, I can feel myself becoming gigantic. It's constant, a growth in all directions, in each cell. Only when I measure myself, it says I'm the same height. I weigh the same weight. I've read that the universe is expanding. If that's the case, then 5'3" is taller than what 5'3" was yesterday. I feel it all the time. This expanding. I always have. I don't know why. Sometimes it's all I can do just to ignore it. People write about the universe expanding like it's happening slowly, but it's not. We were the size of mice yesterday. Now mice are the size of us, and we are the size that mice will be in 2 days. How long can this go on for? There must be an end, right? A limit? An edge? What happens when we reach it? Does anyone else feel this? Can anything be done? And that's signed Kate from Michigan. Well, how about it, America? Have you felt the universe expanding? Do you know how to stop it? Should we even try? America Overnight will be right back.
A little further ahead, there's a platform to float up to and a locked door. This is the procedures page for the fan altered item. This fan really does suck all the oxygen out of the air around it, exactly according to the myth. They tested it on something, I'm guessing an animal, then transported it via ship to the Bureau. Apparently water suppresses the effect. This next procedures page is up on top of the NSC. The surfboard was discovered in July 1994 during a self-help speech tour being put on by a celebrity named Chester Bless. When agents raided his home to capture the item, he was nowhere to be found. Anyone who touches the board gains extreme self-confidence. Now, Chester Bless and his cult, the Blessed Organization, is going to show up a few more times, including in Alan Wake 2. I'll leave their motivations ambiguous for now, but we'll talk about them more when they come up again later. This letter from Jay Pullman, the head chief of a catering company known as Golden Chow, is found in the mold room near the NSC energy converters. He's worried mold might contaminate the food, rightly so. Smart man. Possibly explains why some mold hosts might have popped up outside of the threshold. This supplement page for the surfboard is behind a level 5 door in Blackrock Processing. It's an interview with a bureau janitor who touched the surfboard. He seems to have become delusional, according to the transcript. In this memo found down in the quarry, Darling considers leaving Emily out of his new project involving alternate dimensions, but knows she will find out. Seems like he's trying to protect her. All of the other names we will recognize as researchers responsible for authoring many of the files we've been reading. Even Edna Pierce shows up here, which would likely be the woman who got obsessed with the furnace. If he wants even department heads on this team, it must be really important. Back in medical, this recording documents how the astral spike hitches a ride in someone's head and came to be captured by the Bureau. I believe this is the one we had to trap in the astral exhibition.
Mark Gibson, male, age 28, returned from the astral plane approximately 13 minutes ago. This was his 21st dive. Patient is experiencing migraine-like pain, intense pressure behind the eyes, and partial blindness. He has no recollection of his time in the astral plane and appears severely disoriented. Preliminary examination revealed no immediate cause, so we will be sending patient for x-rays and... What the fuck is that thing? God, it burst right out of him. Code black! Get Marshall!
Back in the archives, we find another Darling presentation which explains how dangerous altered items can be.
The exact process of how an altered item is born eludes us. We find them in the aftermath of altered world events. They take the form of everyday objects, ever present in our lives, constantly evoked in the thoughts of millions of people, now infused with unpredictable energies. They're altered. The superstitious would call them cursed. Now, are altered items sentient? Not quite. They're often fixated, programmed almost to cause certain events to happen over and over again. While generally less potent than objects of power, they are not able to be controlled. Left unchecked, they can be highly dangerous. To study altered items, we contain them in Panopticon.
Afterward, we head back to Asch. He tells us the story behind the pouches and the mission he went on with his buddies to find a werewolf. Interestingly, if you paid attention earlier, you'll recognize that the item they were tracking down was the hand chair we dealt with earlier, since he mentions that he was in Albany. One last thing to do, talk with Emily. She has a great story about Darling, reminiscent of the types of stories you hear about academics. However, you can see their relationship is strained. When you ask about Dylan, she goes off on a tangent about the hiss incantation. Lastly, Emily mentions that Jesse is significantly more powerful than any other para-utilitarian they have ever seen, including Northmore. Finally, we are officially going to continue on with the main quest and head down to the Prime Candidate program. As soon as we walk in, Trench leaves us a message on the hotline. Ironically, it seems like it's more about Trench's family than the Prime Candidates, P6 and P7. We know Dylan is P6, but who is this P7? Emily mentioned it earlier as well.
After Northmore stepped down, I doubled every effort to find new Prime candidates. There was no one. No one but me. That wasn't good enough. I pushed hard. I never wanted the Bureau to end up in that situation again. The Bureau needs a director. Always. When my time reaches an end, I want more options on the table. P1 through P5 were all false leads. Dead ends and disappointments. Then P6, Dylan Faden. He fell into our arms. No parents, they're gone. Casualties of an AWE. The boy has exceptional talent. The oldest house will be his home. We'll build him from the ground up. He'll be trained and taken care of. Darling can be in charge of this project. I can't. I'll stay away. I will not fail the boy like I failed my own family. My daughter and my wife. We weren't careful enough back then. Something came home with me. I took work home. My Susanna got sick. When I realized my mistake, I wanted to bring her here for Darling to do what he could. Kate flat out refused. Civilian doctors treated our daughter, but they didn't have a clue. She died. Kate left me. Same old story. That was a long time ago. The Bureau is all I have now. And the prime candidates are our future. There are two, P6 and P7. We're spoiled for choice.
In a file in the security checkpoint, we learn that the mirror in the Synchronicity lab dates back as far as 1914. A doctor diagnoses a woman who supposedly owned the mirror with hysteria, bad company, and imaginary female troubles. She was sent to an asylum, likely to a terrible fate. There seems to be a small discrepancy. They say the Bureau finds the mirror in 2006 because of a series of disappearances in the Illinois area. However, the file is tagged as having been acquired in 2005. I like that the file emphasizes the misogynistic history of the medical industry. They weren't interested in glossing over that for the sake of their world building. In fact, while it doesn't seem to be an overt theme, the history of misogyny in American culture, and of course the government, is laid out rather matter-of-factly in Control. Take a look at the portraits of the former directors, not a woman amongst them, mirroring most of the federal agencies of the US government, let alone the office of president in real life still to this day. Perhaps there's a bit of a feminist message with Jessie coming in to become the greatest director the Bureau has yet known, at least in terms of her raw paranatural abilities. As we continue, we head into the hall that has been twisted without any explanation. I'd really love to find out what caused this to happen, perhaps something like the Benikoff TV. We have to move a dumpster to get to this next file. It mentions a few of the victims of the events of Alan Wake 1 and sets the events of that game in the first 2 weeks of September 2010. More about Bright Falls in the closed cases office. Turns out that Sheriff Sarah Breaker, who helps Wake out several times during the events of Alan Wake 1, was an FBC contact. Previous AWEs have been investigated there. They know about Thomas Zane and the Anderson brothers. They mention 3 AWEs taking place in the 1970s. If you played Alan Wake, you know about the Thomas Zane one from 1970 as well as the Anderson brothers one from 78, but there's a mysterious one in the middle from 1976. Another bit of info to save for later. Another Threshold Kids video. What this one tells me is that perhaps the children taken in by the Bureau are those with paranatural abilities of some kind, and they administer tests to them to see what types of abilities they excel in. It makes sense we would find it in this area. I'm still not sure if there were other children here before Dylan, but it puts some of the videos in more context.
I can see you're upset, Meg. Why don't you tell Uncle Mr. Bones what's wrong?
I did bad on my clairvoyance test.
You can't ace every test, Meg. You see, everyone has different brains. Some brains can talk to each other. We call this ESP.
ESP?
Some brains can lift objects, like a baseball. Talk about a fly ball, eh, Meg?
No interruptions!
So who cares if you fail your clairvoyance test? Maybe your brain can throw baseballs, or talk to dead people, or make friends blind. Once we know what your brains can do, we'll know what job to give you. And if your brains are just right, you'll get to sit in the big chair. What if I don't want the big chair?
Everyone wants the big jam, Hank!
That's why we're all here. Use those brains to listen for once, or the only chair you'll get in is the one with straps.
On to the P6 office. Plenty of information about Dylan here. First, a Darling presentation where he makes excuses for Dylan's violent outbursts that got an employee named Roberts killed.
Ordinary. So much coming together in this one case. A new object of power, something we have not seen before. I mean, coming from me, that's saying something. And the boy, Dylan Faden, prime candidate 6. And the sister as well, once we catch up with her. But the boy, that's so much potential. We're talking Northmore level readings here. And I don't want to invoke his name, but it's completely different circumstances here. It's remarkable. There was an incident. Yes. We lost a valuable member of our team, yes. Excessive force. Dylan has so much. But he's just a kid. Like, I'll take the blame. He needs some slack. I mean, boys will be boys. He's exceptional and under a lot of stress. Roberts got killed. It's an unfortunate accident, that's all. Marshall needs to realize this. We will make this work. We'll make this work.
This file documents what appears to be an argument with Polaris. Is this the outburst that got his TV privileges taken away, or another one? This file is an autopsy report, probably for Roberts. He was completely mutilated by Dylan. The details are rather quite gruesome, so you can read them for yourself if you'd like. We can head over to the P7 office. As we step inside, we see many pictures of Jessie plastered all over the walls. The Bureau was stalking her. She is Prime Candidate 7. Jessie takes this all surprisingly well. To anyone else, this would be a horrific revelation. That's the one thing I'm not sure I understand about Jessie. Nothing ever seems to faze her. She's so driven, so determined all of a sudden after years of trying to live a normal life. Is this some kind of effect from Polaris? Is she being driven forward by it? Subtly manipulated even? Jessie does seem to have her own will, but I think this is why a lot of people I have spoken to about her don't seem to find her a very relatable character. I admire her strength and determination, but I think even the strongest of human beings wouldn't be able to remain so calm in a situation like this. They even recorded her therapy appointments where the therapist gaslights her about what happened in her youth.
We used to play there all the time. Me and Dylan, and other kids as well. We loved it. This time, I remember, was different. We found a way in, deeper into it, like it had shifted. We went inside, and that's where we found the slide projector.
A dump is a place for lost things. Things that have been thrown away. Did you ever feel that way when you were growing up, Jessie?
What? No. Yes, but that has nothing to do with...
Was there a slide projector at your home when you were small?
No.
Those were before your time, I suppose. But your family did look at photos together, maybe. In one form or the other?
Maybe.
When was this? Can you remember? At parties? Barbecues? How did it make you feel? Did your parents ever show pictures that embarrassed you? Was alcohol ever involved at these parties? Did your parents drink? Did that make you uncomfortable?
No, that's just stupid. Come on, that has nothing to do with this. Nothing.
This light projector, let me ask you this. As a child, did you ever fantasize about worlds inside pictures? Inside a painting? You know, stepping into a painting, into a hidden world, escaping and finding adventure there, away from your parents.
I don't think so. I don't remember. Maybe. I don't know.
More files, of course. This one chronicles Jessie's journey to New York City from where she was previously staying in Cheyenne, Wyoming. We continue through the P7 office and into some surrounding offices for even more files as we continue to the transit corridor. One David Lindquist, operations specialist, puts together this shipping manifest. Notable in it is a hollow stone sphere which may be related to the Sterling AWE that we haven't learned about yet. Additionally, there is an animal carcass, possibly canine, which further links it to the Sterling AWE as well as to the next file we're about to find. The rest of the items don't seem significant. While I don't personally think that the Sterling and Willow AWEs are actually connected, it is odd that they both involve stone spheres, albeit of completely different sizes, and a dead dog. Next up is the second letter from the Work Chat saga. This is who the plane parts guy was responding to. These guys are all recounting their tales of horrible jobs, all connected to altered world events that we learned about via the other files. This one would likely be the dog from the shipping manifest we just looked at. Earlier, we learned that it was a vampire pair of scissors that was responsible for the Willow AWE that claimed the lives of an entire family. Perhaps that includes this dog. We find a supplement for the typewriter page. Apparently it was found in the Ocean View Motel, pushed underneath the door with a spiral on it. Could it be that the door leads to the dark place? This last entry into the Work Chat series of files is quite disgusting to imagine. There's only 2 clues we have to go on to figure out what exactly happened here. There's about 100 human teeth. Humans typically have 32 teeth or fewer. This would be all of the teeth of 3 to 4 people. Did someone manage to make a group of people disappear, leaving only their teeth? Hebert Tan writes up this report on the airplane mentioned in the Work Chat file from earlier in the game. It was found in a private airfield in Cincinnati, Ohio. Minor issue, they talk about Cincinnati like it's a state. The idea is that it was found in a small town. Perhaps we can just assume a small town outside of Cincinnati. There was no altered status found, even after examining the black box, but they believe it to be connected to an AWE. As we continue, we gain access to a turntable. We have to get it operational to access the ordinary AWE area, where we start to find files that fill out the events that happened in ordinary for the audience. Most of the files here are witness testimonies, each centering around specific moments of the incident in ordinary. This one is about a projector slide with dolls on a shelf and dirty wallpaper. Jessie and Dylan would use it as a secret playhouse. It also introduces several other kids into the story. Neil Hosenberg, who was friends with Jessie and Dylan, as well as his bullies Tom Barlow, Frederick Bartwell, and another kid named Hugo. Another America Overnight recording. Someone calls into the show who knows about Ordinary. The host is clearly caught off guard by this and finds an excuse to get the caller off the phone so they don't reveal too much.
You're listening to America Overnight, celebrating 29 years shining a light in the shadows. Thank you for staying with us. Here's our first caller.
Hi. What I'm about to tell you, if they found out, I don't know what would happen.
If who? Brother?
The men in the suits. They told me it was an industrial accident, but this is something else. Something nobody talks about. Ordinary.
This certainly doesn't sound very ordinary, caller.
No, not ordinary. Ordinary. It's a town, and it wasn't an industrial accident. I mean, that's what they said, but that's bullshit.
Whoa, please watch the language, caller. It may be 2 a.m., but we're still a family show.
I'm sorry. It's just, my brother was there. They said the town was destroyed, and it wasn't. I went there. The people are gone, but the town's there. It's still there.
So the population of an entire town disappears, yet the town remains. Tell me, was the phrase, "there is no salvation," written anywhere?
I'm not sure.
The same thing happened in Brazil in 23, a village called Fort Verde. More than 600 people just up and left. The government said they were fleeing guerrilla forces, but we know the truth. A mass abduction. As predicted by my regular guest, Dr. Quincy Rogan.
Abduction? You mean aliens? That's bullshit! I know they're lying!
Now I warned you about the language caller. I'm afraid we're gonna have to cut you off. Good timing too. It's time for a short break. Hang in there. America Overnight will be right back.
This one is an overview of the ordinary AWE. It occurred throughout the end of August and beginning of September 2002. Dylan was 10 and Jesse was 11. They found the slide projector in the local dump. There were only 17 survivors from the event, and it resulted in the disappearance of every adult in the town, exactly as mentioned in the America Overnight episode from just a moment ago. Exactly how or why all of the adults disappeared from the town isn't ever explained, but the slide projector is. It operates as a gateway to other dimensions, and its slides each link to their own unique one. A little further down, we run into another Darling presentation. He engages in some theory crafting about AWEs.
There is a curious correlation with the yet unknowable forces intruding upon our world, in the form of altered world events. These forces gravitate toward archetypal objects, a gun, a television, a supposedly haunted house. So clearly humanity affects this process. Our collective unconscious is a map of sorts. We hold the key, but we don't know how to use it. We create these archetypes through everyday life. Popular culture, urban legends, but we are observing and influencing a complicated system in action. We can change the likelihood of something being a receptacle for these forces just by thinking about it. But we haven't found a method to control the outcome. And yet, there's something unique in us, in our dreams, in the conceptual reality with power with our minds. What's the cause and what's the effect? Are we the starting point or just a necessary evil in this? A byproduct, a reflection, a projection? We'll struggle to find the answers to these hard questions, or die trying.
A lot of strange happenings in this report, and it seems we missed some other materials between. We'll find them, they're just further along. It describes Jesse and Dylan being chased by creatures they refer to as dung monkeys. Dylan falls and injures his knee, but is subsequently saved by an entity he believes is Neil, their best friend, who has been horrifically transformed into some kind of melted dog. Dylan, for some reason, notes that he thinks Neil was happy in his new form since he was bullied as a human. Jesse tries to turn off the projector, but isn't able to, so she puts in another slide referred to as hands, and this is when Jesse is contacted by Polaris for the first time. Here's where we learn about the origin of the dung monkeys mentioned earlier. Apparently, Tom and his gang of bullies grabbed the slide projector and took it to a cave to use. They used the slide called Temple, depicting broken concrete, described by Jesse as similar to a warehouse or bomb shelter. The home of an entity known as the Not Mother is mentioned, which feeds milk to other creatures to transform them into monsters Jesse and Dylan called dung monkeys, and this would appear to be the fate of Tom and his bullies. This is a terrifying concept to me, and a shame that we never get to see it in the game itself, only ever mentioned in these notes. They also mention something happening to someone named Mrs. Chester. Next, we come across a recording where Carla Vaughn is interrogating Dylan once again, this time following the incident where he killed the man named Roberts. You can hear Carla's barely contained contempt for Dylan in her voice as she subjects him to the gunner's psychological assessment, the one given to the unplanned visitors to the oldest house. She knows there is no way for Dylan to answer many of the questions that she asks, and seems as though she might be taking some amount of pleasure as she tortures Dylan. At the conclusion of the interview, Dylan becomes violent again, but it would appear nobody was harmed this time around.
Annual evaluation of Dylan Faden, formerly P6, performed by Dr. Carla Vaughn. The questions asked here correspond to the 5th iteration of the gunner's psychological assessment. Are you ready, Dylan? Let's begin then. In a single word, describe the world around you.
Where's Casper?
Dr. Darling is out of the building today.
He's never out. He didn't want to come, did he? He never visits, not since Roberts. Tell Darling it wasn't my fault. I couldn't control it yet, but I can now. I learned. Will you tell him?
In a single word, describe the world around you.
A prison. A cold, empty prison. Not even a poster on the wall.
What is the next number in the sequence 3, 6, 9, 12, 15?
18.
What day is it today?
How the hell would I know? It's not like you give me a calendar.
You find a rabbit in the woods. It is breathing, but not moving. You cannot see any blood. What do?
Leave it.
Expand on that.
It doesn't matter. The rabbit's not real. None of it's real.
What day is it today?
You enjoy asking people questions that can't be answered? Is this what gets you up in the morning? What you dreamed of doing as a scared, stupid little girl?
Can you describe a dog to me?
In Ordinary, we had a friend. Nosebleed Neil. And when it all went crazy, you know what I mean. Nosebleed Neil turned into a dog. Or something like a dog.
What day is it tomorrow?
Fuck off! I don't know! There is no calendar! How can I fucking know?
Dylan, calm down.
Fuck you! Fuck you and fuck Casper! Hey! Are you watching this, you old fuck? Did you send your bitch because you're too scared of me? Where is Casper?
Security, get a team in here. I need...
Following that, this file describes Jesse's contact with Polaris. Somehow, Polaris is able to teach Jesse how to turn off the slide projector. She describes feeling special, but her description doesn't make a lot of sense. Dylan, on the other hand, doesn't report any of these feelings and simply mentions that they burned all of the slides except Hand, as he calls it. Another file on Ordinary. This one describes a slide they called Meadow, with a mostly empty lot besides a shack and a phone. They describe it as smelling like flowers and having crazy dreams. Sounds like they were getting high and Jesse wasn't fond of it. We learn that Neil was particularly fond of the meadow, however, and was bullied by Tom until he told them the location of the projector. We come across a miniature reconstruction of the town and have a battle in the middle of it. The amount of effort put into the study of this AWE is quite staggering compared to others we will see later. Clearly, the Bureau was obsessed with it. In this file, we learn the fate of Mrs. Chester. Apparently, Tom and his gang of bullies pushed a piano onto her and then crushed her head. This must have happened when they were still recognizably human, but still had contact with the not mother. As when the police apprehend the children, Tom is noted to have been screaming something about the not mother making everyone go away. Considering this is what actually happens, it would appear that the disappearance is connected to the not mother. Curfew in the town was immediately implemented, and the children were questioned by the adults to the point that Jesse wished Tom was right and they would disappear. The next morning, Jesse would get her wish, and that would be the last they would see of any of them, leaving Jesse feeling responsible for what happened. Another recorded therapy session with Jesse. Polaris comes back after a long period of silence and leads Jesse to the oldest house. This is why I wonder if there might be some type of subtle manipulation happening on the part of Polaris. It comes out of nowhere in Jesse's life.
You mentioned a poem last time we talked. By Thomas Zane?
Yes. Beyond the shadow you settle for, there's a miracle illuminated. I looked the poem up.
Only I couldn't find any poet by that name. I did find a European filmmaker who moved here in the 60s, named Thomas Zane.
What?
I don't... No matter. It suits you very well. The poem. How you see things. Maybe you wrote it yourself?
I didn't.
No matter. You've said a few times that you feel like there's a piece of you missing. Can we talk about that?
Okay. Yeah, it's this... I feel an emptiness, a yearning for something that I think I lost.
It's natural for you to feel that way. Your brother and your parents are dead.
No!
No, Dylan's not dead. And that's not even it. You're referring to the imaginary friend from your childhood?
Polaris,
She's come back. After a long time, she's calling me. In a dream I saw, she showed me things.
Jesse,
It felt more real than anything. As real as what happened in Ordinary.
the industrial accident in your hometown that you believe Polaris caused.
No, it wasn't an accident. There was no industrial accident, and Polaris didn't cause it. She saved me and Dylan.
Jesse.
No! It was a cover-up. The government knows about it. There were agents there. Agents from... I don't know exactly, but they took Dylan. I'll find them. I won't stop looking. Polaris wants me to go to New York. There's a building there. I have to leave soon. I have to be there at a very specific time. Something hugely important is going to happen.
Jesse, you know we can't let you go until you're well. And that begins by understanding what's real and what's imagined.
In this final piece of the Ordinary puzzle, the Bureau notices a discrepancy between Dylan and Jesse's stories. While Dylan says there were 8 slides, Jesse says there were 9. She supposedly burned all of them except for the one where Polaris comes from, known as Hand. The Bureau found the burnt remains of 6 slides. This leaves open the possibility for not just 2, but possibly 3 unburned slides, 2 of which are yet unaccounted for. We find out they transported the entire town dump to the oldest house. They're looking for more slides for the projector. A nearby file documents an order given by Darling to stop searching the dump. Does this mean they found what they were looking for? In the upper part of the dump, another file about the globe. They make a repeated mistake here. They name a city, but they have a redaction indicating they intended it as a state or province. This time it's Toronto in Ontario, Canada. They even make reference to Bay Street, which is like Wall Street, but for Canada. They reference what's presumably a tabloid news source called the Toronto Daily, but notably it seems that Toronto's daily news tabloid appears to be the Toronto Star. In a prefab office in the middle of the dump, we discover a critical Darling presentation explaining that the slide projector has been moved to dimensional research. That would be the place locked behind the ashtray maze we couldn't access earlier. While you get a cutscene showing you the important part, we'll need to go into the menu to watch the rest of it. Darling realizes Dylan is a lost cause after there are more deaths. I wonder if this part is left out of the cutscene to imply on some level that Jessie does not want to pay attention to it. Perhaps she does not want to imagine her brother as a murderer.
Dylan's a lost cause. I know I struggled to see this, but we contained him now. I wish I had sided with Marshall. Back when it was just one person. So many dead. I thought his youth was an asset. Just too much too soon. Effective immediately. I'm setting up a new department. Dimensional research in the research sector. Transferring the slide projector there. That's where my focus will be now. The Ordinary site remains as is. We'll be back to... I don't know when.
The board leaves us a message. They seem to imply that they've killed Former or dealt with it in some way. We could head directly to dimensional research, but first let's stop over with Emily, who sends us back to the turntable to finally hunt down Tomasi. We'll find him in the Sterling AWE area, which was closed off on our last visit to the turntable. In the middle of the room is what they must be studying here, a giant stone dodecahedron. Yet another very tough boss battle, after we can investigate the Sterling AWE a bit. This event happened outside of the town of Sterling, Colorado in May 2016. A dog was possibly vaporized by an object appearing near a billboard. Likely the giant stone object in the room is the one referred to. They refer to the stone dodecahedron as a sphere, and they also mention that it is broken somewhere, revealing a hollow center. It appeared in a giant flash of light and didn't fall from space, though local police seem to believe it had, due to it having vaporized some of the surrounding soil. Examination of the object ourselves reveals no broken portion. In the nearby America Overnight recording, they use an asteroid falling and/or UFOs as a cover story.
You're listening to America Overnight, now in our 29th year, lifting the veil between fiction and reality. Thank you for staying up with us. I've been getting a lot of calls about this meteor in Sterling, Colorado. There are reports of a large spherical container that crash landed in a field outside town. Some government people reportedly took it away. Now, we happen to broadcast from Colorado, and Sterling isn't far. I drove down myself to check it out with members of the America Overnight team. I don't need to tell you, it wasn't long before we found pieces of metal debris scattered in a field. Listeners, this is yet another instance of an unidentified flying object, or UFO, entering our airspace and crashing. That the government took away the evidence under cover of darkness only compounds the fact that these are more than likely visitors from beyond our planet, or dare I say, solar system. Head on over to our website to see pictures of the spacecraft pieces we uncovered. And while you're doing that, our sponsors would like your ear. America Overnight will be right back.
After we turn in the quest to Emily, we can head to dimensional research. On our way to the elevator, the Alan Wake DLC is introduced. Wake leaves Jesse a message on the hotline somehow. He's writing Jesse into a story. It makes me wonder if the events of Control might have ultimately been brought about by Wake's writing.
Darkness engulfed the elevator. There was something there. A presence. Jesse Faden could hear it. A call. It was faint, reaching for her from a dark place. Faden was sensitive to visitations. She had them all the time. From her guiding star and the previous director. She was the perfect receiver. As if she'd been made for this. Faden paused to feel it. The force at play here. It was changing things around her, subtle, trying to make her act. Faden didn't like that. Her guide felt it too. Polaris didn't flare up in defense as with the hiss. So it wasn't all bad. Not a hostile transmission. It was powerful, but it was coming from far away. And made weak because of the distance. It was a distress call. Faden sensed a drowning man. A man desperate to escape. She sensed something else too. A hunger in the dark. Not unlike the hostile resonance. Waiting. She knew that desperate acts can have grim consequences. It was this, more than the man's despair, that made her follow the call. The elevator lights winked back on. The darkness receded like a memory. There was a new button on the elevator control panel. Investigation Sector. Faden pressed the button. The elevator doors slid shut with practiced bravado.
When we arrive at the ashtray maze, it still can't be navigated. Jesse decides to track down Ati. We head down to his office to discover that he's gone on vacation. When we take a look at the new painting in his office, suddenly it becomes a door that leads to a fire break. As we head down the hallway, we see visions of Ati singing. We can then float down and make it back into maintenance to find another note. This complaint is more confirmation that the furnace is supernatural in some way. I guess maybe Edna Pierce wasn't totally crazy. We keep following the visions of Ati to a light switch cord. Another trip through the Ocean View Motel, then we end up in the Black Rock Quarry again from a room that was locked before. There's another note in here. This event took place in February 2006, likely linked to the hand chair altered item, and is the one referred to by Asch. Though he looks young, Asch has been working at the Bureau for a long time. We learn that the reason this AWE was reported as a werewolf was because of the way it mutilated the bodies of the victims during full moons. We keep following the visions, floating our way across to the other side of the quarry where we can jump down an elevator shaft to find a tram car to take us to somewhere. We'll need to call it to us and wait for it to arrive, but first, another note. This one describes the process by which they contained the hand chair. There's little new information here, except we can perhaps imagine a bit more vividly the events that occurred now with the full picture. Everything Asch said, the case files, and dealing with the item ourselves. Brilliantly done. As we wait for the elevator to arrive, we have a major fight here. It's a lot of fun, lots of forklifts to throw. The game has its snake eater moment with the tram. We get to listen to some Finnish polka while the tram very slowly crosses the gap. Once we arrive, there's a file to find even in this place. This one's interesting. They somehow learn while studying the plastic tree that certain words wouldn't be repeated by the tree, and that these words could be spoken in a very particular way to other altered items. I don't think this concept is really explored much outside of this file, but perhaps it will be in future installments. Down here in this weird void of a place is where we find Ati. He's at his peak whimsical, mystical, and Finnish in this moment. What a great character. He gives us the cassette player that will get us through the ashtray maze. The board leaves us another message. Apparently this place is the entrance to the Foundation. The board indicates that they have a direct link somewhere deeper. We'll find this out for ourselves when we head into the first DLC. Now we'll run back over to the ashtray maze, and it is the best fucking part of the game. The song is amazing. The fight is a slugfest, and the visuals are incredible, like a kaleidoscope funhouse. Of course, the heavy metal track used is from the Old Gods of Asgard, aka Poets of the Fall. This scene is actually an evolution of a previous scene in Alan Wake 1 where Alan and his agent Barry fight off a bunch of enemies rushing a stage they're standing on while an Old Gods of Asgard song plays over the speakers. Easily the best action sequence in the entire game. Seeing Remedy evolve and continue to iterate on this concept is one of my favorite aspects about their games. They're nothing if they aren't ambitious, I must say. Indeed, it was revealed during an interview with Sam Lake and Kyle Rowley on episode 33 of the Friends Per Second podcast that these types of segments are often targeted for cuts during production because of their difficulty to make. Trying to get the music to sync up to player actions in a pleasing way must be more difficult than I would have imagined it to be before. But what's more is the level of effort it takes to create and animate everything must also be a Herculean effort, and I'm glad that it continues to pay off for them over and over again. After we make it through the maze, we get another file, this one about the ashtray. The ashtray and forever smoking cigarette were discovered in February 1989 in a nursing home. Multiple people went missing, including police officers. The ashtray has a maze carved into the bottom, presumably the one that somehow produces the non-Euclidean space victims of the maze find themselves in. Trench also leaves us another message. He describes his reasoning for being on the expedition into Slidescape 36, as they call it. We know it as the hand slide from the ordinary files. He also describes his journey into the slide. Pay attention to what he says.
We used the slide projector. I led the expeditions into Slidescape 36. They told me not to go. The director should not put himself in danger. I told them to fuck off. I've seen action before, and I had to witness this myself. To find some meaning in all of this, I couldn't sit on my ass, alone with my thoughts, my memories. Anything but that. Those who survived were deeply affected by what we found there, by what Darling brought back. It changed everything. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing remains to be seen. But I did find my meaning in that desert. A sound, like a needle drilling in, cutting through the containment suit, reverberating in the base of my skull. My whole being. Darling said it was nothing. It's been there ever since, growing into a certainty, into an understanding of what's at stake here, what kind of a threat we're facing, and what must be done to stop it.
Afterward, we finally make it to dimensional research. There's an echo of the dimension connected to the hand slide where they use the slide projector. It's stunningly beautiful and difficult to understand what you're even looking at. However, once again, the projector is gone. We look for clues in the lab. We find a memo where Darling demands that nobody touch the sand in the room. It really feels like he's gone off the deep end. He can be really vindictive when he wants to be. In this presentation, we get another account of the events that transpired during the expedition into the hands slide, aka Slidescape 36. Take note that Darling's description of events does not match what Trench says happened to him.
The projected image from each slide is a physical portal into another dimension. Only one slide remains. Dylan's sister burned the rest in ordinary before we could intercept. The text on it, color slide film, this side towards screen, and the number 36. The topography of Slidescape 36 bears deep wave marks. On the slide and in the distance, there's a formation of 5 pillars like crude, outstretched fingers. There were casualties on our first expedition. Communication is an issue. There is no sound there, as if you've gone deaf, and radios don't work. Correction, resonance from an unknown source in part within the range of audible frequency. It acts in unpredictable ways, causing feedback loops that can tear you apart. Trench insists he heard something else. It made his ears bleed. Our equipment found no evidence of anything beyond the primary resonance. Trench's medical tests show nothing amiss.
We also find a file where Darling describes the process by which the Bureau contains Hedron. Another file documents Darling's experimentation with regular slides for the projector to determine whether it is the slides or the projector itself that is the object of power. He brings sentimental slides from his own home because he believes there could be an emotional link, but ultimately only the other slides which Jesse burned ever function together with the projector. He spends hours experimenting and eventually rage quits. As we approach the consoles at the back of the room, the windows open and we see a large object in the center of the room with enormous cabling connected to it. This is the Hedron containment chamber, and it is revealed through Jesse's dialogue that Hedron and Polaris are the same entity. This is the true source of Jesse's power. Hedron, aka Polaris, is somehow being contained within that giant polyhedron. Jesse barely notices the presentation playing on the console, so we have to go back to review it later. In it, Darling spells out what he understands Hedron to be. In the final Darling presentation presented to us as we turn around to go to the containment chamber, Darling is clearly afraid, but excited to see what is about to happen to him. Darling exposes himself to Hedron resonance and believes that he is about to ascend to another plane of existence or something of the sort. It isn't really made clear. We also find out Trench has been exposed to the hiss during his expedition. That's why his account of events differs from the others who entered the slidescape.
I'm Dr. Casper Darling, and this is my final message. It's not the end. But after this, I won't. I've exposed myself to Hedron resonance fully. It's changing me. I've seen. I've been shown so much. Slidescape 36 was where Hedron stopped the spread of another. It's terrifying. It really is. It's another source of resonance. Trench was exposed to this other. It will now spread. I've done everything I can to stop the Hedron resonance amplifiers. I don't know if it'll make a difference. I won't be here when it happens. I should have told Emily more. I'm being sent one more lesson. Something wonderful, I think.
We need to head down to where Polaris is being kept. However, we need to rip the HRA off of the wall in order to get in. This is ultimately a major mistake. The HRA was protecting the chamber from the hiss, and taking it down allows the hiss to attack Hedron. We try to defend it and shut down all of the lasers beaming hiss resonance into the chamber. This is a great fight. The tension really reaches a boiling point here, but no matter how fast you are, or how hard you fight, you will be too late. The containment chamber is destroyed, and with it, Polaris, the source of Jessie's powers. Jessie is only permitted a short moment of despair before she is attacked and possessed by the hiss. The credits begin to roll. Except, they're wrong, twisted. It's a fake out. Fun fact, this next scene was actually supposed to be a musical originally. Due to difficulties during production, ones they decided to meet head-on for Alan Wake 2, this is what we had to settle for. Jessie is transported to a washed-out dream world where she is suddenly nothing more than a lowly secretary doing menial tasks such as cleaning up coffee cups and delivering mail while her coworkers berate her and talk about her behind her back. Clearly it doesn't seem real, but we must complete some of these tasks before we're asked to bring Trench his mail. Luckily, Ati is here to encourage us. We have to keep going back to the director's office no matter how twisted the world gets. The first time, he seems rather nice, and a contrast from the people you hear earlier in the sequence. The next time you head back to his office, you get some very revealing dialogue while he rambles. Trench found one of the slides for the projector and is the one who let the hiss in by taking the slide projector to the nostalgia department and using his slide. The next trip back, he's simply reciting the hiss incantation. After the third try, we finally break free of the hiss and make it back to the Ocean View Motel. As you explore, you're interrupted with a music video where Darling is singing a song about Jessie. She mentions that this is in her head and even remarks how weird she is for imagining it. They managed to squeeze in a tiny musical after all. Afterward, we head across the hall to a door with Jessie's face on it. Inside, Polaris is now in the form of Jessie's body and has a short monologue. I have no idea what they're trying to get across with this. Somehow, this restores Jessie's powers. Now it's time to finish the fight. Immediately, we are whisked away to the nostalgia department to turn off the projector. Now we're able to enter this area, though it was blocked off before. The area is being twisted and contorted by the power of the hiss and the projector. Once we make it to the end, we attempt to turn off the projector. However, as soon as we try, Dylan taunts us. Jessie is transported to the astral plane, now a bright, bold red as the hiss lays siege to it. We engage in battle with overpowered enemies. The board, being in extreme danger, releases all restrictions on Jessie and powers her up to match the enemies. This part of the game is incredibly fun. The entire ending sequence from the tram leading to Ati all the way to here is jam-packed, full of the best action sequences the game has to offer. Getting to let loose on these bastards at full power really feels great. Also, the scene is visually impressive and blows me away every time. I only wish it were longer. Once we battle our way to the tip of the pyramid, we cleanse Dylan of his hiss corruption, and finally, it's all over. The projector is turned off, and we save the Bureau. We get a file for the projector, and despite all of the redactions, we don't need to know anything it says, because we already know. We experienced it for ourselves. It can't tell us anything we don't already know, and that, in itself, feels valuable and empowering. After the real credits, we get a chance to wind down with Emily and Asch. Jessie finally looks the part. She has come to embody the director. The hairpiece in particular is really nice and symbolic. Asch really shows that he's stepping up to the plate in Marshall's absence. Jessie commits to greater transparency while speaking with him. When we talk to Emily, Jessie immediately promotes her to head of research. Completely deserved. She's incredible. Dylan seems to still be alive, but his fate is uncertain, according to Emily. She also explains the HRAs stopped working for a while during our trip to Dimensional Research. Jessie and Emily also discuss the motivations of the Hiss. Perhaps they haven't been able to put the pieces together, but somehow the Hiss needed a willing para-utilitarian to make contact with the board to corrupt it, though anything deeper than this is admittedly still a mystery. Both Emily and Asch seem to be really supportive and happy to work with Jessie, regardless of any potential brainwashing the service weapon might be responsible for. We can also go debrief with Underhill and Langston. Underhill lets it slip that she's actually quite fond of Jessie when you ask her whether she will stick around, but she remains pompous regardless. The only time that cold exterior truly evaporates for even a moment is when you tell her that Darling may be dead. She takes a long time to consider what she wants Jessie to say to Darling, should she ever be able to speak to him again. Great way to end this character arc. Langston, on the other hand, is still his same old self, and in fact even offers you some advice. Also, his cat has separation anxiety. Trench leaves us one last message on the hotline.
My reflection trapped in the darkness of the coffee I nurse. The rain turns the lights of the city into a mosaic on the windows. The day's paper lists all the things wrong in the world. The list grows longer by the day. The difference between the morning and the night. Coffee. Whiskey. No other difference. The alarm goes off at 5 a.m. It feels like I just closed my eyes. It's dark. I sit up on the bed in the gloom. I get up, I shower. The driver waits for me downstairs, takes me to the oldest house. An old man stares at me in the car window. It's raining. It's dark. Late at night, he brings me back here. It's not a home. It's a room where I sleep in, waking up just as tired as I was before going to bed. Endless grind.
The board also leaves us one last message to thank us for defeating the Hiss and says they'll be in touch. Emily has one last document about the Hiss for us to read. It discusses the possible mechanism causing different Hiss forms. Well, we may have beat the game, but we aren't done yet. We'll be discussing the post-launch content next. And yes, we'll be using the same process as the main game. Both DLCs are packed absolutely full with lore, and if you happen to remember any of the loose ends, such as the fate of Captain Lopez from the book club, the identity of the Tennyson Report author, or the Blessed Organization, trust me, we'll be answering all of those questions very soon. First up, before we deal with the paid DLC included in the Ultimate Edition of the game, there was actually a free update added to Control where you gain access to the Jukebox and are able to take expeditions into Corey's site Beta, where something known as the Formation exists. We should have picked up plenty of coins for the Jukebox along the way, so let's get started. There's 3 tiers of challenge and a variety of modifiers that change the combat we'll be engaging in, but every time we go in, it will be the same map. Once we arrive, we'll be looking at the formation, the cylindrical stack of bricks right in front of us, and 4 gateways leading to island sites that surround the formation. The furthest to the left leads to an area called the Heights, where we'll have to cleanse 3 plates by standing on top of them for a set period of time. We'll be attacked while doing so. There's actually a few collectibles hidden around. The first is at the top of this area. I told you that we would be talking about the Blessed Organization again soon, and here we are. This is an order to investigate an altered world event from senior investigator Lindsay Malcolm. It appears that the patrons of Texas Roadside Diner were transported to a beach somewhere temporarily. This was apparently reported on the radio, so the FBC intervened and blamed it on a shared delusion due to a gas leak. This is the second time a gas leak was blamed for an altered world event. This is interesting because in real life, gas leaks are often to blame for a variety of mental symptoms that people experience. In fact, carbon monoxide poisoning has been linked with ghost sightings, and as we have moved further away from gas power, the fewer ghost sightings have been reported over the decades. It is revealed in this file that the original owners of the jukebox had it serviced by the Blessed Repair Service. Does this mean that Chester Bless and his organization have the power to create altered items and/or objects of power somehow? Once we get back to the formation, you might notice that some of its bricks are now just floating in the air. This will gradually include more and more of the bricks as we return from each of the other areas. The second from the left island is next, known simply as Ruins. We just have to survive a wave-based combat challenge here to continue. There's also a tape player here with a recording. This log was left by none other than Captain Lopez from the book club. I don't think this bodes well for whatever we're about to discover next.
Squad Captain Lopez, reporting on Expedition 17B. At the formation now. Visually, no distinction from the previous visit. The link detectors are still standing. One arch has a light flashing, so we're gonna give the area a once-over. Then we'll head back. Lopez out.
The second from the right island, known as Scrapyard, tasks you with picking up biometric recordings off of dead rangers. I would suppose these individuals are the rest of Captain Lopez's team. We also find the next log from Captain Lopez. You won't be the least bit surprised to discover that she dies pretty much how she describes in her book report.
They're all dead. Please kill them all.
You're inside my door.
There are so many. You're listening. Get out. No.
It's a shame we never tracked down this book and contained it at any point. I suppose its altered status has managed to slip by everyone. Before we leave, I bet you didn't even notice this enormous machine looming over our little impromptu battlefield. Looks familiar, doesn't it? Get a load of the text written on it. NSC-01. This is the first iteration of the NSC, and this is where Northmore transported it to. I am sure nobody expected we were actually going to get to see this thing in-game, but here it is. Back at the formation, the final gateway all the way to the right leads to a furnace, and we simply have to burn some hiss-corrupted garbage in it. The area is appropriately named Incinerator. After returning to the formation, you'll see it's mostly just bricks floating around in circles around the base now, and you'll be attacked by a hiss-distorted boss. It's a decently tough fight. It makes copies of itself that don't go invisible, but instead rush you. Deal with it, and the formation will finally fully open to allow you access inside, which will be a simple reward of mods and materials. When we complete our first expedition, we get a file on the jukebox. The song on the record played by the jukebox is a song for the others by an unknown artist. While it originally transported guests at a diner to a beach, as we found out ourselves, it only goes to Quarry Site Beta when inside the oldest house. Another interesting detail here is that other Bureau equipment seems to gravitate towards Quarry Site Beta when/if it disappears. The author of the file chalks this up to spatial density, but I think they have the causal link backwards. The area has a high spatial density of strange occurrences because a lot of things show up here when they disappear, like NSC-01 for example, as we just discovered. Apparently, though it is an object of power, something bad seems to happen when someone attempts to bind the item. We go back to Arish. He'll provide us with yet another file once we give him the bad news about the Ranger team. Arish will give us this report from Edna Pierce. This one is a bit thick with jargon that is just made up for this game, such as causal tethers, which are those archways leading to the islands. I do really like the note that Edna leaves here in parentheses. We're the parakinesiology department, not the parafeelings department. Not just because it's humorous, but it explains a bit about what the parakinesiology department actually does, besides look at how things move. It would appear appear that they are also studying the inner workings or machinations behind paranatural phenomena more generally. That would make a lot more sense to have a whole department dedicated to, and would explain why the head of the department was investigating the furnace and maintenance. We can repeat the expedition process for the higher difficulties, which needs progressively more coins, and we receive the expedition suit. It looks kinda comfortable, but not particularly fashionable. Now that the jukebox is taken care of, let's head down to the Foundation. To get there, we need to head down to where we met Ati. Thank goodness they left us a control point over there. We interact with the carving on one of the pillars, and we're transported into the Foundation. When I played this for the first time, I'm not sure that I was really expecting to find caves here, but then again, I don't really know what I was expecting. The red dust on the ground creates a very striking image. I think it's rather beautiful. However, we won't get that good of a look at it at first, since we begin in the dark. We mostly just have to drink in the atmosphere until Jesse nearly gets crushed by a rock sent flying by a crystal shooting out of the ground. We come across an audio log just after at a camp known as Research Site Gamma. This log is recorded by none other than Theodore Asch just after they discover the oldest house for the first time. His name has come up several times as the author of many of the files we've been reading. He's the former head of research at the FBC. We learn a ton of great info from this log. First of all, we learn Theodore served under Director Northmore and that his father was the previous director before Northmore. This log was recorded shortly after Director Asch's death and Northmore's promotion to acting director. This means that we can date this log specifically to 1964.
My life's been a strange one. Certainly stranger than I'd like. But this place, it's something else. The floors crawl, the walls slither. It's a shifting pit. On the street, it's just another drab building standing there for anyone to see. But no one does. How do we miss it? Northmore. Acting director Northmore now is on a train from Washington. He'll expect answers, which is why I'm making these tapes. They're evidence that I'm at least trying to understand. Father searched his entire life for something like this, and we find it 1 week after he's buried. He always hated irony. Of course, Father, the great director, Asch, would have been the first man in. And look at me, his bookworm son, the supposed head of research who can't stop his legs from shaking long enough to step over the threshold.
We'll follow the signs for Research Site Delta. Just a little further from here, we get a message on the hotline. It's Marshall? Arish did mention earlier that Marshall had gone down here, but if she's contacting us through the hotline, that means she didn't survive the trip. What we learn from her is that she came down here to prevent the hiss from corrupting something important, though we don't know what that is yet. We also learn that the Foundation is extremely restricted and that only department heads are supposed to even know it exists. One last thing, this area isn't susceptible to house shifts. It doesn't move like the rest of the oldest house.
I only heard of the Foundation when I became head of operations. The very bottom of the oldest house. Director access only. Just the name alone is classified. Zachariah gave me a tour the day I was promoted. Said I should see it for myself, to understand. After that, I snuck down on my own from time to time to keep tabs on the place. And on them. But nothing ever changed down there. Not even the walls. It's solid, permanent. Different from the rest of the house. Of course, they were always watching me. I never stayed long. I'm not stupid. I have to stop the hiss from finding this place. I'm the only one who can.
There's a control point at Research Site Delta. It's easy to miss, but with how bright this room is, you probably will take a glance up at the ceiling and notice that, in fact, there is no ceiling, and instead an opening to what looks like the astral plane. It's a rather arresting visual, especially if you aren't expecting it. As we continue, Jesse will comment on the wall paintings. I don't think most of these paintings contain much important information, or I simply don't have the ability to interpret them, so I'll only be bringing them up when relevant to do so. This first one, though, does seem to clearly depict a group of people worshipping the board. There's also a report next to it. It would seem that Asch is just as mystified as I am. While they look like cavemen drew them, Asch's carbon dating results indicate that they are brand new. We'll also be attacked by a new enemy. These are melee guys that rush you. If you levitate, they'll throw their pickaxes at you. The thing that strikes me as odd about this file is that Emily claims there isn't an object of power associated with rapidly moving short distances, except that seems to be exactly what the merry-go-round horse does. Yet they theorize it could be some kind of variant to the jukebox of all things. Admittedly, they do look a bit different when they rush than enemies who use the usual dash. They also seem to travel significantly farther, so perhaps it really is a different object of power involved somehow. There's also a letter to someone named Tom on the other end of the room. A few bits of interesting information here. Apparently, the Foundation was where the Bureau originally began their operations inside the oldest house. The red dust is iron flakes. They had a Nazi working at the Bureau, and that people are apparently pissing into the bottomless pits. Lovely. I'd be way too afraid to stand at the edge of a bottomless pit close enough to pee into it, but I suppose other people are braver than I. Also, apparently Asch didn't want to move to the upper floors of the house, even once they had solved the building shifts. I suppose this would have been when control points were first developed. After we pass by some poisonous geysers, we'll find another letter in the hallway. This one is from Marcus Talbot to Hank Wilder. We'll find this out later, but Talbot is the former senior cartographer of the Bureau, while Wilder is the former chief of security. They brought in some kind of outside contractor named Robert Ricardo to help them explore these caves, and when he found something he wasn't supposed to, something bad happened to him. What exactly isn't elaborated on. They even explain that they drugged him in order to take him through the moving upper floors of the house. If it wasn't clear from the previous notes, it should be now. The entrance, just as we experienced at the beginning of the game, leads into the upper floors of the house, and in order for them to get things down into the foundation, it was extremely risky and expensive. Just a little further and we'll be met with a blank white void. Welcome to the cave bleed. But for now, we have to focus on a fight happening in front of us. From afar, it might appear that the Hiss is fighting one another, but in fact, the little dummies we were killing in all of those Astral Realm tutorial sessions are not friendly, and they will fight both the Hiss and us. For now, we just meet astral copies. The only thing we really learn from Emily about these guys is that they're immune to Hiss corruption. The fact that this is a footnote in this file is really quite a shame. If they can't be corrupted by the Hiss, they should be an intense subject of study. Though I suppose we do have HRAs, they often get broken. It would definitely be worth looking into a better solution. In quick succession, a few important things happen as we move through the cave bleed. First of all, Jessie mentions that she wishes Emily were here. Then we see Polaris respond to this. Now, we haven't seen Polaris on screen ever since she died before the nightmare segment. I can't believe that this wasn't intentional, so what is it trying to imply? Right after this happens, we also catch a glimpse of Marshall. So she is alive after all. Then how did she use the hotline to contact us? When we try to catch up, she disappears. In her place, we find a stone monolith made from the same material as the rock from the astral plane. This is the crossroads. Before we investigate the monolith, let's search the prefab offices nearby. Inside, another log from Theodore Asch. This log was recorded 5 days after the previous one. Northmore has already arrived from Washington. We also get a fascinating retcon. Asch describes Northmore finding the service weapon on a pedestal at the foot of the monolith. The file dedicated to the service weapon states that it was found within the room that would become the director's office. The inconsistencies in the lore are starting to pile up a bit with this DLC, but we could take this to mean that even official, unredacted information in some of these files might be outright lies. I don't think it's worth putting every single file we've read so far into doubt, yet we should be mindful of this. There may well be more false information than just this. From Asch's account, it would seem that the oldest house simply provided the service weapon like a gift, and clearly it had a strong effect on Northmore once he picked it up. He made contact with the board and instantly treated the situation as if he had been chosen by God. That said, it isn't clear that everyone who picks up the service weapon is instantly affected in this way. It seems Trench was, albeit somewhat paranoid, a fairly standard director before his corruption by the Hiss, and Jessie doesn't seem to be affected at all. Especially in this DLC, we'll see that she's able to be somewhat insubordinate towards the board.
It's been 5 days since we first entered the building. Traversing the interior is dangerous due to the shifting, but we did manage to find a lower cavern that seems structurally predictable, which is a scientific way of saying its walls won't crush us in our sleep. Northmore even made a discovery. A pistol placed on a stone pedestal in front of that strange ebony pillar. Seems like something out of a storybook, except the heroes usually find swords, not handguns. But it is the perfect lure for someone like him. Hours after finding this weapon, Northmore cornered me to spout some nonsense about how the board had made him the director. He ran it about the title being meaningless before now, calling Father and all other previous directors shams, frauds, and worse. I think this place is worse for Northmore than it is for me. Strangest thing? There was no pedestal in front of that pillar a day ago. This building has swallowed a dozen of my men, and now it's handing out presents? Is it playing some sort of game? If it is, we're most certainly losing. Oh, we don't even know the rules.
There's also a number of files scattered around. What's notable about this report is that it describes the monolith in front of us as phallic. What we see is a rather wide and short-looking thing, so it isn't even immediately clear that this is what Asch is even talking about. I did my best to see who these two individuals mentioned in the file are, Whitmore and Trottier, but they are either fictional characters or they're simply too obscure for me to find any information about. I was looking forward to doing some more obscure research on pseudoscience for you, but no such luck this time. The last thing I'd like to mention is that Asch seems to think it doesn't belong here. On this, we agree. It does appear to me that this is some object intruding into the world around it. This next report from Asch explains why this area is known as the Crossroads. It appears that the ley lines used to choose locations for control points in the rest of the oldest house all converge here at the monolith. There's not a lot of concrete info beyond that. It's left up in the air whether the ley lines are a product of the pillar or if they are attracted to it. We also discover here that the Nazi mentioned in a previous file must refer to Dr. Gustav Wagner mentioned here, who is supposed to assist Asch. On a historical note, this is referring to a rather dark part of United States history that many of us would probably rather forget. In the decades following the end of World War II, German scientists serving under the Nazi regime were actually competed over between the USA and Soviet Union. To the west, it was referred to as Operation Paperclip and or Operation Overcast, and Operation Osoaviakim in the east. Many of these former Nazi scientists managed to make their way into prominent positions of power in the government programs. For example, NASA was founded by a few individuals, one of which being none other than Wernher von Braun, the designer of the V-2 rocket. Wagner's inclusion at the FBC makes sense considering that Nazi scientists who immigrated to the USA would have been rather commonplace in 1964 compared to today. To our great shame, they were even winning awards in scientific achievement as late as 1984. In fact, it makes sense on an even deeper level. Many of us, especially gamers, will be aware that the Nazi regime in Germany also spent significant time, money, and effort on studies of the occult and paranormal via the Onennerby, though this was really just a way for their regime to churn out propaganda regarding the history of the Aryan race. I appreciate the inclusion of this little detail in the game, as it's another example of Remedy choosing not to simply overlook the realities of the history of the American government. While Remedy doesn't seem to overtly take a stance on this, it's implied through every mention of Wagner in the files being tinged with a palpable disdain. There's a dark cave tucked away behind the monolith with a note inside of it. At first, this just appears to be a funny memo wherein Northmore gets pissed because of the pissing into the bottomless pits that we saw mentioned in a previous file. But it does highlight Northmore's reverence towards the board as this almost holy entity. He demanded respect towards them and the oldest house from every FBC employee, and any sign of disrespect was quick to make him enraged. Now that we've finished our history lesson, we'll check out the monolith. When we do, we'll be contacted by the board. They give a name to this giant monolith, the Nail, and task us with repairing it. That would explain why it appears more wide than tall. It's broken right now. To make matters worse, apparently the astral bleed is spreading and threatens the safety of the entire bureau. And then we're given a choice between two different powers. Either we can make crystals pop out of the ground and walls in particular spots, or we can shoot crystals to break them down. The board is becoming rather stingy, eh? We'll continue by choosing Fracture, the power to break the crystals. After another short tutorial, we'll end up back in front of the nail. The board leaves us a message on the hotline as well. I think the board is trying to explain here that the nail somehow tethers them to this reality and sustains them in some way. Unfortunately, it's so cryptic it's hard to really pull more out of it. Now we have to use that power to explore what we can with the Foundation. If we head back, that will allow us to get into some areas that were previously blocked off by crystals. We'll be battling our way through the tunnels to try to repair the nail. Apparently, we have to find these giant carved stone slabs at various research sites around the Foundation. Along the way, we'll come face to face with our first astral mimic. We don't get a lot of concrete info in this document. They simply speculate about how the mimics are able to use paranatural abilities. Marshall leaves us another message on the hotline. She muses about her past with Trench and wonders whether or not Jessie is ready. Looks like that's why she came down here to the Foundation, to attempt to take matters into her own hands.
I've served under 2 directors. 3 now, I suppose. Trench and I worked our way up together. We made it through the tough cases, the bad days, the casualties. He was the epitome of a good agent. Smart, decisive, selfless. Then he picked up that damn gun. Becoming director is a formal process overseen by the board. Lots of ritual and mystery. After that, key staff provide detailed briefs on all classified matters, past and present. But with Faden, well, there's no protocol for field promotion. The girl's smart, has a good head on her shoulders. I'm trusting her to handle the hiss upstairs, while I hold them off here. All this shit with the nail, the board, I'm not sure she's ready. Besides, I work better alone.
As we follow the signs for the deep cavern, we'll end up face to face with another astral spike. I only mention it because they bother to finally provide us with an enemy file on these things now that they're somehow tangentially related to copies and mimics. Emily uses the term metastructural in this file. I'm not sure I know what she's even trying to say. I suppose even Remedy isn't immune to cramming technobabble into some of these writings. We do learn that the guy that died from one of these things hitching a ride inside of his head was Agent Gibson. Beyond this, nobody seems to understand them, and I'm afraid I have to say I'm in that club. We keep exploring the tunnels, we find another file. This time we learn a bit about the explorer Robert Ricardo that met with an accident in one of the previous files. Apparently this guy is quite the personality, thinking himself some kind of hotshot celebrity. Alright, so this one is a little out of order. This is the 4th recording from Dr. Asch, but no matter which power we choose earlier, you have to get the recordings out of order anyway. I'll make sure to let you know the order of events when it becomes relevant. For now, this recording details Asch's attempt at communication with what I must assume are the things we've been calling astral mimics and or copies. Asch calls them the id, and says he has befriended them, even giving them names. If you've taken any psychology classes, you'll know of the id as one of Sigmund Freud's 3 aspects of the human mind, the other 2 being the ego and superego. Don't worry, we're not going to do a full lesson on all of that, but just for reference, the id is supposed to be the spontaneous and instinctual side of us, the side that seeks pleasure without thinking about the consequences. I'd say this is more indicative of Dr. Asch's thoughts and personality than anything else, especially considering the names he gives to the astral copies. Clearly, after a lot of failure and social isolation, Asch has started to become lonely, and it is deeply affecting him.
41 days since entry day, the name of our historic arrival to the oldest house. Morale is long dead, and its corpse is starting to smell. My research staff complain of a presence watching them. Many have suffered nervous fits. Some were evacuated. In cheerier news, I've made some new friends. I met them while exploring the deeper caves. They're hard to describe, but imagine avant-garde sculptures of humans, I call them the id. They aren't hostile. In fact, they're polite and quiet, which is more than I can say for my colleagues. Most id are shy, but a few are quite curious. While I sat taking notes, one came to look at my sketches. I offered him my pencil, but that spooked it. What are the id? Residents? Prisoners? They remind me of the golems from Kabbalistic texts, or a type of homunculi. I know I shouldn't, but I gave them names. There's Hercules, Adam, Lilith, Copernicus. Mabel is the bravest. They're a funny bunch.
We finally find one of the etched stone tablets in the deep cavern we've been looking for, and as we touch it, we receive a brief contact from Former and are transported to the astral plane. We see a giant floating sphere covered in crystals. After we give it a nice clean shave, the board lets us know it's working and sends us on our way. When we get back to the crossroads, we can see the nail has built itself back up slightly, and that Emily and some of her assistants have managed to find their way down into the foundation with you and have set up camp around the nail. Now, here's what makes this interesting. Emily says that she came down because Jesse called her down. In a way, this is true. Jesse did mention while speaking to Polaris that she needed Emily down here. Then we see the swirl on the screen, indicating Polaris is listening. Now, while Emily chalks this up to synchronicity, I think there's more to this. Since Jesse still manages to maintain Polaris's power, there may be aspects to this power that she does not fully control or understand. It may be that Jesse is able to telepathically communicate with others on a paranatural level and does not even know that she has this ability, or perhaps even her experiences here at the oldest house and with the supposed death of Polaris have caused her to develop this ability. I'm very much interested to see where they take this in the future. One other thing I took away from this conversation is that they made sure to maintain Emily's inquisitive and passionate spirit. While Jesse is focused on repairing the nail, Emily can't help but ramble on about her scientific findings. It's pretty adorable. We can also discuss a few topics with Emily, but she doesn't seem to have a lot of extra information that we don't at this time. It's time for the next tablet. We can break some crystals and follow the signs for Canyon Rim. Along the way, Marshall will leave us another message on the hotline. She talks about her sense of duty toward the Bureau and to follow her orders Trench gave her before he passed. Since the existence of the Foundation is a relatively well-kept secret, it would seem that there wasn't any time for Marshall to whip up a proper defense to the hiss potentially infecting the nail. According to Trench, it would mean the end of the world.
I snuck into the Foundation through a back door I know. Had to get ahead of the hiss. Just a matter of bypassing the ritual protections. Luckily, the board's as distracted as the rest of the Bureau. I had to put on a brave face up there, but the situation is the worst I've ever seen. We're getting back on our feet, but we've already lost so much. Trench is dead. Darling is somewhere. I'm the only one left. But I still have a job to do. Keep the hiss back. There's not enough HRAs to spare, so I'll have to make do with what I've got. Frankly, I don't even know what will happen if the hiss take the nail. Trench made it sound like it'd be the end of the world. He was never one to exaggerate. Well, orders are orders, even if they come from a dead man.
Just after this, we'll find ourselves once again pranked like with the merry-go-round horse. When we try to open this chest, a sinkhole will plunge us through the floor and straight into a massive astral bleed. Down here, we will be surprised with a dead letter. Dear Science, there's a person in my pet salamander. He has human eyes. Why doesn't anyone else see him? I think it's like werewolves, but with every animal. Were-dogs, were-cats, were-otters, were-butterflies, were-everything. There are people inside and they can't get out. They're stuck in the animal body. It's not all animals, but it can be any animal. My parents don't believe me. Maybe this has happened before. I thought you would know. Sincerely, John Lomaine. The rest of this area offers what I think is a pretty interesting puzzle. We will essentially be rebuilding this area by finding and cleansing control points. As we progress, more and more of the map will become available, and we will gain access to more and more collectibles as this continues. It hasn't really come up yet, but while we're here, we will need to throw this golden block over here into this toilet stall. It will become apparent later why we did this, and the file we find nearby secretly provides the answer. So this Maneki Neko statue is yet another item supposedly found in the director's office, this time sitting in the director's chair in March 1999. Now, what you need to know about this for now is that we have to solve some really obscure puzzles in order to make several of these statues appear. Then, once we've collected all of them, something will happen that I'm not going to spoil just yet. We'll actually be collecting our first one soon, and the reason we had to huck that golden cube into that stall is for one of these cats. Further along, we find this report, another one from Lisa Keenum. It details an incident where the Blessed Organization sends a dangerous altered item in the form of a fondue set to the America Overnight studio, along with some cremated human remains. Though it is not detailed exactly what happens, a producer for the podcast was killed by the item. Though the name is redacted, it would seem that the host of the show was in a relationship with the producer, and they suspend him for this. This is a pretty safe bet to make because they mention that the person in question admitted to it during debriefing, and exactly who would have needed debriefing at the time will become apparent in a later file. Keep this dead letter in the back of your mind. It's going to come up again later. Well, I don't know if you can see this because I don't know if I'm really here. I see a pen in my hand. I see myself, but it's all wrong. It's the wrong angle. It's the wrong me, and it's all green. Look out for the color green. Everything turns green when it's close. Don't let it get close. Don't let it in. But if you do, no matter what, you do not speak to it. Please, I need you safe, Peggy. I don't want you to end up here too. I don't know where I've gone. This log is the furthest along in the timeline that we found so far. Asch has managed to develop control points, and the astral copies that Asch gave names to have started attacking FBC staff, so they've been ordered to move operations to the upper floors of the oldest house. Asch does not want to leave, and he really wants to stay in the Foundation and refuses to relocate upstairs despite Northmore's orders.
Entry day plus 86. There's been a change. Hercules and Noble. I mean, it numbers 3 and 11 attacked my staff away. 2 fatalities. 3 if you count Mabel. She was always so kind. As a result, we are abandoning the Foundation. Northmore gave the order to transfer our resources to the upper floors. Now that my control points allow us to safely come and go from the New York streets, did I forget to include that fact in my previous logs? I've been so busy using the arrays I made. Control points have been established throughout the oldest house. Excuse me if I don't sound excited, it's just a few months ago I would have been overjoyed to leave the Foundation. But now I realize I've grown fond of it. There's something deep in the stone here, deeper than that watching presence. Something warm. I feel it needing me. I won't go. I refuse. Northmore won't be happy, but so be it. I'm starting to see him for what he is. An impotent storm. Father Shade in a cheap suit.
At the top of the area, we'll find a rejected episode of Threshold Kids. The audio is garbled for some reason. Toward the beginning, you might be able to make out some of the words said if you listen very closely, but it quickly becomes impossible to make anything out. What at least seems clear is that Topher touches some sort of representation of the board and has a psychedelic experience. After this, taking the control point causes the final island in the center to appear, containing what we came here for, another etched stone tablet. After a skirmish, we can also find our first Maneki Neko. First, we shoot out the crystals covering the pit. Then we grab the golden block, take it back behind the tablet, and deposit it. The cat appears on an isolated island and we can grab it. We touch the tablet, then we give another haircut to a floating ball. This time, Former contacts us and allows us, against the board's wishes, to get the other power that we didn't get earlier. We tell the board to go fuck themselves, then take the power to grow the crystals, do the tutorial while getting yelled at. Then, when we go to leave, we end up having a short conversation with Former. Since we're only able to make out every other word that it says, it's pretty hard to decipher the meaning of anything it says. What I think we're able to deduce, mostly just because Jesse comes right out and says it, is that Former used to be part of the board and split off from it. Beyond this, I'm not really sure what to conclude. I don't think it likes the hiss, though. Now that we can create crystals, we can explore the rest of the foundation. First, let's stop by that cave painting we were talking about earlier. There's a few blocks made out of stone from the astral plane around this room that we can set inside of these squares where there are paw prints in the sand in a pyramid pattern. Once done, a Maneki Neko appears. There's 2 for our collection so far. Afterward, we can make it to the area called the Chasm. It's extremely dark and we can't bring a light with us. A file rests on the ground outside of the entrance. It explains the unintentional creation of the VHS tape altered item by Bureau staff who attempted to document Ati's paranatural abilities on film in November 1978. It isn't long before we meet this altered item they're talking about. As soon as we drop into the dark area beyond the crystals, we find an astral copy mesmerized by a television set playing a video of Ati singing and mopping the floor. So begins what I think is a pretty interesting quest. We have to use this television set as a light and as a means of fending off the multiple enemies in the area to bring the set back up to that giant box we passed earlier and toss it back inside. Interestingly and luckily, it also works on astral spikes. Of course, not even the deepest, darkest pits of the game are safe from scattered files to read. In a side tunnel, we'll find a Maneki Neko next to one. It describes a run-in Dr. Asch has with Ati. Asch seems to think there's something odd about him, but still seems to believe he's a simple sanitation worker. For a man of science, he sure can be clueless sometimes. Or perhaps Ati simply has that effect on most people. We deposit the TV into its cell and learn a bit about it from the file. It explains why this cell for the television is even down here. Apparently, as long as it is in a certain proximity of humans, they will take the thing out of containment. As we learned, it completely mesmerizes anyone who looks at the screen and completely removes their ability to think, speak, or act. Apparently, one particularly unlucky individual was stuck staring at it for 21 hours. Now that we're finished with that diversion, we can continue on to the warehouse. Now, that might sound like the most boring place we could find ourselves, but trust me when I say this will be the most interesting warehouse you've ever seen. This thing is a massive stone structure with an elevator in the center. Let me tell you, this baby can hold so many power cores. Anyway, there's a report from Asch inside one of the prefab offices. I've neglected until this point to mention that the etchings on the stone tablets we've been destroying depict trees, and that's because I wanted to talk about it alongside this file. Dr. Asch comes right out and mentions some mythological trees from history, such as Yggdrasil from Norse mythology, the Tree of Knowledge from the Book of Genesis, and the Mesoamerican World Tree, which goes by a few different names. There have been other references to the house as a tree from earlier in the game, and it really does seem to embody a sense of Yggdrasil in particular, the way that it connects the mortal world we live in to many different dimensions via its various thresholds, such as the Black Rock Quarry, the Mold Threshold, threshold, and the clocks. Both Darling and Carla Vaughn mention in various files earlier that these thresholds manifest when they achieve some sort of harmony in their frequencies. Somehow, the oldest house serves as a sort of dimensional world tree, connecting the natural world we live in to other planes of reality, such as the astral plane. But world trees were not the only inspiration behind the oldest house. The book House of Leaves was also massively influential on its design. House of Leaves is about an unassuming house that is larger on the inside than it is on the outside, where completely impossible and potentially dangerous and mystical things happen. Sound familiar? If you don't mind, I'll read a few choice excerpts from it that are particularly relevant. First quote, "Instead, the walls are perfectly smooth and almost pure black, almost being there's a slightly gray quality to the surface." Second quote, "Unlike the ice fall, however, not even a single hairline fracture appears in those walls." Third quote, "Absolutely nothing visible to the eye provides a reason for or even evidence of those terrifying shifts, which can, in a matter of moments, reconstitute a simple path into an extremely complicated one." Fourth quote, "Or the house itself, an indefinite shimmer, sitting quietly on the corner of Succoth and Ash Tree Lane, bathed in afternoon light." Fifth and final quote, "Yggdrasil, what miracle is this? This giant tree. It stands 10,000 feet high, but doesn't reach the ground. Still, it stands. Its roots must hold the sky." However, this is still not the final inspiration for the oldest house. You see, the oldest house actually has an address. It's located at 34 Thomas Street in Manhattan. This is an actual place that you can go to in real life, and at 33 Thomas Street, actually see this building. Look familiar? It has the same brutalist architecture that we see both inside and outside of the oldest house, as well as featuring no windows. This building was designed by John Carl Warnecke and is also known as the AT&T Long Lines Building. While it has a role in facilitating long-distance telephone communications, it also served as a hub for mass surveillance by the NSA and was referred to internally as TITANPOINTE. We learned this thanks to the leaks from the famous whistleblower Edward Snowden in 2013, and a report later put together by the Intercept in 2016. I really think that what Remedy has done here is a truly creative and fascinating blend of inspirations, and they've really made some truly captivating art with this game and their connected universe in general. There's actually a few other bits of interesting speculation from Dr. Asch in this file that I'll leave for you to read yourself. I think it does a really great job of really cementing the oldest house as a believable thing despite how utterly impossible it truly is. In another office, another report from Asch lurks. This one discusses the symbolism of the board's pyramid shape. What I find more interesting than that, however, is the quote here, "Naturally, the ascent is masculine and the fall is feminine. Adam and Eve." And that's just a bit of old world patriarchy. It's 1964 now, and we're well past that silliness. Sure, Dr. Asch, there's a lot of people here in 2026 who seem to think that too, and we're definitely going to look back on them the same way 60 years from now. Beyond this, what he says is true. While I'm not personally interested in the type of woo-woo pseudoscience surrounding certain shapes and their meanings and or energies, pyramids throughout history have been associated with divinity. Though they are not always perfect triangle shapes like the Great Pyramids of Giza, they are usually built tall toward the sky to symbolize some sort of holiness or divinity, and are often used as monuments to their holy figures and rulers in death. The board does seem to demand some kind of worship of it, or at least obedience towards it, almost attempting to cement itself as a holy figure. Perhaps that is why it chooses the form of the inverted black pyramid, if it is able to choose such a thing at all. The only other astral entity that we have any sort of non-violent contact with would be Former, and even that started out not so friendly. Since the board is somewhat special in that way, I think it makes sense that it might present itself as a pyramid in order to inspire some sort of awe and subservience in humanity. If we keep scoping out this area, we'll find some ID cards of some former employees of the Bureau. This opens up a side quest to collect them and bring them to Emily. Inside of the warehouse, we'll find another recording from Asch. This is the third of the bunch, so between the log where Asch describes Northmore finding the service weapon and the one where he discovers astral copies. Here we discover that it was Northmore, perhaps simply relaying what he learned from the board, who named this place the oldest house. This is also how we learn how Asch became so lonely. He had to establish a permanent lab in the base of the warehouse and spends all of his time researching the nail. He manages to find inspiration when he discovers numerous non-Aristotelian energy channels. Now, from what I'm able to gather, he's talking about the ley lines we learned about in a previous file, the ones that control points use in order to stabilize the oldest house's building shifts. When he says non-Aristotelian, what I believe he's referring to is a form of logic that transcends binary true or false statements. If you know anything about qubits, how they're able to be both a 1 and a 0 at the same time, as well as anything in between until observed, this might operate on a similar principle. Further along in the log, Asch will use this knowledge to develop the control points and use them to tame the oldest house. So I'd summarize this as Dr. Asch discovers paranatural quantum physics.
28 days now spent inside what we're calling the oldest house. Northmore insists on the name. I'm too tired to ask why. I'm not sleeping well. Per orders, me and my research team have established a permanent examination lab in the Foundation. I basically live down here now, like the obedient head of research Father raised me to be. I spend my days investigating that odd pillar where Northmore found the handgun. The work was half-hearted at first, I admit. But then I discovered numerous non-Aristotelian energy channels converging at its base. Ley lines, dragon roads, Hylogalinian, call them what you want. But this pillar is the crossroads. I started building something. Equal parts talisman and technology. An array that can impose order on the ley junctions. That's the idea, at least. We'll see when I'm done. I prefer to work away from the pillar. I'm not the only one who feels like that thing has eyes.
In a hidden room higher up in the warehouse, we find this case file on an AWE in Sawyer County, Wisconsin in June 1958. A club for young boys interested in science were at a place called Meteor Hill participating in an archaeological dig when 3 sinkholes manifested filled with some sort of magma-like material. Several casualties occurred and the Bureau attempted to contain the situation. I think the most notable thing about this file is that this AWE would appear to be the third ever documented by the FBC, according to its labeling. This would have been very early in the Bureau's existence, likely investigated under Director Asch. Up the elevator, another file. Turns out Asch also invented the power core as we've been using to solve energy puzzles throughout this entire game. Somehow, Asch was able to capture ambient energy from the ley lines using the stone found in the Foundation and contain it within these power cores. He refers to them as non-Aristotelian batteries. It's quite fascinating to see that they genuinely put thought into how almost everything in the game functions. Very little, if anything, taken for granted to the point where even the power cores we have been using, which we probably barely gave a second thought to at all, are explained in the lore down to their creator. I love it. This log takes place after Asch's discovery of the astral copies, but before they start attacking. He documents his discussions with Northmore about the board and how his astral copy friends showed it to him in the cave paintings. This makes me wonder if the paintings were actually made by the astral copies attempting to communicate something to the humans they came into contact with, like Asch. In this audio log, Asch mentions 3 European esotericists, people who would have been considered scientists in their time from previous centuries, men who studied things like alchemy, astrology, the occult, etc. Things today we call pseudoscience. This is where the idea of holy geometry comes from that we discussed earlier. I'm not sure Asch's musings are helpful in understanding much about the board, but he outlines that the inverted pyramid, one standing on its point, symbolizes conflict and stagnation, while one standing on its base symbolizes strength and stability. The board is represented by an inverted black pyramid. However, it is certainly not standing on its point. No, instead the pyramid juts down from above and we can't even see what the base is connected to, if it is connected to anything at all. So what are we meant to take from this? The best I can come up with based on the information Asch provides is perhaps while the board may be a logical entity, obsessed with its own ideas of order from its own perspective, from humanity's perspective it may act as an agent of chaos. Sure enough, this does seem to be the primary influence the board has whenever its influence is felt in the real world. It doesn't seem to care much for humanity, but it does seem to want to use humanity to achieve its goals. In this way, it embodies both aspects that Asch discusses in this log.
Entry day plus 51. Northmore has ordered an all-hands search for objects similar to the service weapon. He claims there are more in the house, though I don't see how he's so certain. He's been strange lately, talking about joining greater causes and frequently mentioning the pyramid. After pressing him, he finally described this pyramid to me. Inverted, black, mathematically perfect. Oddly enough, Adam and the other id have shown me numerous inverted triangles painted on the cave walls. Surely there's a connection, but I don't see it yet. As far as occult symbols go, triangles are by no means rare. Flood, Levi, Kroll, they used that shape like it was going out of fashion. Standing on their base, triangles signify stability and strength. Inverted on their points, they represent conflict and stagnation. Of course, the orientation is just a matter of perspective. Looking at the pyramid from below gives you one, from above another. Northmore says he looks up at the inverted pyramid. I have to wonder, is anyone standing over it, looking down?
In yet another secret room, one we this time float down to, we find this file where Northmore responds to some medical results he received from Dr. Rosen. He forbids any discussion with Dr. Asch, who we have seen the rift between widening throughout all of the files that we've been covering in this DLC, and also berates the doctor for calling the abilities that he's received delusions. We also see reference to impossible body temperatures, likely meaning that the reason he needed a medical examination is that he was gradually becoming the power-producing entity that they needed to trap inside of the NSC. It makes me wonder why he was the only director that this happened to, and why. Did Trench just not have enough time with the service weapon for something like this to happen? Or does every director receive a different sort of benefit? Or was this perhaps something the board caused for their own unknown purpose? It's hard to say. After a detour through some tunnels, we get back into the warehouse through another secret window and find the supplement file for the Meteor Hill event. They perform a battery of tests on the magma retrieved from the event, but during the testing, the materials somehow managed to avoid measurement by physically moving. When the researchers attempted to stop it from moving, it turned to some sort of hyperacidic gas that killed the men studying it. They also mentioned that the children who survived contact with it in its liquid state described it as pleasant. Regardless, witnesses report that the people who came in contact with it were screaming in pain. The FBC covered it up by blaming it on a crashed Russian satellite made with substandard materials. They really do have a knack for clever and believable cover stories, I must say. In a fourth secret room in the warehouse, yes, this is the fourth, there's this file. Asch discusses a bit about the stone tablets we've been finding and destroying to repair the nail. The board has been referring to these things as locks/keys, but Asch notes that these things don't originate from the Foundation and instead had to have been brought into it from the outside and are connected to the nail via the astral plane. Indeed, when we touch them, we are transported to the astral plane. Then somehow, creating a nice smooth sphere there destroys the tablet and repairs a section of the nail. What exactly are we doing and how does it repair the nail? And besides all of that, how did the nail even get damaged in the first place? If the nail can exist without these locks and or keys, then why did they ever exist in the first place? More questions than answers with this one. We ascend the elevator one last time to reach the top. As we do, we see some hiss nodes that we can destroy with melee. Doing so produces another Maneki Neko. We touch the next key/lock/tablet/etching. I really have no idea how to refer to these things anymore. When we touch it, we receive contact from the board. They apologize for not allowing us to have both powers earlier and asks us not to continue to talk to former. They really do seem threatened by it, and seeing the drastic switch in tactics is extremely suspicious. Perhaps they are not as powerful as they seem, and are not actually capable of controlling Jesse like they may have been able with Trench and Northmore previously. Perhaps access to the astral realm and control over paranatural objects can be achieved without them. I'm very interested to see where this goes. Jessie has another quick conversation with herself and or Polaris after this, where she says that she won't make the same mistakes Trench made because she has her intuition and you speaking to Polaris directly. I think this significantly reinforces my earlier point that Jessie is different from previous directors. Perhaps it is Polaris's power that is responsible. Let's consider it more deeply for a moment. The HRAs are made from black rock that they were imbuing with Hedron resonance, Hedron being another name for Polaris. This means with the right resonance frequency, paranatural objects can be controlled and their abilities eliminated. This is how they're able to protect Bureau staff with the HRAs. They create a field of Hedron resonance around them that is able to prevent the hiss from affecting them. So I think it stands to reason that this supposed immunity to the negative effects of all the altered items and objects of power we have come into contact with is due to Jesse's attunement with Polaris. They managed to make it logically consistent in the lore. All of the paranatural entities seem to exist based on certain set of rules, even though they may be complicated and sometimes completely unknowable. It feels like it goes beyond simple plot convenience to move the story forward and to give us a player character that can handle altered items just because. Okay, enough theory crafting for now. We have to get back to Emily and bring her all those ID cards we found around the warehouse. Doing so nets us another card, a sort of skeleton key that will allow us to get into the bottom floor of the warehouse and Dr. Asch's secret lab. Once inside, we find a letter from Louis McNary near his desk. This file is secretly just to help you solve the puzzle in this room, but we do get a few interesting tidbits about how dangerous it was to get equipment into the oldest house before they created control points. Apparently, many men died attempting to carry a bulldozer down here piece by piece, and now Asch wants them to attempt a helicopter. This goes to show that even a sympathetic character like Dr. Asch, who seems to want to oppose Northmore and the board, can also be cold and callous towards human life in order to satisfy his scientific curiosity. Certainly a theme that we've seen time and time again at the FBC. It's undeniable that working at the FBC comes with a pretty abysmal life expectancy rate. Still, Mr. McNary here shows that some people still deeply care about the men and women who work for them and will stand up at least in some circumstances. Once we're done reading, we can place the ID cards into the correct terminals around the room. The way you're meant to solve the puzzle is to look at the items that litter their desks and draw conclusions about what their job at the FBC would have been. Then deposit the correct card into the terminal. Once we solve that puzzle, the elevator allows us to go to floor 0. The lobby area doesn't seem to have too much of interest, except over in a corner is a valve you can turn. This will allow us to get a Maneki Neko when we go back upstairs. Open the vault door at the other end of the room and we end up in a boss fight with the dreaded Process's designer Gibbs. I have no idea who that guy is supposed to be, but this fight is terrible. The dude is a hiss distorted with a massive health pool and a giant fuck-off laser that will chew through your health very quickly. Just keep moving and ducking into cover and trying to get off shots with Pierce as often as you can, and you should come out of it okay. Once Gibbs is gibbed, we can see what he was protecting. An obelisk made from the same material as the nail in a room surrounded by eyes painted on the walls. On a nearby table, there is another file. In this letter, Northmore lambasts Asch for his insubordination by staying in the Foundation when he's been ordered to leave it. Northmore continues to espouse the authority of the board and demand obedience to it, as he's been doing in all the other files we've read about him. There's no mention of what the consequences will be should Asch not comply, but the letter is titled Final Warning and seems vaguely threatening. He even addresses him as Dr. Theodore Asch Jr., seemingly an attempt to use his father's parental authority to influence him. We also find a file that we actually can't read right next to it. It's encrypted with some sort of code, so we have to take it back to Emily. Along the way, stop by one of those prefab offices near the warehouse and hit the showers so we can grab yet another Maneki Neko. When we talk to Emily, she says she'll transcribe the file but will need some time. However, she is able to decipher that it is a conversation between Asch and someone only named F. Permit me to suggest that this F is in fact Former. If the nail acts as a sort of tether to this world for the board, symbolized with the inverted triangle shape cut out of the top, then I believe this mini nail that we just found in Dr. Asch's lab is the same thing, but for Former, and that is how it is able to influence things inside of the Bureau, take over altered items, as well as contact Jesse. Perhaps the reason its communications do not come through clearly to us is because of some kind of interference from the nail, like trying to use Bluetooth in an area with a ton of other wireless signals. Emily will also have some new conversation topics where she theorizes about where the nail comes from, what these crystals around the Foundation are, and why Marshall might have come down here into the Foundation. She seems to have a lot to say, but since none of it is concrete, it's hard to draw any conclusions. We have one more tablet left to destroy, so let's get to it. This time, we'll find ourselves in a collapsed area of the Containment Sector that managed to fall into the Foundation during a building shift. Even a section of the firebreak managed to find its way down here. However that could be possible is way beyond my ability to comprehend, but nonetheless we'll just take it in stride like Jesse does with everything else. Okay, so this file was written by Jean Gibbs. That would be Processes Designer Gibbs, the His Distorted that we fought earlier. She recounts her experience attempting to survive the building shift along with her team and discovering the Foundation, which she would have no idea existed because of its highly classified nature. The only people that we know for sure actually knew of its existence are Marshall, Trench, and Darling. Asch mentions it, but doesn't seem to really know what it is, and even Emily says she didn't know it existed before she's led down here by Jesse. Gibbs here assumes that it must be a threshold and attempts to do what she can to keep her team alive, obviously in vain. Nobody was coming to save these people. A moment later, in a security checkpoint, we find a summary page for another AWE, this time for one in August 2011 in Kiev, Ukraine. A series of reverberating sounds caused a number of people to lose their ability to speak, as well as causing them to experience sleep paralysis. There's an additional symptom, but it's been redacted. This event is blamed on something known as planar friction, but this is our first time seeing it mentioned, and there's no context to know what it is. The only clue that we have is that apparently this occurred with lessening severity and frequency in other major cities around the world, almost like an echo of sorts. A bit further along, we'll find ourselves in what looks to be the strangest series of offices we've seen so far. A large lobby area surrounded by offices that lead dangerously out to thin air. Obviously, something has gone very wrong with this collapsed area. There are a number of walls that we can destroy, and I only mention it because yet another Maneki Neko awaits us behind two consecutive ones. Another episode of America Overnight is sitting in one of these offices. This one is a call-in from a woman named Peggy from a town named Biloxi. She sounds southern, so I'm going to guess this is a reference to Biloxi, Mississippi. Keep in mind we just saw the name Peggy in a dead letter earlier about the color green, where the husband tries to write her and warn her. She describes buying a pink Himalayan salt lamp and her husband becoming obsessed with it, staring at it at all hours of the night and demanding it be left on. Listen to Peggy's recounting of the events closely. The host of the show is heard giving orders to someone and forgets to mute his microphone. We can hear him compare the events to another AWE in Decatur and ask for this one to be investigated. Exactly what the nature of this phenomenon is, we will likely never know, but it seems to be that some paranatural entity associated with the color green is able to capture people's minds and take over their bodies, or at least maintain partial influence over them while they hold them captive, perhaps in another dimension.
You're listening to America Overnight, now in its 29th year. Or is it? It is, don't worry. Tonight we're discussing thrift store oddities and one-of-a-kind finds. Peggy's on the line from Biloxi. She and her husband found a beautiful Himalayan salt lamp at a garage sale. Tell us about it, Peggy.
I'd heard of salt lamps, you know, those glowy rocks you plug in. They're supposed to release negative ions. Clear the air? I got one, only $4, and I put it in our living room. I thought it would look nice there. It gives the whole room this lovely orange glow.
Now, this is usually when the call takes a turn.
It's my husband. When he's in the living room, he won't take his eyes off the lamp. He's obsessed with it. If I turn it off, he gets so upset. He says it needs to stay on no matter what. Last night, I woke up at 3 a.m. He wasn't in bed. I found him in the living room, staring at the lamp. He was smiling. His eyes were open, but I thought he might be sleepwalking, so I shook him. He just kept smiling at the light. Then he started to speak. He said, every time a reflection reflects itself, it gets a little greener.
I've read that.
And then he turned to me. He was still smiling, eyes open. My husband's eyes are brown, almost black. But the eyes of the man in the living room last night, his eyes were green.
Sounds just like Decatur. Get everything you can out of her, then call HQ. Peggy, I'm so sorry to cut you off there, but we need to go to commercial. I'd like you to stay on the line, though. My producer, Karen, needs a little more information. Okay?
Okay.
America Overnight. We'll be right back.
Just beyond this room, we'll find a bathroom that leads to an astral bleed. This is why we had to throw that golden cube into that toilet stall earlier. This one wouldn't be here if we hadn't done that. Placing it into the receptacle out here earns us yet another Maneki Neko. There's also another dead letter floating around here. This one seems to lean into simulation theory.
Dear House of Representatives, my husband, Francis, read an article before he died about how the universe was really just a computer program. He believed it. I thought it sounded silly, but now I think he was right. Francis was hit by a car a few months ago. A drunk driver. I don't think it was supposed to happen. My neighbor's son, Jeremy, broke one of our windows with a football a week before Francis died. Francis yelled at Jeremy for it. He was a bit harsh. This is important because I see Jeremy on his computer through their living room window. He's on it all the time. His mother says he is a computer whiz. I think Jeremy is operating the computer program and he changed the universe so that the driver would hit Francis. He did it to get back at Francis for yelling at him. Is there a way to change the computer and make Francis come back? I have some money if it's expensive. I don't know how these things work. I don't care if Jeremy gets in trouble or not. I just want Francis to come home. Francis and I were happy together. I can feel him not being here and I know it's not right. Sincerely, Stephanie Miller.
After another trip through the firebreak, we'll find a supplement file for the Kiev AWE. This connects the sound from the event to an actual real-world phenomenon known as sky trumpets or Skyquakes. Yes, I'm not making this up. Apparently, all around the world for hundreds of years, we've heard documented instances of loud, booming sounds that seemingly originate from the sky. While scientists of all stripes have attempted to understand this phenomenon, there don't seem to be any logical explanations that neatly explain all of the various accounts throughout history. Remedy does a bit of revisionist history here with this connection, like they did with the fan death myth. The lore of the game explains it with the Kiev AWE as well as so-called planar friction and covers it up with an explanation of industrial noise and seismic hum. Obviously, this wouldn't apply to pre-industrial accounts of the phenomenon, so framing it as one that began only in 2011 is their only way to make this explanation make sense. However, people did create a bunch of fake videos that have since been debunked around 2011 and 2012 when these sky trumpets re-entered the public consciousness. So even the in-game explanation does still connect it to the real world. Before writing this video, I had never heard of a Skyquake and thought it was a totally made-up scenario for the game. Grounding at least some of these AWEs in actual real-world events makes it feel that much more real and is a great detail that I really appreciate. The last tidbit from this file I'd like to bring to your attention is that the symptoms we mentioned earlier only lasted between 12 and 15 days for affected individuals, but there was one casualty as this planar friction apparently does something terrible to hearing aids. I can only imagine it must be overloading them and making them explode, though they leave the exact details to our imagination. In the next room, there's another America Overnight recording. This time, it takes a really dark turn. Remember earlier when we read a file about a casualty at the America Overnight studio? This recording documents the event. The host of the show describes opening an envelope with the cremated remains inside of it and walks into the other room to find that his producer, Karen, has been killed by the fondue set. Still, we are deprived of an exact description of how the fondue set kills, but it must have burned her to death and may have been used to cremate whatever ended up inside of the envelope. Clearly, the Blessed organization knew what would happen and intended to assassinate the crew of the show. It would seem that they know about the FBC and must hate them deeply.
You're listening to America Overnight, a beacon in the darkest recesses of possibility for more than 29 years. We have another letter from a listener. This one's unsigned but postmarked from Toledo. It says, "Dear America Overnight, I have the most wonderful appliance for your listeners. It is a miracle of God. A fondue set. A fountain. A blessed gift. Blessed is spelled with a capital B. Go on, they write. Dive on in. It is molten hot. Perfect for meat." No signature. As far as I know, no fondue set was sent to us here at the studio. Just this letter. Wait, I think there's something else in the envelope. Some kind of black powder with white shards in it? Bone, maybe? Karen. What is this? Karen? We're on the air, Karen. Where are you? What's this powder in the booth? Is this Asch? Oh God. Karen? How do I cut to commercial?
Next, we have a second part of Gibbs's account of the house shift. The situation has further deteriorated and they were hunted by an astral spike. As we continue, we'll end up in a place known as the Evaluation Hall. I suppose this would be a place where they observe and test particularly dangerous altered items. A film camera sits inside of a glass box suspended on a hook and has caused the main room to be locked down. We can't get inside. So we get the power back on and get the camera moving so we can continue along. Inside of an elevator, a mold host, and a dead letter. So this one is interesting. The street address that Mr. Humbert gives in his fish language is an impossible address. The zip code 2222 is used by the U.S. Treasury's office and doesn't have any actual addresses linked to it. This could still be some kind of coded language, but sequences that would just sound like nonsense sounds, such as ert, lead me to believe that this isn't an encrypted message of some kind. However, if any code breakers out there want to give this a crack, I'd love to see if this could be decoded. This little podcast, recorded by a man named Brian Hennerman, describes a short film named Delivery Disaster that he watched where a postman is torn apart by rabid dogs. Now, this may seem like some light comedic relief until toward the end of the recording, Brian mentions that the film was produced by Blessed Pictures. We'll be discussing the film and Brian more later.
Brian's Movie Den. Brian. Welcome to another episode of Brian's Movie Den with me, the ever-lovable Brian Hinnerman. Today I want to talk about a new film I found at Movie Night. That's night with a K, the mecca for VHS aficionados in the greater Dallas area. Yeehaw! The movie is called Delivery Disaster. We open in media res. A mailman drives a truck full of packages down in an endless American neighborhood as a pack of rabid dogs chase behind. Now, these dogs are nothing like my stepmom's corgi Chuck. These were some real nightmare hellhounds. The dogs keep pace with the mail truck, tearing chunks out of the driver's legs and arms. Each package he throws out the door is marked by his bloody handprint. He screams in pain and confusion, and this goes on until the movie just abruptly ends. There aren't even any credits, which is a pretty bold choice. Is this film a commentary on how our 9-to-5 jobs are killing us, or how hostile the modern world is to outdated concepts like mailmen? Perhaps it's merely a statement about the futility of purpose and how no task can ever be really done. There are lots of ways to interpret it, but for now, let's get to the part you're all waiting for. It's score time. I give this film a 4 out of 5
only because the actor frequently broke the fourth wall by looking into the camera and shouting at it, like he was shouting at the audience. A little too on the nose for me, but I did enjoy it, and I recommend you check out other films produced by Blessed Pictures. Bike Hard and Coffee Bullet are the only others I found, but this little art house studio certainly knows how to push the boundaries of Western cinema. And a friendly reminder that there will be no new episode next week, as I will be visiting my aunt in Delaware for Thanksgiving. Thanks for listening, all you Brian fans, and remember, we all love movie magic, but don't forget about the you magic. Until next time,
Movie Den.
Brian's Movie Den.
Movie Den. Brian.
Heading downstairs from here, there's an elevator at the end of the hallway leading to the camera we cleared out of the evaluation hall. It's sitting on some sort of train platform. When we attempt to cleanse the object, it flies off and we're treated to one of the most fun side missions of the whole game. We'll be swept off through the transit tunnel to battle Hiss and dodge obstacles by jumping back and forth between platforms. We finally catch up to the camera and cleanse it, netting us another file. Though the camera was likely out in the world being used to create movies for several years, the Bureau came into possession of the item in September 2016. The containment procedures for this item state that it should be kept away from anything that is objectively interesting. How exactly the Bureau measures or determines this, we don't know, but they do have a valid reason. As it appears, the camera's power is brought out by interesting things happening in its vicinity, explaining why we just had that crazy train ride. The camera automatically produces a VHS tape of the events, which is how Brian Hennerman ends up with the delivery disaster tape. Immediately after, we find the supplement file filling in more details. Turns out the mailman from Delivery Disaster is from Arkansas and actually survived his encounter with the dogs. Apparently the mailman was shipping the item when the movie was filmed and was later found still packaged up in an empty warehouse. Of course, they mention further connections with the Blessed Organization as well as multiple other films that have been confirmed as products of the camera. The first known film, an unreleased Western being filmed in Sardinia, Italy in 1968, may be how the item was first created and likely how the Blessed Organization came to be in possession of the item. It would appear that this Blessed Organization has been around just as long as the FBC, and their tendrils extend across the world as well, making them a truly formidable rival to the FBC. This is our final account from Gibbs, one where she believes that it was not, in fact, a house shift that caused her department to sink into the foundation, but rather believes it to be an orchestrated event. By who or what she doesn't seem to know, but since astral spikes kill many of the employees, it might have something to do with the board. We'll see an astral spike operating on behalf of the board soon. As we attempt to cross the fire break again, Marshall leaves us another message on the hotline. She reveals that she is the one who damaged the nail by strapping C4 to it and blowing it to hell to prevent the hiss from corrupting it. She thinks the board has corrupted Trench and has caused him to put protecting the nail over the lives of Bureau staff. Doesn't seem like many people in positions of power around here besides Marshall and Arish really have anyone else's lives at the forefront of their thinking, but Trench really couldn't be trusted one way or another, especially once the hiss got to him.
The hiss got in. The Foundation is overrun. I was out of time and out of options. I took all the C4 I could get my hands on and strapped it to the nail. Boom. A desperate move, but it's better off in pieces than in enemy hands. Trench wouldn't be thrilled. He always said how vital the nail was, how it was the Bureau's duty to protect it. Bullshit. Those years spent in the director's chair warped his priorities. In the end, he valued order over people, the advice of invisible voices over that of old friends. He lost sight of who he was. The board made sure of that. But I did my duty. The hiss can't corrupt a pile of smoking rubble. My last act as head of operations. I'm done. At least I could take those bastards down with me.
Right after, we find the last tablet. Once we fix the final sphere in the astral plane, it starts to crumble around us. The board appears to be absent, and it is Former that has to save us by providing an exit. Now that the nail has been fixed, have we been betrayed by the board and left to die? It isn't clear, but they do leave us a message on the hotline. For me, this is the most interesting hotline message the board has provided us. In it, they claim they have no control over astral entities outside of the astral realm. While this would explain why we've been fighting the astral copies, I think it's a complete lie. It isn't clear why the board would want to attack Jesse, but in a moment you'll see exactly why I think this is. For now, we will head back to Emily and the nail for our final confrontation of the DLC. If we follow the tunnel behind where the tablet once stood, we'll find ourselves back at the crossroads, but high up in the room. If we levitate between these platforms, we'll find our final Maneki Neko awaiting for us in a box. A quick drop down from here, and we will be informed by Emily that apparently something has gone terribly wrong, and according to her, the astral plane and the one we are existing in is about to be torn apart. A hole has opened up at the base of the nail, showing that it extends much further down than it appears from above, just the tip of the iceberg, so to speak. At the bottom, we find our next to last recording from Dr. Asch. This recording mostly ties together many of the files we've been reading, though we do learn that the astral copies have turned hostile and that Asch has begun adding his own paintings to the walls. He mentions that there used to be a forest where New York City now stands, further cementing the oldest house's connection to world trees.
Entry day plus 118. I have changed, though it's hard to know how or why. I no longer need tools to detect the house's veins, to hear it breathe. I can feel its blood churning beneath my bare feet. I have added my own illustrations to the walls, trying to solve some mystery that the oldest house whispers to me. I have to avoid the it as I do so. They haunt me. I don't blame them. They're just following the pillar's orders. Even poor Adam doesn't seem to recognize me anymore. I've spent a long time contemplating the etchings of the tree and its roots. Did you know this city used to be a forest? I wonder if our oldest house wore a different face back then. Or if it was always here. A 21st century office building since time immemorial. Can a place know the future? Can it change its skin? Can it wander? I always thought the esoteric world was my father's, not mine. But here, in this sacred place, I finally understand his devotion and his awe.
As we continue deeper, we'll have to dodge crystals that have begun shooting out of the wall. Marshall will leave us her final hotline message. In it, Marshall describes attempting to escape the Foundation after destroying the nail and being attacked by an astral spike which destroys her HRA. In this moment, she finally comes to believe in Jesse's ability to serve as director. Maybe her brush with mortality has forced her to.
I tried to get out after the detonation, but the astral spike came out of nowhere. I escaped, but my HRA was damaged. I'd bet a year's salary the board sent it. We never did see eye to eye. They have too much control over Trench, the Bureau, the House. They make themselves part of every important process. Nothing a little C4 can't fix. 2 birds, 1 bomb. Christ, what a mess. But I stopped the hiss. I did it. If Phaeton did her part, then the Bureau is safe. Until the next thing. Jesse has good reason to hate the Bureau. But that could be what we need right now. She won't follow the same path. Won't fall into the same traps. She'll lead her way. So, Director Phaeton, here's my last lesson. You can't save everybody.
A bit further, and we find the final log left by Theodore Asch. He resolves to finally make his way up to the main part of the oldest house as Northmore commanded. He's come to believe that the board is malicious and has taken it upon himself to take his rightful place within the Bureau, accept his responsibility to it, and use his influence to fight the board's influence. This DLC has certainly brought the board's motivations into question, but still we're left with a lot of questions, and much like every other paranatural entity we've come in contact with, their exact motivations remain mysterious.
Nobody else hears the house. Their ears are too full of lies. We were shown the way inside so we could help, but all we've done is fall victim to the same parasite. I should have seen the weapon. The strands between Northmore, the pillar, the gun, the id. What hope did we have? Thrown into this conflict beyond our comprehension. I've decided to rejoin the Bureau in the upper levels, to end my long absence spent in the Foundation. Northmore will be angry at me for disobeying him. That's just his way. But I don't care. I need to remain in the oldest house to help however I can. I doubt I can steer the Bureau back on the right course, but I have to try. How did I go so long without a purpose? Without devotion? I can hardly remember how it felt. I realize how grateful I am to Father for setting me on this path. I wish I could tell him that.
As we continue to the final room, we see Marshall standing before the nail. As Jessie attempts to speak with her, she'll turn and reveal that she's been corrupted by the hiss. She is our final boss fight. We can use the abilities that we've gained via the DLC to deal significant damage to her and her minions. After some effort, she's defeated, and we can cleanse the nail and save the world. Again. Jessie has wised up and learned not to trust the board. As we leave the area and trigger the final cutscene of the DLC, we see a shadow of Former in the distance, watching over us. We now know that the board can't be trusted, but what about Former? It has helped us and saved us multiple times, but it was also once the source of altered items gaining violent effects. For now, this question will have to remain unanswered. However, we do get one more conversation with Emily where we do learn some interesting information. Apparently, the nail produces some kind of low-level radiation that causes organic life not to grow in the vicinity, as well as causing neurological symptoms in people who spend too much time near it. They make sure to clarify that this did not start when Jessie cleanses the nail, but rather that it's happening again now that it's been fixed. This makes me wonder about Dr. Asch, if he has potentially been affected, and might explain why he seems a bit off in his logs. We can also ask her about Northmore. She evades talking about how he got stuffed into the NSC, but speculates that the board might have been involved in the ends of both previous directors before Jessie. Could the board have really orchestrated all of this? Did they use Trench to begin the Hiss invasion from the beginning? Was this all a plan to eventually have the nail corrupted and cleansed by Jessie? Did destroying the tablets and rebuilding the nail somehow remove some restraint on the board's influence on our world? Maybe some of these questions will be answered in the upcoming Control Resonant. We'll have to see. All I have to go off of as of the writing of this video is the trailer, so perhaps we've allowed the board's influence to extend outside of the oldest house. This is just a wild theory on my part, but I'm truly excited to see where they take the story from here. The board leaves us one final message as well. This one is particularly ominous. The board clearly dislikes Emily's research into it and asks you to stop her. Then it refers to Jessie as Jessie/Dylan Faden. What are Jessie and Dylan's history? This seems to reference the dream Dylan describes earlier on about them once being the same person. Another potential answer that we may find in Control Resonant, as it was revealed that we will be playing that game as Dylan Faden, who has recovered from his coma, likely several years after the events of this game. So one way or another, it seems that we're probably going to get to the bottom of this. Before we continue on to the next DLC, there's one more thing we have to figure out. What was up with all of those Maneki Nekos we were collecting? Well, earlier in that fire break, there was a bridge off in the distance that we're actually able to levitate to, and in front of some black rock doors will be all 9 of the collected cats. Now that we have them all, 9 doors will open before us, leading to a room with countless Maneki Nikos lining the walls in front of a painting of one. On a pedestal lies our reward, a pair of cute cat ears for Jesse to wear. Now as we delve into the next DLC and make our way through the investigation sector, the cat ears are staying on. So please enjoy the rest of the kitty-flavored footage I have captured. I know we've been at this for a long time, but if you expected the next DLC to be lighter on lore and story, or that it is skippable because it's just a glorified trailer for Alan Wake 2, well, you'll be sorely mistaken. As dense as the Foundation was with collectibles, I think that density has been cranked up to 11 for the investigation sector. Without further delay, let's get started on it. Since we haven't been there yet, we have to access the investigation sector via the elevator in Executive. Once we arrive, the room lights up. This is the sector head office. For now, what you see before you is the entirety of the accessible investigation sector. You can see they've just spread out the desks in the middle of the room to try to accommodate all of the agents' workspaces. This might also be the room with the highest density of files in the entire game. We're going to learn a lot right now. According to this file, 6 agents were killed in a containment breach, and they mentioned that many other files were lost behind a firebreak. There's a mix of names we'll see in the future, saw in the past, or that only show up here. It will take a minute for us to put the pieces together, but this is our first clue that something is amiss. This next report, written by Special Agent Tim Spaulding, seems to be related to an investigation into Dr. Darling regarding the treatment of Hedron. There could be a number of paranatural entities it's referencing, but only one of them exists in a special wing of the research sector that is inaccessible to most staff, and that would be Hedron. Right next to it is a letter from Special Investigator David Gleason to Chief Investigator Remy Dennis about Alex Casey looking into the Bright Falls incident. This would be our first hint that works other than the original manuscript written in the Dark Place in Alan Wake 1 might be coming true, that Alex Casey is actually a real person. We would find this out for ourselves in Alan Wake 2 a few years later. Immediately after, there's another file that's heavily connected to the events of Alan Wake 2. Not only was it written by Agent Estevez, the agent from the FBC who shows up in the middle of Alan Wake 2, and the one we play in the Lake House DLC, but it also mentions the monitoring station that we pass by on the way down to Cauldron Lake, as well as the frequent sabotaging of that station by supposed raccoons. This goes to show you that quite a large portion of Alan Wake 2 was already planned out by the time this DLC was finished. Up the stairs, and we find this background check, which was performed by Agent Keenum on Dr. Underhill. It confirms our earlier suspicions that there might have been a relationship between her and Darling. Not only does this next file show us how paranoid and aggressive Trench has become following his corruption by the Hiss, but read carefully and you'll notice plenty of phrases from the Hiss incantation scattered throughout the file. He must have the incantation constantly replaying in his head while he writes this memo, and it's spilling out onto the page in places where it would make sense. Right next to it, other than the earlier mentioned containment breach, we see why Trench is so upset at Kirkland. He was being investigated following his corruption by the Hiss. Trench's arguments with Darling about dimensional research did not go unnoticed by others. Ultimately, they conclude that Trench is fit for service, but we know that that was a mistake. The author of the file is redacted, but I bet Kirkland got Keenum to do it. Seems like she does everything around here sometimes. This next file in the middle of the room explains a bit more about what is going on here. Apparently, the Bureau simultaneously has an overcrowding issue and an understaffing issue because of something known as Hartman breaking out of containment and the resignation of the head of the department. It makes a lot of sense. They lost a lot of people and they're all stuck in one room trying to keep operations running while this Hartman runs amok across the rest of the sector. We get some powerful words from the former head of investigations. We've been reading files addressed to a Mr. Kirkland and a Mr. Dennis, indicating both of them as the head of the sector. Turns out Dennis was the chief investigator and the replacement for Kirkland following his resignation. In his resignation letter, he lays the responsibility of everything that has happened in the sector squarely at the feet of Director Trench. Something notable here, since Remedy games take place in the year of their release, Kirkland writes this in 2019, so it had to have been extremely recent. It makes me wonder how much of what happens here is simply the machinations of Alan Wake's writing and how much existed despite that. Something to note is that even when you own the DLC, you have no access to the investigation sector, even after releasing the lockdown with the directorial override, until you've nearly completed the game. Now this makes sense from a gameplay perspective, but what if Alan's writing causes the entire sector to even appear in the first place, along with much of its staff? The only thing I've found that might disprove that is at least one file from the base game that mentions the existence of the investigation sector, as well as many agents who work in the sector, such as Keenum, are also the authors of files in the base game, so perhaps Wake isn't responsible for everything, but this line is certainly very blurry. This file is a coroner's findings of a victim attacked by a feral tractor in April 2019. Due to some kind of error, the coroner is actually not part of the FBC, breaking procedure. While authorities have disseminated information about the victim dying due to a mechanical accident, which is technically true, the coroner disagrees with the assessment due to organ loss, citing he believes it to be an animal attack. Beyond some debris rests this next file. Keenum was investigating two agents who the Bureau had thought had gone rogue and switched teams, as they put it, but Keenum instead suggests that they got caught in the effects of an AWE and disappeared along with the rest of the population of the town of Keystone. She also mentions a symbol, one with two overlapping circles like a Venn diagram, and a dot in the middle. I'm not sure what this would be a reference to, but what I will say is that I believe the other team that Keenum refers to earlier is likely to be the Blessed Organization. We learn a bit more about the killer tractor here. The thing was discovered on a farm near Trenton, Texas, and is even capable of growling like an animal. We also learn that it's still out there on the loose, a quite terrifying prospect. If it wasn't already clear, this report from Special Agent Patricia Lewis shows that the former head of the department, William Kirkland, definitely had a modicum of integrity and did his best to try to hold the Bureau to a higher standard. Not only was he investigating both Trench and Darling for violations and cared enough about his team to resign when he didn't want to be responsible for any more of their deaths, but he was also looking into the Prime Candidate program, and they even recommended it to be shut down. We get a brief reprieve from reading for a moment to solve a power cube puzzle, but immediately after there's another file inside of the security checkpoint leading to the firebreak. We learn that Alice Wake, Alan Wake's wife, has visited the oldest house the day that a specimen escaped containment. This is referring to Hartman. Just down the hallway, right next to the firebreak, lies our final report for the immediate area from Tim Spalder. We won't be free from them for long, though, I promise. We actually don't need to talk much about it because it simply summarizes and compiles what we already know about the Blessed Organization from previous files found throughout the game. In order to make it through the firebreak, we will need to take a trip through the Ocean View Motel. Once we do, something unprecedented happens. The door in the motel with the spiral is left ajar. Jesse peers inside and has a vision of Alan Wake and Thomas Zane, no longer a poet but now a filmmaker, speaking. Zane also looks exactly like Alan. While Zane in Alan Wake 1 was a warm, guiding, and helpful presence for Alan, voiced by James McCaffrey, the voice of Trench, here he is voiced by Alan's model, Ilka Vili, and has taken this sort of eerie and menacing presence. Has the Dark Presence found a way to corrupt Thomas Zane, or has it simply created a separate version of him to confuse Wake? We can't know for certain, but we do know it isn't good. As we go to leave the motel, Wake leaves us a message on the hotline. First, we need a bit of backstory and context from Alan Wake 1. In that game, Wake's wife Alice plans a vacation for them in Bright Falls, Washington. Hartman was a therapist there with a lodge where he specialized in patients with artistic abilities. What we discover is that Hartman knew about the lake's ability to bring the work of artists to life and attempted to use them to his own advantage. Wake describes exactly what happened to Dr. Emil Hartman after the events of Alan Wake 1 and makes a small retcon. While we're left to assume in the game that Hartman has been killed by the Dark Presence, due to Wake locking him in a room with it, here it is implied that Hartman survives and is investigated by the FBC. We'll be seeing more of that investigation as we explore the sector. Hartman then dives into Cauldron Lake to become a Taken, one of the enemies from Alan Wake 1, people who are controlled and possessed by the Dark Presence. Then Hartman is further corrupted on top of this by the Hiss. So Hartman, possessed by both the Dark Presence and the Hiss, is the paranatural entity that escaped containment in the investigation sector and is the reason it has been closed off. The reason all of the investigation sector agents are collected near the elevator past the firebreak, and the reason for the staffing shortage by killing several agents.
Dr. Emil Hartman was desperate. The Federal Bureau of Control had stolen his life's work. This was his last chance, his final experiment. What he'd been too scared to do before. Hartman dove into the lake, was taken, devoured by hungry darkness, became the thing that had been Hartman. Only an echo of him remained, Fragmented impulses on autoplay. Violent, bloodthirsty darkness in the driver's seat. Emerging from the lake, the thing was captured by the FBC. Brought in, contained, studied. The thing broke loose. Killed everyone it could. The FBC fell back and sealed the sector. The thing was alone in the dark. Lurking, roaming, waiting. Then something else came. Not darkness, but similar enough. A sound. A resonance. It shouldn't be a surprise. If there's one, why not another? The darkness inside the thing could have been immune, could have resisted, fought, could have been passed by, passed through with no effect. But it didn't, and it wasn't. Maybe it had grown weaker over time, not aged. It was timeless, but weaker with no link to its source. A metamorphosis followed. The thing that had been Hartman went through another change.
After we leave the Ocean View Motel, we can proceed through the fire break and into the rest of the sector, beginning with the filing and processing offices. On a desk is this report. Looks like the man who made the arrest of Hartman was Department Head Dennis, back when he was an agent. The Bureau continues to monitor the rest of the patients at the clinic, but not the Anderson brothers, since they're just senile old men, and Wake because they believe him to be dead. As we head toward the service tunnels so that we can get around a shifted section of the operations corridor, we're introduced to a new Alan Wake-inspired gameplay mechanic. We have to pick up lights to burn away areas of concentrated darkness. Doing so will allow us to make it to the operations center. As we arrive, Wake leaves us another message on the hotline. Wake describes what has happened to Hartman in greater detail. This plays more with the idea of Wake possibly being responsible for everything. Parts of the hiss incantation are written out by him, things we have heard from countless others in the game. Could Wake really somehow be responsible for everything that has happened? Or does he somehow subconsciously know what's going to happen and using it in the writing? Regardless, how he describes the things that have happened to Hartman is quite grotesque.
The resonance carves its way through the thing that had been Hartman, vibrating, remolding. The sound changes the darkness, and the darkness changes the sound. They both changed what remained of Hartman. They all turned into something else. A third thing. The sound made darker. The darkness made louder. Hartman was stretched. Stretched as anyone when seen from out of time, like a worm through time. Almost an Ouroboros, a spiral, a maelstrom. The gravity well of a black hole, twisting inward, tightening, taking you deeper and deeper to the bottom, the heart, and through to the other side. The third thing said, when you hear this, you will know you're in new you. He said, we build you till nothing remains. He said, under the conceptual reality, behind this reality, you must want these ways to drag you away. He said, baby, 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 yeah, orange peel. The third thing was a monster. He'd tear apart any ordinary person crossing his path. Now he crashed out of darkness toward Faden. There was nothing ordinary about Faden.
As we continue to explore the briefing room, we'll of course find plenty more files. We get a summary of an AWE known as Eagle Limited. A train derailed near Bloomington, Illinois in May 2015, killing 62 people. It's likely the Blessed Organization was involved in this one, according to the report. This next report, written by investigative researcher Ezra Cruz, attempts to describe what we would understand as the Dark Presence if we had played Alan Wake before this. They refer to it as the Shadow. We would later discover the name was actually given to it by one of the head researchers at the Cauldron Lake House, Jules Marmont. The file describes the process of how someone becomes taken, as well as some of the other ways the Dark Presence operates, such as possessing inanimate objects. Next to it is a recording of Hartman from when Alan Wake was under his care during the events of the first game. It mostly just shows how much he really knows about the Dark Presence and explains some of the game mechanics. No stunning revelations.
My understanding of the darkness is fragmented, incomplete. This abyss, this void, it very much does not wish to be understood. If light symbolizes knowledge, then it stands to reason that darkness would equate to ignorance. By its very nature, it abhors comprehension. Of course, my own nature drives me to comprehend all. We are opposing forces, destined to collide. And given this conflict of natures, we know that the light of truth will burn away the darkness, both figuratively and literally. Any significant light source can be used as protection, even weaponry against this metaphysical gloom. And then there are the artists. I know for a fact that Tom, Wake, the Anderson brothers, and Lane all had some involvement with the darkness. The question is whether their uncanny ability to affect reality through their art beckons the darkness, or did their work perhaps even create it? With Wake now secure in my lodge, I expect I shall grow closer to learning the answers to these questions. Assuming he cooperates, which is proving quite the challenge. Well, perseverance is the foundation of knowledge. Speaking of, I must be off on my rounds.
We learn here that the FBC works together with NASA. This report was put together by some kind of committee. The FBC provides BlackRock to them for use in their rockets, while NASA maintains satellites for the FBC to monitor for AWEs. I suppose that would be important to know considering the room that we're standing inside of at the moment. Otherwise, there would be a lot of questions about how they launch satellites in such a clandestine manner. We'll find this recording in a bathroom. All it tells us is that the FBC is miserly with how it tracks employee hours.
Reminder, all employees are required to report their hours at the end of each month. The Federal Bureau of Control maintains that time is not subjective, and hours passed on alternative planes cannot be claimed. Astral dives do not accumulate overtime compensation. Thank you for your attention.
In the center of the room, we get an angry letter to Kirkland from an Agent Hewitt, who is interrogating an individual who was responsible for the derailment of the train in the Eagle Limited case. Apparently, he was punished for using unapproved terminology during his interrogation and dares Kirkland to suspend him. Next to that, we get another recording, this time a record of a man named Agent Fisher exploring the Ocean View Motel. He sticks fiber optic cables underneath the doors and places motion detectors in the lobby among other various detection devices during his week-long stay in the motel. He's clearly growing paranoid. His equipment is constantly getting damaged. He hears screaming and laughing behind the doors, the bell at the desk ringing, as well as doors closing. The recording abruptly ends with Fisher coming across someone else in the motel and realizing he doesn't have his gun. Presumably, he must have died.
Agent Fisher, day 6 inside the motel. Utilized surveillance methods are as follows. Fiber optic cameras slid under the individual room doors. Motion detectors in the lobby area. Tripwire, triggering a flash camera across the main entrance. Even fingerprint powder on the front desk. Results are varying at best. Mostly dust. Inconclusive and unusable. The footage is corrupted. Sometimes even the equipment is damaged. I don't know how exactly. I think this place is making fun of me. That's the only explanation. I can hear them laughing and screaming behind the closed doors. I can hear the call bell go and ding multiple times a day, but when I look, there's no one there. I know I'm supposed to stay out of sight, but I've seen the doors closing just before I can catch even a glimpse of anyone or anything. They're messing with me, whoever they are. I think... Wait, shh. There's something. I gotta get this... Gotta get the cable out. Come on, you fiber optic fuck, cooperate. Okay, there we go. Alright, that was fake, but I definitely heard movement coming from the hallway. I think I might have finally caught one. Ha! The recording better work this time or I swear to God I'm... What? Hello? Who's there? Oh, shit. I'm with the FBC. Move away from the door. I have a... Where's my...
Another report across the room. This one is from David Gleason and fills us in about a black market for altered items that the FBC discovered in the Czech Republic and subsequently raided. Apparently, several casualties occurred when several people who were about to be arrested tried to use the altered items to escape. They conclude from their investigations that most of the people involved are not fully aware of how altered items work, but that many individuals use underground means to attempt to learn more about them. Once we get the power back on for this room, we'll be attacked by a new enemy. These guys will levitate like a hiss elevated as well as dodge your launch thrown objects. They'll also annoyingly throw lots of grenades at you. Best way to deal with them is just headshot them with Pierce and move on with your day. One of the conclusions Emily comes to in the file for them is one that we discussed earlier, that it seems the Hiss are able to share paranatural abilities through objects of power that it has corrupted. Ati has left us a few new tasks over on the corkboard. They include cleaning up mold, burning away some blots of shadow, and giving some plants around the sector light to keep them growing. These plants are going to be particularly annoying, but we have to do all of these quests for some unique weapon mods that are especially powerful. Some of the plants are just in the previous hallway, and there were some mold patches in a side room just before that. They aren't really relevant to the lore though, so this is the last time we'll be mentioning them. In the next room, we find ourselves in active investigations, referring more generally to the larger complex we'll be running around for the rest of our visit. The room is extremely dark with the exception of a light in the middle surrounding an elevator. As we try to use the elevator, we'll be attacked by Hartman, getting our first good look at him. He's been grotesquely twisted. The dark presence and the hiss have really done a number on him. We'll need to make our way around the room to turn the power back on to light up the entire area and repel Hartman. As we do, we'll find a lot of scattered files. Apparently the Bureau went through with the purchase of the Night Springs IP and earned access to all the past scripts, this one being one that was written by Alan Wake. If finding a report referencing a real-life Alex Casey earlier were not enough, the series of files detailing the screenplay of this Night Springs episode also proves that Alan Wake's other works are also coming true. While some of the details are off, such as the Bureau's name being changed, it can't simply be a coincidence at this point. Perhaps Wake's past works don't have to come true exactly as written. Discovered in June 2017 in a nursing home in Alberta, Canada, this vending machine somehow carries whatever is most desired by the people who pass by it, as long as it's an inanimate object and not a living creature. All of the vending machines around the sector actually have a chance to be one of these machines, and we can destroy them to gain a large amount of items. This report from Dennis, back when he was chief investigator, mostly details what we discussed earlier, Hartman's actions during the events of Alan Wake 1. What we also learn here is that they stripped him of his medical license and then released him after holding him for several months. That was when he took the plunge into Cauldron Lake to become a Taken. This file describes Alice Wake's visit to the oldest house in 2017, as well as the appearance of the spiral door in the Ocean View Motel coinciding with it. If there's any clear lines that might be drawn between what Wake has caused to happen with his writing and what simply existed beforehand, it might be drawn here, but even that is largely debatable. Next to that is a recording of the interrogation of Brian Hennerman, the host of that podcast episode we stumbled upon in the collapsed part of the Containment Sector in the Foundation. We learn Brian is just a 21-year-old and is completely oblivious to the paranatural qualities of the movies he reviewed. We also learned that he didn't even like the movie and just thought that if he reviewed it well, people would think he's smart and his podcast would find success. I love that at the end, the agent interrogating him glibly remarks that this kid doesn't know shit.
Brian Hennerman, 21 years old, resident of southern Texas.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but I really don't understand why I'm here.
You know what you did, Mr. Hennerman.
I do?
Tell me about Delivery Disaster.
The movie? I mean, it wasn't very good.
That's not what your review said, but we'll come back to that. Tell me where you got the movie from.
Movie night with a K, not an N, not night like nighttime, but...
Who contacted you? Who told you to review that film?
No one. I just did it because it looked obscure. I didn't even like the movie. I shouldn't have given such a high score, but reviewing obscure films makes you look smart. And I thought if I looked smart, I would get listeners. My podcast would take off and I could move out of my parents' basement and maybe even go to college and get a film degree like I've always wanted to. I swear. I swear, I swear, I swear.
Okay, the kid doesn't know shit. I'm ending the session.
Another interrogation recording sits in the other corner. This time it's Langston being interrogated. Apparently he was not aware that Hartman had become a Taken and tried to get an autograph from him on his copy of Hartman's book, The Creator's Dilemma. They let him off with a warning, but man, they should have just fired this clown.
Okay, this room is really intimidating and all, but I know my rights. It's not a crime to try and get a book signed.
Making unauthorized contact with a dangerous paranatural entity is indeed a Bureau offense, Mr. Langston, and can be prosecuted as such.
Okay. Well, I didn't know that. Listen, this is being blown way out of proportion. All that happened is I heard Dr. Hartman had been brought in, and since I'm a huge Alan Wake fan, I thought it'd be cool to get a copy of The Creator's Dilemma signed. That's a book that Hartman wrote about.
We know what it is.
Okay, good. So yeah, I was just looking to fill out my Wake collection. I certainly didn't know Hartman had turned into some kind of shadow zombie.
That's a completely inaccurate description.
Whatever, listen, I'm just a desk jockey. I sort papers, do data entry, that kind of stuff. Don't come down on me like this. I made one mistake. I mean, I see people break the rules all the time and no one is pulling them into dark rooms to yell at them. Yesterday, Dave Gleason and his crew were talking to that empty spacesuit and laughing their heads off.
We're letting you off with a warning, Mr. Langston. But this is going on your record, so one more screw up and our next chat won't be so friendly.
Great. That is just great to hear, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hey, is there any chance I could get my copy of The Creator's Dilemma back?
Get out.
Now that we have the power on, the Shum arcade cabinets in the corner of the room come alive and we can even play them. The first simply constitutes a sort of wave survival mode and a time trial mode, both taking place in logistics in the containment sector. A suitable arena, but I would have liked to see something new or maybe just a bigger variety. Once you do one successful run of it, the other cabinet unlocks and lets you replay boss fights as well as the ashtray maze. Completing one run will also net us this supplement page from the Shum cabinets. They were discovered by accident during a going out of business sale hosted by an arcade somewhere in Michigan in 1992. The Bureau purchased them as part of a program to improve employee morale. What is unique is that apparently the cabinets only produce an altered effect by being paired together at the proper distance. It seems that the research department has been trying to claim the cabinets from the investigations department, but investigations refuses to relinquish them because they seem to have a lot of fun with it. I wonder if research only wants it so bad so they can get a chance to play it themselves. Finally, it's time for us to ride the elevator up. As we do, we hear the voice of Langston come over the speaker. At the top of the elevator, we can speak to him through the intercom in front of us. He explains a bit about Hartman, but we already know most of it. There's also a small reference to the first Alan Wake game with the things that he suggests that we use against Hartman, including flashlights, headlamps, flare guns, and Christmas lights. Flashlights and flare guns were usable by the player, and Barely Wheeler, Alan's agent and sidekick, used the headlamp and Christmas lights, mostly just for comedic effect. Once we end the conversation, apparently Langston decides that he isn't done and just rambles at us through the intercom. Now, most of what he says here is really just whining about being socially ostracized at the Bureau. Rightly so, in my opinion. However, he lets slip one very important detail. I'd like you to listen to what he says here and see if you can spot the significance.
I keep my nose to the grind. Too much work to do to focus on those kinds of things. I need to stay focused so I can get my work done and get home to feed Alfred. Of course, can't always make it home.
Did you catch that? Langston named his cat Alfred after his favorite poet. What do you think the chances are that his favorite poet is Alfred Tennyson, the one that the Tennyson Report is named after? Langston is so incompetent he lets slip that he is the author of the Tennyson Report. Or maybe it just doesn't matter now that Trench and Darling are gone. Regardless, this really does go to show that Remedy wants to try to hide tiny little pieces of lore in almost every single aspect of the game. Even some long-winded rant that ostensibly is just some comedy relief at first glance. Now that we've tied up that loose end, we've got a choice to make. We can either head toward an area dedicated to the Framaro AWE or the Eagle Limited AWE. For this video, we'll head through the Framaro one first. Along the way, we'll be heading through the AWE loading bay. In the dark, in the observation deck area, we find a procedures page for the Shum cabinets. This makes what we experience seem a little bit freakier, as apparently when people use the cabinet, their bodies enter a sort of stroke-like state while their minds are transported into the game world. As fun as it sounds, this might put me off of it now that I've read this file. We solve some puzzles involving light and power cubes in the center of the loading bay, then we find ourselves in another sequence where we have to scare Hartman off with light in the lower access area just beyond. Underneath the stairs leading to lower access, surprise, another dead letter. Dearest Hollywood, have you ever wished you had an actor who could do it all? Who could be a man or a woman, an adult or a child, a dolphin or a Boston Terrier? Well, today is your lucky day. My name is Gareth Clemens, and I am the world's greatest actor. Not only do I have years of stage experience, but I am an accomplished shapeshifter. Whether you need a misbehaving cat, ferocious wolfman, swashbuckling pirate, or debonair southern belle, I'm your man. Or am I? I will be arriving in town on May 11th, 1971, and will be available for meetings and auditions beginning on the 13th. See you in the movies, G. Clemens. After dealing with Hartman, we'll end up in a turntable area similar to the Containment Sector. In the bridge operator office, there will be another interrogation recording, this time with an entity known as Fra. Since we haven't really learned about the Fra Morrow AWE yet, there's no way to really know what this interrogation is about exactly, only that this Fra person seems to just speak random words, which is really frustrating his interrogator. Thankfully, this won't be the last time we hear from Fra.
Okay, we're gonna try this one more time, and then we're done playing with you. Understand?
Jelly,
Where are you from?
Jumblegram, up and loose and heavy tree sandwich.
Jesus Christ, does anyone have any idea what this thing is saying?
Hotly, dirt arrange you.
Why are you here? What the hell do you want? Why'd you stow away on that ship?
School bearing boy. Eyes many cauterizing loops through and about. Wind and windy Mitchell.
Did he just say Mitchell? Was there a Mitchell at NASA?
Tubes.
You know what? Never mind. I can't do this anymore. Just send this thing to the guys in research. Let them cut it up or whatever they do. You hear that? They're gonna cut you up, you pain in the ass.
Spider time.
Now, in order to get into the shifted offices to continue toward the AWE area, we'll have to get the turntable into position. The Hiss will make several attempts to stop us, but by this point we should basically be unstoppable. Inside of the shifted offices, we'll find this recording. I'm just going to let you listen to this and not comment on it.
Okay, I'm just going to freestyle. My mother always said, never talk to strangers.
Looks like whatever force had a hold on Hartman isn't mixing well with the Hiss corruption.
Always.
Lake did call him the third thing.
But isn't a stranger just someone you don't know? What if the only thing stopping a stranger from being a friend is that word? Stranger. Strange. Strange like the noises you hear at night when there is no light and you cannot fight. Strange like a rubber duck that follows you around and makes you drop your coffee every time that it quacks because the noise scares you. Then you have to clean up the coffee while the duck stares at you and continues to quack, 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 quack.
We'll find a malicious chain letter after this, another side quest. We'll have to take it back to the briefing room in order to copy it, but we'll need access to the entire sector to send all of them out. The letter itself also shows up in our files so we can read it. It doesn't seem terribly important. It mentions a spooky man, but for once this doesn't seem to actually have any correlation to anything else in the game. The place and people mentioned don't appear anywhere else in any files, so perhaps this chain letter really is just a hoax. But that isn't going to stop us from letting superstition take over. This is the world of control, after all. You can never be too careful. Once you come back after sending the letters out, a wall will have opened up with a postbox altered item inside that we may cleanse and end its reign of terror. I'm not really sure if this is the same one that is supposedly still locked up in the Panopticon. It seems to have a completely different effect, but here's an interesting theory for you. What if the people who weren't affected by the paralyzing effect of the postbox are people who have forwarded a chain letter before in the past, while affected people haven't? That would explain why we don't get a new procedures page for the item after we cleanse it. We always get a procedures page when we cleanse every other item in the game. I doubt they would forget just because there so happens to be an identical model of a postbox somewhere in the bureau. And it would also explain why they couldn't find any factors correlating the affected and unaffected individuals. I have nothing solid to back this up, but it's the only way I can think of to tie it all together if it is indeed the same altered item. You could alternatively explain that this might be something the Bureau hasn't captured yet, a new altered item that Jessie just found all by herself. It does seem to be painted red on top, unlike the one described in the file about the Jasper postbox, so you could argue that it isn't the same item at all. My theory is sadly not perfect. In a nearby report put together by Ezra Cruz, we learn that they performed some test on Hartman, describing his status as a Taken and referencing the gameplay mechanics of Alan Wake 1 again. We also find out that they built an area resembling his lodge for him. They hoped this would cause some sort of change in his behavior, but seems to have been in vain. Ugh, this guy thinks he's a poet too. Go ahead and listen, I'm just fed up really.
This piece is called Me and You. It's summer in New York City. A boy with a wolf's head eats some ice cream. The ice cream melts. The wolf head howls. We howl together, me and you. The mayor stares at a bicycle. A little girl watches him watch the bike, watch him watch the bike, and on and on and on, like the ticking of 1,000 clocks. We listen to the ticking together, me and you. A traffic light decides it doesn't want to be a traffic light anymore. People call it names, and it's hurt. I take it to see a movie. We have a good time, me and you. People think we're weird, but we ignore them. We're friends now, connected by a moment. We'll always share this story, even if people don't understand it. You and me and you.
Next up is the AWE loading bay. After some fighting, we'll find the third part of the screenplay. It seems to describe dramatically the moment that Trench is corrupted by the hiss, again with some changed details. After this, we make it to the Fra Mauro AWE proper. We'll have another power and light puzzle to send Hartman packing. We'll scour the area for clues in the meantime. While the area is dark, you might still be able to make out a lunar lander in the center of the room. This first file will explain. Miraculously, it turns out that this AWE actually took place on the moon during January and February of 1971. These are the exact dates of the Apollo 14 lunar landing, where the astronauts Alan Shepard, Stuart Roosa, and Edgar Mitchell spent a couple of days on the lunar surface in a region, of course, known as Fra Mauro. This would be the third time the United States landed on the moon. This time, they performed a sort of geological survey and, of course, hit some golf balls. What the lore of this game adds is that somehow they came back despite there not being enough room in the spacecraft, with a paranatural entity that managed to trick them into believing it had been there with them when they left for the moon. Apparently, this incident caused quite a lot of tension between NASA and the FBC, and even a senior official at the White House got involved. In another prefab, this file explains more. Apparently, the entity looks like a man in a spacesuit and has the ability to speak, but a poor understanding of English. They go on to clarify that the body of the entity appears to be the spacesuit, not something inside of it. Examination of it revealed that while there is no name printed on it, it's basically a functioning EMU model. It was even damaged during re-entry into the atmosphere. Parts of the suit can be removed, but makes the entity upset. X-rays reveal outlines of objects inside of the suit, but an exact description is redacted. Damn, I'd really like to know more about this guy, especially since after we clear out Hartman, we'll actually get to meet him. Sort of, anyway. He's cooped up inside of a panic room and held like a prisoner. Speaking to him over the intercom is quite the experience. Listen to this guy.
Casual turning, back and front, and Gerbil took the top head. Not being pressed for that. Lady going and loosing back for eye?
I feel like his speech has to have some sort of pattern, but I certainly can't follow it. It feels like he is frustratingly close to making sense, but just out of reach. They did a great job with this. He'll ask us for a head. We'll have to bring him some random objects found around the prefab offices nearby until he starts to get hilariously frustrated with Jesse. Eventually, you'll be directed back to that area where we found the avalanche of files earlier and grab the helmet in Kirkland's office. Or is it Dennis's office now? Either way, grab the helmet and bring it back to him. No wonder he wants it back. It's literally the poor guy's head. We'll say goodbye to our new friend Fra and head for the service ducts, which loop back to the elevator leading to active investigations. Then we can head toward the Eagle Limited AWE area, up another elevator, and to yet another turntable room. Then a corridor and one last turntable room. Through here, we'll head into the utility corridor through the control room. Inside, our final dead letter of the playthrough. I'm sad to see them go, honestly.
To the good-for-nothings at the security check. I know you took a part of my brain when you put me through that metal detector. I'm not stupid. I know what they're really for. I don't know if whether taking a part of my brain causes me to lose my memories or to lose sleep. I've been told if you lose sleep, you lose everything else too. That's where you trick us regular people. Now, I don't know which it is, and I can't remember what you did to me, but I can tell you this much. I don't find this funny at all. I want my memories back, and you can be sure the next time I visit the Baltimore-Washington International Thurgood Marshall Airport, I will come and find you, and I will make you fix what you broke. Sincerely, I don't think I'll be signing this with my real name. Like I said, I'm not stupid. You can just mind your own business. The second page of the Night Spring screenplay is found in the AC systems room covered in mold. I do like that they included the entire thing, but since none of the details are concrete, there isn't anything new to learn from this one. Before we reach the Eagle Limited AWE area proper, we'll need to get into the service vents, and to get there, we'll end up in a room with my favorite power cube puzzle in the game. Nothing important in particular to say about it, I just really like it. And just after, we'll find a recording, this time referencing the Law of Three. Now, I don't believe this is in reference to the Wiccan concept of the Law of Three. This idea that the things you do in the world, bad or good, will come back to you threefold. Since they mentioned faucets, I believe this is rather in reference to rituals that many people with OCD carry out with various objects in their homes. A somewhat common pattern of behavior includes turning light switches or faucets on, then off, then on again before they continue with their life. Failure to do so produces the feeling that something bad is going to happen. The irony that they use the phrase Law of Three and isn't talking about Wiccan rituals, but is still in reference to some kind of ritual, is not lost on me. I wonder if this was on purpose, but it really just seems like a funny coincidence to me.
Reminder, the Law of Three also applies to all faucets within the oldest house. Be mindful and don't cause any aquatic misconduct. Thank you for your attention.
We'll head into the area used to study the AWE and once again scare off Hartman. Up in the control room, we'll find a supplement page for the Eagle Limited incident. Turns out that agent from the earlier file, the one who dared Kirkland to suspend him, also left the guy he was interrogating without food for 2 days. Seems he forgot to mention that in his angry letter. If he's still around, we need to fire this guy, but apparently he was successful at extracting a confession from him. Now, earlier I was tempted to blame the derailment on the Blessed Organization, but this file makes me question it. In other files, they never redact it, and they always refer to it as an organization, not a group like it does in this one. I think that perhaps this paracriminal group that they mention in this file may not be the Blessed Organization, and in fact another one altogether. I think this makes the most sense, as the Bureau does not seem to be completely sure if the Blessed Organization is in fact more than one person even, while this interrogation mentioned here says they managed to get several names out of the captured individuals and may have led to the arrests of the entire group in this case. Seems they make another minor mistake here, or the agent uses a pseudonym, but he identifies himself as Agent Guthrie in this interrogation. We learned earlier that this agent's name is Hewitt. We know it's the same character because we get to hear his slip-up where he uses Bureau terminology and threatens the suspect with 2 days without food. Perhaps this is a mistake by the developers, or it could be one name is his given name while the other is his surname.
Agent Guthrie, interrogation 4C pertaining to the Eagle Limited incident and its subsequent, state alteration.
Look, buddy, I have no clue what you're talking about.
So you deny being a part of a radical group aiming to affect inanimate objects in a manner that would yield, unusual results?
Yeah, I deny. But hey, tell me more about these results. They sound real unusual.
I'm sure you recognize that the measures this group of yours takes to achieve their goals can be considered acts of terrorism.
Goals? Measures? You're being very vague. Did you know you're being very vague?
All right, 62 dead. Passengers and crew, innocent people. Still sound vague to you?
You might as well stop wasting both our time. I won't say anything that you can't say anything. I know you can't.
Tell you what I can do. I can throw your sorry ass in one of our cozy containment cells. You could rot there until you're ready to talk. Or you could just see what's both the trouble and tell me all about how you're going around creating altered items. How's that sound? Did you really think we wouldn't catch on to you? We always do. Always. So you might as well come clean. For your sake.
I think I'll just talk to my lawyer instead.
That's not how it works around here, buddy. But tell you what, why don't I leave you here to think on it for a while? See you in a couple of days.
Wait!
We get inside of the train car for another side quest. We simply interact with the objects on the tables in the right order to tell the story that puts this altered item to rest. It feels touching to do this, like we might be putting the souls of the victims of the accident to rest. Of course, we'll get a procedures file for the train car. Apparently what we experienced was not the events of the Eagle Limited AWE where the item was first discovered, but instead a memory linked to an unnamed individual. I suppose one other bit of interesting trivia is that this train car is the largest altered item discovered by the Bureau. Continuing on into the shifted passage leading deeper into the sector, we'll find more files. This one details how Agent Estevez managed to capture Hartman after becoming taken. They definitely wanted to make her out to be a capable individual even before the events of Alan Wake 2. The next letter from Gleason to someone named Stu describes what happened to Agent Fisher, the one exploring the Ocean View Motel. Well, I say that, but we don't get much. We do learn he survived the encounter he had, but seems to have been left catatonic or something. I can only imagine what horrible thing might happen to you if you spent nearly a week in a place like that. Another small detail we get here is that some of the people playing the Shoom game have been using it for rather long periods of time. It looks like Keenum managed to time over an hour and 30 minutes. That sounds like a really long time to be putting your brain into a stroke-like state. I'm worried about these guys. Behind a breakable wall, we'll find a file I find quite interesting. This one describes an Agent Turnbull who arrests and interrogates another agent returning from undercover duty. For some reason, Turnbull believes the agent is a pod person and wants to overthrow the government. Turnbull then assaults the agent badly enough that he ends up in the medical wing. They go on to mention that Turnbull has had a sterling record before this. It presents a very interesting conundrum. What would make an agent with a perfect record suddenly turn violent, unless perhaps there really was something wrong with the person he was interrogating? With the FBC, I don't think you can ever really know for sure. Could we just chalk this up to simple stress at the office? I'm not sure we'd need a whole file about it if that were the case. Incidentally, we just so happen to be in probably one of the coolest secret areas in any game ever. There's a minor ARG associated with solving a puzzle here with the clock. You have to stop the clock at particular times in a particular order. How do you know what the order is? The hint is in the radio on the desk. It plays the song Take Control from the Ashtray Maze segment. In addition to the lyrics describing the process for this secret more generally, during the song there's a section that sounds like gibberish. If you play it backwards, you get a series of numbers. These are the times that you need to input. Once you do, the floor opens up and you're able to proceed following the instructions in the song. This will lead you into a battle that culminates in another trip to the Ocean View Motel. This time, the Ocean View rewards us with something other than a key to the exit, a special personal mod. On our way out, we also get what is arguably the most well-hidden and secret collectible in the game, a hotline message from Wake. This is actually a few manuscript pages out of Alan Wake 2. Wake describes Odin and Tor Anderson working together with Alan's agent, Barry Wheeler, to put out some new music and go on tour again. While it was canceled due to the fact that Odin and Tor are geriatric old men prone to wild parties, eventually Barry manages to get them set up with a really nice nursing home near Bright Falls, a major location in Alan Wake 2. This is a very nice treat for dedicated fans, and completing the ARG to find it back in 2020 was really satisfying.
The Valhalla Nursing Home. Founded in 2014 for Odin and Tor Anderson of the Old Gods of Asgard fame for their twilight years. Built after the Return comeback tour, flip-flopped to be their farewell tour. Cut short. Cancelled. To the chagrin of their agent, Barry Wheeler. Wheeler had managed to coax a couple of hit songs out of them before that. Balance Slays the Demon, a couple of others. 3 massive stadium-sized gigs. The old men rocked like they were possessed by the devil. Like their namesakes. The backstage parties got out of hand. The air was thick with smoke. Wheeler squinted. His migraine flared. Booze and drugs. A rock and roll cliche. They ran off after every gig. Wheeler had security track them down to the craziest after parties. The Andersons were so old. Vampires. Princes of fucking darkness. After every gig and the rampaging party that followed, it took them weeks to bounce back. And they never did completely. Each time Wheeler expected them to croak. It was that bad. After the 3rd gig, Wheeler couldn't take it anymore. Couldn't stomach the idea of another client dropping dead on him. Wheeler canceled. Called it off. It was over. After the Old Gods comeback tour was canceled, Wheeler set up a foundation with the money from the record sales of the Greatest Hits album and the gigs. A lot of money. Wheeler was good at his job. Wheeler set up the nursing home facility. The old men deserved it.
There's another run-in with Hartman, the penultimate one, in the AWE Transit Bay. You know the drill, this time plenty of combat, probably the best one of the bunch. Now that everything is taken care of in this area, it's time to continue back to Central Investigations so we can finally enter the Bright Falls AWE area and finally bring this DLC, as well as the game, to an end. Langston will be on the intercom again as we arrive, announcing to us that Hartman managed to rip off the doors to the entrance. Wake leaves us another message on the hotline before we have our final confrontation with Hartman. Wake seems to be describing his writing style as well as some of the mechanics behind how his abilities work.
I've written and rewritten. Deconstructed, reconstructed. Experimented with different voices. Changed the style, changed myself, forgotten the language, relearned the language. Have I been here before? Gone down this path before? The darkness wants to hide the past to make me lose my way. You must know where you've been to know where you're going. I trust what I read on these pages. I wrote them for a reason. My notes to myself. The only way to make progress, recap, then write more. The style then. Lose the fat. Make it clear. Ugly. Functional. Present, be blunt. Only the brutal truth. Cut through the reality, tear it apart, rewrite it. Be clever, make them do the work. Form the image in their minds. They make it, you just imply. Incept. They're drawn to the mystery, obsessed. You set it up. They put it together, their interpretation, and there's only one because you give them no choice. And they believe in it, because it's theirs now.
We have some elevator trouble on the way to the area, but after clearing it up, a recording awaits for us. This is an interrogation of Dr. Hartman where they trick him into confessing to, paracrimes? I'm going with paracrimes. You can really tell what an arrogant guy he is. It's pretty satisfying.
Thank you for meeting with us again, Dr. Hartman.
It's my pleasure, gentlemen. I hope the information I provided thus far has been of some small use.
It's been invaluable, Doctor. Really, we have a much clearer picture of this event, thanks to your accounts.
Well, I do consider myself a keen observer of...
We did have one question, though. You mentioned in an earlier conversation that your patients displayed, and I'm paraphrasing here, unnatural abilities that you in fact encouraged during their time in your lodge. It'd be very helpful if you could fill us in on the details there.
Of course. Like yourselves, I work to understand and even bend the rules of our earthly paradigm. My patient's well-being was paramount, of course, but I would hardly be a man of science if I did not reach out at the underlying truth. As I stated in my written proposal, I believe working alongside your organization could be greatly beneficial to both parties. Sharing notes, as they say.
Thank you, Doctor. That's all we need to hear. Remy?
Dr. Emil Hartman, you have been found in breach of codes 4, 8, and 74 of the Federal Bureau of Control Criminal Offenses.
What? You can't do this. I am a well-connected man. You're making a dire mistake, my friend.
You will be detained until further notice, and all personal property will be confiscated, including the Cauldron Lake Lodge.
That's preposterous. You can't just seize my property. I'm a United States citizen. I have rights. That lodge is my life's work. I'm offering you years of research.
Get him out of here.
You're making a mistake. You have to listen to me. You have to listen.
More obstacles in our path. We have to make one final trip through the Ocean View Motel. The spiral door is cracked again. This one doesn't make much sense. Wake just rants about having forgotten something. Maybe just our final teaser for Alan Wake 2. Go play that, by the way. I did my best not to spoil it terribly in this video, and it's just fantastic. Wake leaves us one last message on the hotline. He describes writing Alice's visit to the oldest house, trying to write his escape from the dark place by using people and events that he was already aware of. However, toward the end, Wake describes the hiss and writing the incantation that corrupted individuals speak. Again, the lines are drawn and then they are blurred. Did Wake create the hiss? Is Wake responsible for the deaths of all of the employees at the FBC? This hotline message heavily implies it, but it still sounds at least somewhat ambiguous. Could the truth be somewhere in the middle?
The story needed many beginnings, many springs. Streams that turned into a river, a flood, and then an ocean. This was one. Wake used the materials he had, the connections he had, the people, the places. Wake put them in to make it true. His wife, the psychiatrist, his city. These connections, like magnets, move things. Alice was a conduit. She'd been in the dark place. The thing that had been Hartman sensed her near, sensed Wake through her. Went berserk, broke loose. Wake made sure Alice was already gone by then. Safe. The more springs, the more the story became real. The more people believed. Cause and effect. It was extremely delicate and hard work. It had to go through the path of least resistance where success was most likely. Where there was a connection already. Wake felt the pressure grow in his head. Going mad. Wake had to escape. Right. His escape. He was already out. He wanted to make it true. Wake needed a hero. A hero needed a crisis. For the part in the story about the government agency, Wake needed something special, something to convey an alien force mimicking human intelligence. Something that can't be translated. Translated. Wake channeled Burroughs and Bowie. He cut up sentences and words. Orange peel. You are home. Insane. He put them in a shoebox. He pulled out the words. Wake created a Dadaist poem. He'd try anything once. Or had he tried this before?
The final confrontation with Hartman awaits us. This time, we're actually going to have to fight him. It's easily the most difficult fight in the game. Hartman's damage is off the charts, and health pickups are scarce. Furthermore, he can teleport behind you and catch you off guard. With perseverance and some backup from a ranger, you'll pull through. After, we find our last treasure trove of collectibles. Up in the control room is our first. Alice Wake describes being tormented by Mr. Scratch, an evil doppelganger of Wake sent to this world in Alan's place. You'll see this in greater detail if you play Alan Wake 2. The two agents interviewing her are Shaw and Dempsey, who would both later be killed by Hartman and showed up in the list of killed agents we picked up as soon as we arrived in the sector. We get the final, rather chilling page of the Night Springs screenplay. Again, some details are off, but it's undeniably referencing the beginning of this very game. Yet again, the lines between what Wake created and what was already here are blurred. They're so blurred, in fact, they're indistinguishable, and I really just love it. This file describes an AWE in Bright Falls that occurred in September 1976, one that might be referenced to by Tor and Odin Anderson in the first game, but only in their mad ramblings. Apparently, they created some kind of tornado to come out of the lake and darken the sky, causing the sheriff Frank Breaker, an FBC contact at the time, to evacuate civilians from the area. Frank is the father of Sarah Breaker from Alan Wake 1 and the uncle of Tim Breaker from Alan Wake 2, all serving as the sheriff of Bright Falls at some point. This supplement page describes the events in detail. Odin cuts out his own eye like the Odin of Norse mythology, and Tor was struck by lightning. What's actually the most interesting thing that we learn about this file, though we did not realize it back in 2020, is that Tor is the father of one Freya Anderson. This is none other than Saga Anderson's mother from Alan Wake 2. They set up the family connection right here. Hartman's notes are our final recording. Hartman explains his thinking that led him to jumping into the lake. He really was arrogant enough to believe that he could survive his encounter with the dark place and follow in the footsteps of Alan Wake and Thomas Zane. Well, we just saw how that turned out.
These are the notes of Dr. Emil Hartman. I am continuing my work alone again since certain parties were too blind to recognize a golden opportunity. Despite my generous offers, the conversations came to naught. Some people simply do not value collaboration as I do. Though I believe now that it was for the best. The sort of bold, pioneering work that I am undertaking cannot thrive under the shackles of bureaucracy and regulation. I have a history of seeking such partnerships. There was a time when I had hoped Alan Wake and I could collaborate. Together we could have produced art such that the world has never seen. But Wake was stubborn, egotistical. Writers usually are. Disappointing nonetheless. But now, like Tom before him, Wake has disappeared into Cauldron Lake. And this is where my work turns hypothetical. Since he was lost to the lake, Thomas Zane has been observed by various townspeople. This indicates to me that the individuals within the lake are not entirely gone. I anticipate Wake will similarly return one day. While I may harbor some resentment for the man, his raw talent and determination are undeniable. From this, I have concluded that the lake and the dark place within it are not as removed from this world as I previously thought. Given my acute awareness of what awaits within, my meticulous preparations, and my considerable education, I believe myself much more prepared than either Tom or Wake. I should be able to cross into that dark realm with the chance to return as they have. All that remains is the dive itself. It frightens me, I admit, but such is the burden of the truth seeker. I will take my plunge into the dark tomorrow, with only the light of knowledge to guide me. It is time for a breakthrough. Until I return.
So, here we are. Finally, the end of the road. We've covered all of the content from Control itself. What a blast of an experience this game is. Not only is the lore and world building between multiple games amongst the best that the gaming industry has to offer, but I think the gameplay mechanics are so well considered and designed that this is also one of the greatest action games available, and it's cheap. Not only is it often on Game Pass, but it goes for dirt cheap with frequent Steam sales. If you made it this far into the video and haven't played the game yet, then I hope I've managed to convince you. I think the game is an absolute stroke of genius. Go play it. Play the rest of the Remedy catalog, and let's chat about the lore together. I'd love to put together a community project to unredact all of the files in the game that we possibly can. Though it is relatively minor compared to everything we just went through, I do want to talk about a few things with the Lake House DLC of Alan Wake 2, since it connects to the events of this game so heavily, as well as discuss the trailer for Control Resonant, which was shown off during the 2025 Game Awards while I was in the process of writing this video. Surprisingly enough, Lake House doesn't provide too much context or additional lore to the FBC as a whole, though we do get to really know Agent Estevez, who wrote a couple files we read and captured the Taken Hartman. Toward the end of the DLC, spoilers of course, Estevez meets with Dylan and they have a short conversation. What we get next, I think, amounts to a teaser for Control Resident, though I suppose at the time we wouldn't have known this. Many shots from a sequence of flashes we experience as Estevez end up in the trailer. There's some kind of new object of power wielded by Dylan known as the Aberrant, and some kind of board-like entity speaks to him. According to the trailer, all hell has broken loose. Containment at the oldest house has been broken, and paranatural entities, the Hiss, and Mold included, have escaped into Manhattan. I wonder how the Bureau is going to cover this particular AWE up. Dylan seems to fight with a melee style, so they've drastically changed the combat of the next game. At the end, Jesse promises that it's going to get weirder. That I can raise a cup to. Congratulations to Remedy for their absolutely masterful storytelling and world building, and of course a massive thank you to you for watching this video all the way to the end. Please share with me all of your own theories and ideas in the comments, as well as your constructive criticism. This video wouldn't have been possible without the support of my friends and my family. An extra special thank you to my friend Leo, who helped me with the Carl Jung segments. And another extra special thank you to my sister for doing the voice of a couple dead letters. See you next time.